Chapter 2985. The white-haired old man did not have much contact with Fang Chen, but he could feel that Fang Chen was unusual from his words and actions. Now that he said it was different from person to person, it resonated with the white-haired old man. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped. Soon, the third auction item was brought up. Fang Chen, on the other hand, was not too interested. Time passed, and 6 hours later, most of the auction items had been sold, and the large-scale weapon auction was coming to an end. The second-last auction item was brought up. It was a long sword, and there was a very obvious gap on the blade. The hilt was red, as if it had been poured with molten iron, and it gave off a scorching feeling. This sword is called the Fireblade Sword. Fire Phoenix quickly introduced it. Fang Chen did not listen to Fire Phoenix's introduction, and he stared at the Fireblade Sword without blinking. This is... He felt a familiar fluctuation, and this fluctuation seemed to be familiar with his invincible sword principle. Impossible, the invincible sword principle is my own creation. Fang Chen shook his head. He denied his own thoughts. Then, the sword principle that the owner of this sword was proficient in should be similar to the invincible sword principle. Thinking up to this point, Fang Chen felt strangely excited. All this time, he had been stuck in a bottleneck and could not break through. The invincible sword principle was his own creation, and he had to constantly study and experiment with every step he took. He could not act blindly, because once he took a wrong step, he would never be able to reach the peak. If he could learn from other sword principles, it would be twice the result with half the effort. I must get it. Fang Chen had made up his mind to get it. The starting price of the Fireblade Sword is 1,000 upper-grade origin stones. Almost as soon as Fire Phoenix's voice fell, countless bids sounded. 2,000 yuan, 3,000 yuan, 4,000 yuan. The price of the Fireblade Sword rose rapidly, and it was dazzling. In just a few breaths, the price of the Fireblade Sword had risen to 5,000 upper-grade origin stones. Everyone was going crazy. 6,000. Fang Chen bid again, and directly raised it to 6,000. Everyone was shocked to see Fang Chen's bid. Just where did this guy come from? Why was he able to bid so crazily? If you want it, you'll have to see if I, the Poison Prince, agree to it or not. The Poison Young Master sneered and increased the bid to 7,000 high-grade origin stones. At this moment, some of the experts sitting in the front row finally spoke. This old man's grandson cultivates the way of the sword, but he doesn't have a single weapon. Why don't you give me some face and let me have it? A hunchbacked old man slowly stood up and said with a smile, "Is that a realm devil tribulation supremacy?" Many people recognized the stooped old man and were shocked. Although tribulation supremacies were not considered the strongest in the western region, they were still considered top-notch powerhouses. The strength of a realm fiend tribulation supremacy was very strong, and he was considered one of the best among the tribulation supremacies. Most importantly, he was an elder of the demonic heart palace and had a high status. Even the young disciples of the Imperial Armament Pavilion shook their heads when they heard the demonic tribulation supremacy speak. Originally, they wanted to fight for it, but now they gave up. So you're a demonic tribulation supremacy from the demonic heart palace. Since you want it, I'll withdraw. The Poison Young Master smiled and said directly. The others also shook their heads and withdrew from the competition. In the end, Fang Chen was the only one who did not withdraw. This old man doesn't want to lose. Let's increase the bid to 6,500, the demonic tribulation supremacy said slowly. 7,000, Fang Chen said. He did not withdraw because of the demonic tribulation supremacy. This Fireblade Sword was too important to him. Little brother. The demonic tribulation supremacy looked at Fang Chen with his dark eyes and said, "Are you not willing to give this old man face?" "Sorry, I also need it." Fang Chen shook his head. Seeing Fang Chen compete with the demonic tribulation supremacy, everyone sneered. Especially the poison young master, whose eyes were filled with a gloating look. Kid, how dare you not give face to the demonic tribulation supremacy? You're courting death. The poison young master got up and scolded. The demonic heart palace is in the western region, which is a force comparable to the imperial weapon pavilion. The demonic tribulation supremacy is an elder of the demonic heart palace. If you don't give face to him, you're looking down on the demonic heart palace. The poison young master smiled sinisterly as he spread his hands and said, According to what I know, the disciples of the heart demon palace are all crazy people. They can do anything. I advise you to obediently give up. The poison young master was deliberately provoking Fang Chen. He also took the opportunity to mock him. At the same time, he could leave a good impression on the demonic tribulation supremacy. You don't seem to be qualified to interfere in my affairs, do you? Fang Chen said coldly. You really don't know what's good for you. The poison young master did not say anything else and sat down directly. After that, the demonic tribulation supremacy raised the price several times, and Fang Chen was also in hot pursuit. In the end, the price was fixed at 8,000 upper-grade origin stones. This had already broken the previous record and became a record high. Of course, the demonic tribulation supremacy gave up. When Fang Chen received the Fireblade sword, the demonic tribulation supremacy looked at him with resentment. The look in his eyes told everyone that he would not let it go. Fine, I'll let you keep it for a while. The demonic tribulation supremacy sneered. He did not believe that the guy in front of him could escape from his grasp. You're too reckless. The white-haired old man reminded, with your strength, you're no match for the demonic tribulation supremacy. Sometimes, when it's time to be patient, you have to be patient. Fang Chen shook his head. But sometimes the opportunity is fleeting. When it's time to make a move, you can't hesitate. The Fireblade sword is very important to me, more important than the puppet. I have to get it. Besides, although the demonic tribulation supremacy suppressed me in terms of realm, he may not be able to find me. Fang Chen was full of confidence. The white-haired old man shook his head. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. The final weapon is here. After the repeated competition with the poison gongzi and the demonic tribulation supremacy, Fang Chen had become a celebrity in the auction house. Many people were paying attention to him, some were greedy and some were jealous. When the final weapon was brought up, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Two martial artists were carrying a very large object that was covered with a red cloth. Fire Phoenix lifted the red cloth in the midst of everyone's guesses. What came into view was actually a puppet, which made everyone very surprised. Is this a puppet? No, something doesn't seem right. Many people had come for the final weapon. At this moment, when they saw the puppet, they were extremely surprised. Everyone, this is not a puppet, but a humanoid war soldier. As soon as Fire Phoenix's words came out, it caused a great sensation. What? It's actually a humanoid war soldier? Heavens, the legendary humanoid war soldier has finally appeared. Everyone was excited, and they couldn't wait to take it away. What's a humanoid war soldier? Fang Chen asked, puzzled. A humanoid war soldier is a killing weapon refined from the body of a human martial artist. The difference between a humanoid war soldier and a puppet is that humanoid war soldiers often contain extremely high intelligence, and they can cultivate, the white-haired old man said. What? Fang Chen was shocked. A humanoid war soldier, starting at 10,000 upper-grade origin stones. After Fire Phoenix finished speaking, everyone began to raise the price. Even the eyes of the disciples of the Imperial Armament Pavilion were extremely scarlet. 12,000, 15,000, 18,000, 20,000. In the blink of an eye, the price had soared to 20,000. Everyone's enthusiasm did not diminish, and they were still raising the price crazily. However, at this moment, a voice slowly spread in the auction house. I want this humanoid war soldier. The voice was very loud, like rolling thunder, and instantly silenced the noisy auction house. Who do you think you are? You want it just because you said so? The poison Gongzi shouted loudly. Fang Chen also turned his head and looked at the white-haired old man. The latter stood up at this time and attracted everyone's anger, which was obviously very unwise. The white-haired old man did not even look at the poison Gongzi, and his gaze fell on the stage. I'm here this time for the humanoid war soldier, he continued. Countless curses could be heard from the crowd. However, when someone recognized the white-haired old man's identity, everyone in the auction house was shocked. The old man who was previously hosting the auction quickly ran to the stage and whispered a few words to Fire Phoenix. Fire Phoenix's delicate body suddenly trembled. So it's Senior Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor. I'm here to greet you on behalf of the Imperial Armament Pavilion. Whoosh! The auction house was in an uproar. Countless people widened their eyes and looked at the white-haired old man in disbelief. He's the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor? How is that possible? Everyone shook their heads frantically, their hearts trembling. The most frightened person was the poison Gongzi. When he thought of how he had scolded the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor, he felt his legs go soft and trembled. Fang Chen's heart was in a perilous situation, and at the same time, he found it funny. Chapter 2986. When the Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher revealed his identity, it caused an uproar in the auction hall. Even the disciples of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, including Fire Phoenix, did not expect the Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher to hide among the ordinary people and participate in the auction. Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher? He actually left to participate in the auction? No wonder I did not hear any news about the Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher. I did not expect him to come here himself. After a short moment of silence, there was an uproar. Countless cultivators opened their eyes wide. Everyone's gaze was focused on the Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher. The Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher stood there quietly with a smile on his face. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil, and he could not recover from it for a long time. The Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher that he had been looking for had actually met him long ago. Thinking back to when he asked the white-haired old man about the Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher on the streets of Blood City, he found it funny. The appearance of the Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher had disrupted the rhythm of the auction. Fire Phoenix, who was on the stage, opened her mouth wide in shock. The cultivators who were madly bidding for the human-shaped combat soldier also stopped bidding. What a joke! That was the Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher. Even the Imperial Weapon Pavilion did not want to offend him, let alone them. The Poison Prince's body trembled. He tried his best to calm down the fear in his heart and comforted himself. The Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher did not look at me. He should not take this to heart. Clap, clap. Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher, it is my Blood City's honor to have you here. When the voice finished, an old man in a blood-red robe walked out from the back of the stage. He waved his hand, indicating for Fire Phoenix to leave first. Fire Phoenix nodded her head and her beautiful figure quickly disappeared from the stage. Lord Blood! Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Instantly, it caused another round of exclamations. The City Lord of Blood City, Lord Blood, was a mysterious person. He actually appeared in the auction hall this time. The Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher shrugged and said, "The human-shaped combat soldier is very important to me. I am confident that I can get it. Don't worry, I will not bring you any trouble. Anyone who wants to bid can bid. The highest bidder wins." However, although he said so, he had already revealed his identity as the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor. Who would dare to raise the price? As expected of the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor, you are so broad-minded. Lord Blood narrowed his eyes and smiled. Then, he looked around and asked, "Everyone, I don't have to say much about the value of this humanoid combat soldier. I believe everyone is very clear about it. A large-scale weapon auction was only held once every 100 years. If one missed it, they would have to wait another 100 years. Furthermore, even in the auction 100 years later, humanoid combat soldiers might not appear. Lord Blood's few words brought the atmosphere to its peak. A few people still stood up and wanted to participate in the auction. 25,000. 30,000. Imperial Preceptor Xian Bing didn't say anything. After all, he didn't want to interfere too much. Senior. When Xian Bing returned to his seat, Fang Chen called out in a low voice. The Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor nodded. Don't worry, everything is under my control. When the auction is over, come with me. Hearing that, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. Soon, the price of the humanoid combat soldier rose to 40,000 high-grade origin stones. This was already an extremely high price. Other than some powerful forces, it was impossible to take out so many origin stones with just one person's ability. Gradually, some people started to give up, while others continued to persist. However, the speed of the price increase was much slower. When the price reached 50,000 high-grade origin stones, the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor spoke again. 60,000 high-grade origin stones. This is my bottom line. If everyone can be magnanimous and give me face, then I will owe you a favor, the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor said slowly. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. In order to obtain the humanoid combat soldier, the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor actually made such a promise. It was really shocking. At this moment, only the He clan was bidding. Elder, what should we do? Obviously, the He clan wasn't prepared and didn't know what to do. The first elder pondered for a long time, then gritted his teeth and said, the He clan gives up. After that, no one else competed with the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor. Just like that, the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor obtained the humanoid combat soldier at a high price of 60,000 high-grade origin stones. Thank you, He clan. When I am done with my matters, I will definitely pay you a visit personally. The auction came to an end. No one had expected such an outcome. However, since the humanoid combat soldier was obtained by the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor, they weren't angry. On the stage, Lord Blood personally sent the humanoid combat soldier to the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor and chatted with him for a long time. In the entire auction house, countless people's eyes were fixed on the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor until he left. As soon as he walked out of the auction house, the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor brought Fang Chen and left quickly. Huff, huff. Young Poison Prince's eyes swept across the front, but there was no one. Young Master, that guy was taken away by the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor, the subordinate said. Damn it. Young Poison Prince's face was ferocious as he roared furiously, pay attention to every corner of Blood City. As soon as he appears, inform me immediately. The large-scale weapon auction that was held once in a century had ended. Some were happy, some were sad, and some were unsatisfied. In a hidden courtyard, the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor and Fang Chen sat opposite each other. There was a powerful seal around the courtyard, isolating it from the outside world. Don't worry. Even Lord Blood won't be able to detect this place, the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor smiled. This courtyard was the temporary lodging of the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor. I never expected that Senior is the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor. Fang Chen looked at the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor and smiled bitterly. You have comprehended the weapon heart and have a deep understanding of blacksmithing. Furthermore, you have your own unique philosophy and have great potential, the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor said. If not, you wouldn't have caught my attention. As for the two of them sitting together in the auction house, it was purely a coincidence. You said that you have something you need my help with? The Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor was curious about Fang Chen, and he had high hopes for Fang Chen. Senior, I am Fang Chen from the southern region. I am here to look for my daughter. Fang Chen cupped his fist and told the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor his intention. After hearing what Fang Chen said, the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor frowned slightly. You want me to show up and intimidate Lord Blood? Then, you want to know about your daughter from Lord Blood? The Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor asked. If Senior is willing to help, I will definitely be grateful. As he spoke, Fang Chun took out a few pieces of bones from experts. Senior, I found this by chance. It is very suitable for blacksmithing. I will give it to Senior. When the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor saw the bones, his expression changed and his heartbeat quickened. He took the bones and observed them carefully. His eyes were filled with shock. What a strong bone. This is a natural blacksmithing material. The Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor was overjoyed. If I have this material, I will definitely be able to forge an Emperor weapon. The difference between a half-step Emperor and a true Emperor was huge. Even the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor couldn't overcome this gap in a short period of time. However, when he saw the bones that Fang Chun took out, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. How many of these bones do you have? The Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor asked. Not too many, but I can take out at least 20. Fang Chun said. Give me 15 and I will intimidate Lord Blood and guarantee your safety in Blood City. What do you think? The Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor said directly. After saying that, he felt that he had taken advantage of Sumo and added, I can even forge a half-step Emperor weapon for you personally. If I can break through, I will forge an Emperor weapon for you for free as long as you provide me with enough materials. Alright, deal. Fang Chun nodded. When he was selling the ordinary bones, he knew that these bones would definitely attract the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor, because this was an opportunity for him to break through to the Emperor realm. He definitely wouldn't miss it. Ha ha ha, you rascal. After Fang Chun agreed, the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor laughed heartily. He was in a good mood. Fang Chun was also straightforward. He immediately took out 15 bones and handed them to the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor. Aren't you afraid that I will change my mind? The Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor teased. Fang Chun shook his head. If the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor wanted to change his mind, he would have done it long ago. However, he didn't. Chapter 2987. To the Heart Soldier Imperial Preceptor, this was just a small matter. However, given his character, he would have rejected it if it was someone else. The reason why he left with Fang Chun after the auction ended was because he knew that Fang Chun had offended him. They knew that Fang Chun had offended some people and were afraid that he would be retaliated against. In the short time that he had spent with Fang Chun, the Emperor Mentor could already conclude that Fang Chun was an exceptional blacksmithing genius. He even had the thought of taking Fang Chun as his disciple. However, he gave up on that thought now. This was because Fang Chun's thoughts were not in this area at all. The once-in-a-century large-scale weapon auction had ended. The large number of martial artists that had gathered in Blood City had gradually dispersed. Only the Poison Prince and the Demonic Tribulation Supremacy from the Heart Demon Palace were looking for Fang Chun bitterly. Fang Chun had quietly returned to his courtyard. Kong Jiu and Tian Xin had been worrying anxiously. Master, are you all right? Tian Xin asked anxiously when he saw Fang Chun. I'm fine. Fang Chun briefly explained that he had already received the Emperor Mentor's promise. It would not be long before he could take action. What about the Emperor Mentor? Kong Jiu asked curiously. The Emperor Mentor has some matters to attend to. He will meet us here in half a month. Fang Chun said, All right, I have obtained some things from the auction this time. I need to study them. The two of you continue to gather information. With that, Fang Chun's figure flashed and entered Dark Cave Mountain. Xiaohuo was still studying the Tao of Fire. His body was surrounded by extremely hot flames. Fang Chun even had an illusion that those powerful flames could burn everything. Not far from Xiaohuo was the pure-blooded beast cub. In front of it was a wooden puppet that was absorbing the power of the pure-blooded demon king. Kacha! With a sudden sound, the wooden puppet exploded, turning into countless fragments. A terrifying power flashed and disappeared into the pure-blooded beast cub's body. Dong! At the same time, the pure-blooded beast cub's body shook. The moment it opened its eyes, the entire dark cave mountain shook. So strong! A vast and powerful force emanated from the pure-blooded beast cub's body. Fang Chen could not help but take a few steps back. The power of a pure-blooded demon king? Fang Chen murmured. At this moment, the pure-blooded beast cub retracted its aura and walked to Fang Chen's side with a smile. Thank you very much. Pure-blooded beast cubs were frivolous and rarely expressed their gratitude in such a serious manner. From this, it could be seen how useful the puppet was to him. As long as it's useful to you, Fang Chen said with a smile. The pure-blooded beast cub had already recognized him as its master. Its increase in strength was also beneficial to him. I've already absorbed the power of the pure-blooded Fey King within the puppet. Unfortunately, after experiencing the baptism of countless years, the pure-blooded power has become much weaker. But even so, after absorbing it, my strength still increased by a level. The pure-blooded cub smiled and said, If I can absorb more, my body will break through the shackles and reach a higher level. Fang Chen nodded. He was very satisfied with the pure-blooded beast cub. It was still underage. When it reached adulthood, there would probably be few in the entire immemorial chaotic era who could defeat it. All right, I'm going to cultivate, Fang Chen said and found a secluded place. He sat down cross-legged and took out the fireblade sword. Buzz! Powerful flames swam around the fireblade sword. Runes flickered as if they were resonating with Fang Chen's chaotic sword body. Dong dong dong! Fang Chen completely released the power of his sword principle and fire origin bloodline. Whoosh! The entire space was covered in flames. Fang Chen was in the sea of flames and felt the powerful sword principle within the fireblade sword. Although it's very similar to my invincible sword principle, I can feel that there's still a difference. Fang Chen muttered, the owner of this fireblade sword can be considered a genius to be able to create such a sword principle. It's a pity, Fang Chen felt that the remaining sword principle in the fireblade sword was not complete. In other words, the owner of the fireblade sword had only comprehended half of the sword principle before it was broken. I'll take the essence and discard the dregs. Fang Chen spread out his hands and a complicated seal whizzed out. He suppressed the sea of flames and absorbed the sword principle aura. The sea of flames here interrupted Xiaohua's cultivation. What's brother doing? Xiaohua walked over and asked. There's a very strong sword principle power in the sword. He's trying to absorb it. The pure-blooded beast cub said, however, he's now facing some difficulties. The flame power in the sword is too strong. With the support of the long sword, he can't divert his attention to suppress it. The absorption speed is slightly slower. I'll go help brother. Xiaohua immediately strode out and walked toward Fang Chen. Wait for me. The pure-blooded beast cub grinned and jumped in front of Xiaohua, standing side by side. Xiaohua, use the power of fire principle to suppress the flames. I'll use the pure-blooded aura to suppress the sword. Okay. With a boom, powerful flames emerged around Xiaohua's body, and he charged forcefully into the sea of fire. Suppress. With Xiaohua's roar, the flames spewing out of the fireblade sword were gradually suppressed. At the same time, the pure-blooded beast cub's powerful pure-blooded power spread out and completely shrouded the restless fireblade sword. Fang Chen exclaimed softly. He turned to look at Xiaohua and the pure-blooded beast cub and instantly understood what they meant. Absorb. Fang Chen nodded. Then, the black hole bloodline appeared crazily and quickly absorbed. At the same time, Fang Chen was suppressing himself, trying to use this opportunity to break through. Xiaohua, use your flame to suppress him. The pure-blooded beast cub commanded from the side. He also noticed that Fang Chen wanted to use the unprecedented pressure to break through. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen felt his whole body tense. The power in his body had risen to the extreme. He was only one step away from breaking through. Break! Fang Chen roared and waved his hands to grab the fireblade sword. Crack! The powerful force left a mark on the fireblade sword. When the last bit of sword principle power was absorbed, his body finally underwent an earth-shaking change. Like a volcano erupting, his power began to rise steadily. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation reached the middle stage of the star Venerable realm. The power in his body was not completely stabilized until he reached the complete middle stage of the star Venerable realm. Whoosh! He slowly opened his eyes. The world had returned to normal. Only the mark on the fireblade sword proved what had just happened. The power in Fang Chen's body surged and his robe fluttered. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingers creaked. Middle stage of the star Venerable realm. Although he did not break through continuously as he had expected, he was satisfied. My power has reached the limit of the middle stage of the star Venerable realm. It is not much different from the late stage of the star Venerable realm, Fang Chen said slowly. Glancing at the fireblade sword, a smile appeared on his face. The sword principle in the fireblade sword is very important to me. I am confident that I can combine it with the invincible sword principle in 3 days and raise the level of the invincible sword principle. Fang Chen did not want to waste time. He immediately went into seclusion and began to comprehend the invincible sword principle. 3 days later, a figure was waving his sword in a disorderly manner in Dark Cave Mountain. Every time he waved his sword, he could cause the space to reverse. Whoosh! After waving his sword countless times, the sword light in the sky quickly gathered together and detonated a point in the void in an instant. Dong! 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 A deafening sound was heard. The entire void collapsed from the detonation point. Breaking the surface with a point, accumulating power at a point in the space, Fang Chen murmured. It took him 3 days to combine the sword principle in the fireblade sword with the invincible sword principle. He took the essence and removed the dross. He created a new move of the invincible sword principle. The power of this move was not strong on the surface, but it focused on destroying the inside. The moment he performed the sword principle, all the power was concentrated at a point in the space and then detonated. Breaking the surface with a point, breaking it from the inside. In addition to the invincible sword principle, this move also used some means of the spacetime doctrine. With a thrust of the sword, it could cause the space to reverse. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and gave this move a name. The spacetime sword explosion. He was quite satisfied with this name. He even had a rough plan for the future development of the invincible sword principle. This was the most important thing for him. At this point, the 7th move of the invincible sword principle, the spacetime sword explosion, was born. At the same time, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the middle stage of the star Venerable realm. Chapter 2988. The Heart Demon Palace was considered a top force in the western region. It was second only to the Imperial Armament Pavilion. Within the sect, they focused on mental technique. They could use mental techniques to see through others and even control their enemies. Of course, the most terrifying thing about the Heart Demon Palace was that they could plant a demonic seed in one's body unknowingly. Once the demonic seed exploded, the enemy would instantly become a walking corpse. This was one of the major reasons why the Heart Demon Palace could establish itself in the western region. Until now, many of the martial artists in the Heart Demon Palace had been controlled by the demonic seed planted in them. These people were controlled by the demonic seed and could not escape for the rest of their lives. They could only be controlled by the Heart Demon Palace. Even the Imperial Armament Pavilion was not willing to provoke the Heart Demon Palace. Of course, this did not mean that the Imperial Armament Pavilion was afraid of the Heart Demon Palace. The Imperial Armament Pavilion was a refining force that could refine Emperor-level weapons. Almost all the forces in the Western region wanted to buy weapons from the Imperial Armament Pavilion. The Imperial Armament Pavilion could shake the entire Western region if they stomped their feet. There was also a rumor that the Heart Demon Palace once tried to plant a demonic seed in the Heart Soldier Imperial Tutor. However, they did not succeed. In the end, not only did they fail, but they also lost 2 tribulation supremacies. Since then, the Heart Demon Palace did not dare to provoke the Heart Soldier Imperial Tutor. Being a refiner was a very noble profession, especially in the Western region. Almost everyone hoped to become a powerful refiner. Refining was a symbol of supreme honor, and the Heart Soldier Imperial Tutor was the only powerful refining master who could refine half-step Emperor-level weapons. Therefore, his prestige in the Western region had reached the peak. With a wave of his hand, countless martial artists who had received his favor served him. Unfortunately, the Heart Soldier Imperial Tutor was obsessed with refining and did not participate in the competition of the outside world. The most brutal place in the Western region was the territory of the Heart Demon Palace. At this moment, countless higher-ups gathered in the Heart Demon Palace to discuss important matters. The person in the lead had an eye on his forehead. This was his demonic heart. He was the right-hand man of the Heart Demon Palace Lord, and was known as the Evil Eye Tribulation Supremacy. Lord Evil Eye. Everyone greeted the Evil Eye Tribulation Supremacy. The Fireblade sword was snatched away by a star Venerable? The Evil Eye Tribulation Supremacy frowned slightly when he heard the news. The Realm Devil Tribulation Supremacy is really a piece of trash. He can't even do such a simple thing, yet he's always thinking about replacing me. How ridiculous. The Evil Eye Tribulation Supremacy's words made everyone fall silent. Strictly speaking, the Realm Fiend Tribulation Supremacy and the Evil Eye Tribulation Supremacy were both Tribulation Supremacies, and their statuses were equal. However, in the Demonic Heart Palace, the Evil Eye Tribulation Supremacy was the favorite of the Demonic Heart Palace Lord, and the Realm Devil Tribulation Supremacies could not be compared to him. Lord Evil Eye, according to the news from the Realm Demon Elder, that star Venerable seems to be quite extraordinary, someone said. What's so extraordinary about it? According to the information we received, this person is called Fong Chen, an outsider. Before the large-scale weapon auction started, someone saw him together with the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor. The latter seemed to think highly of him. The person continued, moreover, we strongly suspect that everything he did was supported by the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor. Otherwise, how could a star Venerable martial artist take out so many source stones? Hearing this, the Evil Eye Tribulation Supremacy frowned and pondered for a moment. Investigate carefully, and send a message to the Realm Fiend Tribulation Supremacy. Tell him not to return for the time being, and to stay in Blood City to search for that guy. The Fireblade sword was of great significance to the Demonic Heart Palace. They could not do anything about the human-shaped weapon being taken away by the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor, but the Fireblade sword had to be recovered. The Palace Lord is about to come out of seclusion. If you don't see the Fireblade sword, you know the consequences, the Evil Eye Tribulation Supremacy said and turned to leave. Everyone was left looking at each other in dismay. Soon, everyone passed the news to the Realm Fiend Tribulation Supremacy. The latter clenched his fists tightly, full of anger. Humph, at this juncture, he still wants to suppress me. Damn it, the Realm Fiend Tribulation Supremacy said angrily, but in his heart, he hated Fong Chen even more. Kid, don't let me see you, or I'll burn you to ashes. Although the once-in-a-century large-scale weapon auction had come to an end, Blood City seemed to have calmed down. However, many people knew that this was the rhythm before the storm. These few days, Blood City was very depressed, and many martial artists had an ominous feeling in their hearts. Blood City, City Lord's mansion. Have you found him? Lord Blood asked. My lord, we haven't found him yet. The subordinate said, however, we can conclude that the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor and that Fong Chun have not left Blood City. Lord Blood's eyes flickered, and he nodded slightly, then said, continue to keep an eye on them. Report to me immediately if there's any news about them. Yes, my lord. The subordinate quickly left, leaving Lord Blood alone in the study. The blood-red robe fluttered without wind, giving people the feeling that they were in a sea of blood. Thump, thump, thump. Just as Lord Blood was deep in thought, there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in. The flirtatious Fire Phoenix pushed the door open and entered. Her voluptuous figure shocked Lord Blood. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he knew better than anyone that this flirtatious woman in front of him had a high status in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Blood City Lord. There was a smile on Fire Phoenix's face. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Lord Blood. She didn't call him Lord Blood, but called him Blood City Lord. From this point, one could see that she didn't care about Lord Blood. Although the appearance of the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor in the last stage of the large-scale weapon auction caused our plan to fail, we still managed to complete our mission. Fire Phoenix said, I'm here to express my gratitude to Lord Blood. Thank you for your hard work. It's nothing. We're all from the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, there's no need to be so courteous. Lord Blood said with a smile. Fire Phoenix nodded. That young man with the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor, we need to pay attention to him. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to investigate. Immediately, Fire Phoenix didn't linger on this topic and changed the topic, asking in a deep voice, how's the preparation of the blood? When it came to this topic, one could clearly feel that Fire Phoenix's expression was solemn, even her tone became solemn. Lord Blood's expression also changed, and he said in a low voice, we've already collected more than 30,000 types of blood. Only 30,000? Fire Phoenix frowned. She came to Blood City this time to host the large-scale weapon auction. One of the reasons was to bring back the blood. Obviously, this was the most important thing. You know, although Blood City looks prosperous, but the number of newcomers here is limited and… Lord Blood said with difficulty. And what? Fire Phoenix asked. Some time ago there was an accident. After a newcomer's blood dripped into the blood collection device, there was a sudden change, and it directly caused an explosion, causing the blood that was painstakingly collected to go up in smoke. Lord Blood briefly explained what happened at that time. Hearing that, Fire Phoenix frowned and said unhappily, Lord Blood City, you should know the importance of this matter. If we delay the Pavilion Master's plan, not only you, but everyone related to you, none of them can live. Yes, I'll definitely work hard to complete the mission. Lord Blood City said with some fear. Give me the 30,000 types of blood that you collected, I'll bring them back first. At the latest, within 3 years, we must collect the remaining 70,000 types of blood, or else. Fire Phoenix's fair little hand was placed across her neck. Lord Blood City quickly passed the collected blood to Fire Phoenix. Lord Blood only let out a sigh of relief when the latter left Blood City. We must speed up. Lord Blood's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent, and said coldly. Half a month later, Heart Soldier Imperial Tutor appeared once again, and he found Fong Chun. I haven't seen you for half a month, and you've broken through? Heart Soldier Imperial Tutor was a little surprised. He did not expect the latter to break through in just half a month. I've embarrassed myself, Fong Chun said humbly. I've settled my matter, now I can fulfill my promise to you. Heart Soldier Imperial Tutor said with a smile. I'll bring you to see Lord Blood City directly, and see what he has to say. Thank you very much. Fong Chun was overjoyed. Heart Soldier Imperial Tutor waved his hand. Compared to the bones that you gave me, this is nothing. Chapter 2989. Blood City, City Lord Mansion. Lord Blood was a little frustrated. If not for the accident that happened some time ago, he would have completed half of the blood collection mission. The mission given to him by the Imperial Weapon Pavilion was to collect 100,000 types of blood. It did not matter what grade the blood was as long as it was different. The reason why he was chosen was probably because the Imperial Weapon Pavilion did not want to be too high-profile. He had painstakingly collected more than 50,000 types of blood. However, an accident happened and more than 20,000 types of blood were lost in the explosion. This caused Fire Phoenix and the Imperial Weapon Pavilion to be very unhappy. Thinking of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion's methods, Lord Blood was terrified. Increase the efforts. If there are no newcomers, take the initiative to search. Lord Blood thought to himself. This was a helpless action. He had no choice but to complete the mission given by the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Whoosh! Just as Lord Blood was feeling frustrated, a spatial ripple appeared in the study. Lord Blood's expression changed drastically. To be able to enter the study in such a heavily guarded place like the City Lord Mansion without him noticing, this person must be at least a tribulation supremacy expert. Buzz. Lord Blood widened his eyes and stared at the spatial ripple in the study. In the blink of an eye, two figures appeared. The white-haired and white-robed Imperial teacher Xian Bing smiled at Lord Blood. City Lord Blood, I came uninvited. Sorry to disturb you. You? Imperial teacher Xian Bing? The moment he saw the Imperial teacher Xian Bing, Lord Blood's heart skipped a beat. He quickly cupped his fists and greeted, So it's Senior Imperial teacher Xian Bing. Ha ha ha, it's our honor to have you here. How can we disturb you? Although Lord Blood was very confused, he still greeted him with a smile. However, when he saw Fang Chen behind Lord Blood, a strange look flashed across his eyes. Just like the rumors, this person had a close relationship with the Imperial teacher Xian Bing. May I know why Senior is here? Lord Blood steadied himself and asked softly, If Senior needs anything, I will definitely use all the power of Blood City to help Senior. The Imperial teacher Xian Bing did not want to waste time and said directly, I am indeed here for some matters. With that, he turned to look at Fang Chen. The latter took a step forward and stared at Lord Blood. He is my good friend. I came here with him because he wanted to ask Blood Castellan something. I hope Blood Castellan can tell me the truth. The Imperial Preceptor said, If you tell me the truth, I won't let you suffer a loss. I'll give you an Emperor stage weapon. Lord Blood was excited when he heard that. An Emperor stage weapon was quite attractive to him. Moreover, when a heart weapon Imperial teacher made a move, it would definitely be extraordinary. Even if they were both ruler weapons, the heart weapon that was personally refined by the Imperial Preceptor was much more powerful than those refined by others. Furthermore, he could also make use of this opportunity to leave a good impression on the heart soldier Imperial tutor. This was extremely important to Lord Blood. Lord Blood. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said, Junior has something to ask. Go ahead. Because of the heart weapon Imperial Preceptor, Lord Blood was extremely respectful towards Fang Chen. A few hundred years ago there was a woman who fled here from the southwest. I wonder if you've seen her, Lord Blood? Fang Chen asked. You know that there are countless martial artists who enter Blood City every day. I wonder if the woman you're talking about has any special characteristic. Lord Blood spread his hands and asked. She has the All Fusions body. Fang Chen took a deep breath and said calmly. Lord Blood's expression changed when he heard the words All Fusions body. Although he quickly regained his composure, Fang Chen and the Imperial Preceptor caught it. What? You've heard of her? Fang Chen asked. Lord Blood was in a daze. He was awakened by Fang Chen's voice. He quickly put on a smile and said, The All Fusions body is a rare physique in the world. If someone with the All Fusions body came to Blood City, I'd definitely know. However, I don't remember such a person. Lord Blood, think about it carefully, Fang Chen pressed urgently. At the same time, he was observing the changes in Lord Blood's expression. He wanted to find something from it. Lord Blood shook his head and his attitude was firm. There's no need to think about it. There's really no such person, Lord Blood said. Then, Lord Blood, why do you collect so many blood? Fang Chun continued to interrogate. Lord Blood frowned and looked at Fang Chun. Little brother, I won't be calculative with you because of Senior Imperial Preceptor. What you're asking is Blood City's top secret. If you continue to be like this, Blood City won't welcome you. Lord Blood acted as if he was sending a guest away. This made Fang Chun very annoyed. He glanced at the Imperial Preceptor. The latter shook his head and took a step forward to look at Lord Blood. Blood City Governor, how can I not know your character? Just as the Imperial Preceptor finished his words, an extremely powerful force appeared in the void and Lord Blood's body was instantly confined. What are you doing? Lord Blood's face was filled with fear and he roared loudly. However, it was useless. In front of the Imperial Preceptor, Lord Blood couldn't resist at all. Swoosh! The Imperial Preceptor flicked his finger and Lord Blood's palm exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere and a messenger jade fell to the ground. Why? You want to send a message to Imperial Weapon Pavilion? The Imperial Preceptor sneered. His trick had been seen through long ago. What do you want? Lord Blood looked at Fang Chun angrily and said coldly. I just want to see what's in Lord Blood's head. After speaking, a powerful hallucinatory aura appeared around Fang Chun. No! Lord Blood struggled with all his might. However, in the blink of an eye, he fell into the hallucination and lost himself. I didn't expect you to be so talented in the hallucination Dao. Seeing this, the Imperial Preceptor couldn't help but compliment. Fang Chun used a powerful hallucination to confuse Lord Blood. The latter was only a supreme expert and was suppressed by the Imperial Preceptor. He couldn't resist at all and fell into the hallucination. Lord Blood was like a walking corpse. He stood quietly in the study room and his eyes were dull. A few hundred years ago, was there a lady with the all-fusion body who came to Blood City? Fang Chun repeated his question. Lord Blood nodded mechanically. Yes. Where did the lady go? Fang Chun continued asking. She had the all-fusion body and was chosen by the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master. She was secretly sent to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Lord Blood said. The Pavilion Master gave me a mission to collect 100,000 types of blood to refine her all-fusion body. When her all-fusion body was fully activated and reached an extremely high level, the Pavilion Master would forcefully seize the source of the all-fusion body. Lord Blood was confused by the hallucination and answered whatever was asked. Soon, Fang Chun got everything he wanted. Damn it. Fang Chun was anxious. However, he could confirm that Fang Shi's life wasn't in danger for the time being. After a while, he finally finished his questioning. Originally, Fang Chun wanted to kill Lord Blood directly. However, he was stopped by the Imperial Preceptor. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion is a tiger's den. Even if I were to go there alone, I might not be able to return. With your current strength, going against the Imperial Weapon Pavilion is like hitting a rock with an egg. The Imperial Preceptor said, This fellow is still useful. You should control him and use him as a medium to save your daughter. This is the most important thing. In the end, Fang Chun listened to the Imperial Preceptor's advice and did not make a move on Lord Blood. Fang Chun bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on Lord Blood's lip. Hiss! Lord Blood absorbed it almost immediately. Soon, Fang Chun felt a mysterious aura coming from Lord Blood's body. After establishing a connection with him, he heaved a sigh of relief. The Imperial Preceptor was curious about what Fang Chun was doing. My blood contains a deadly poison. It is enough to threaten Lord Blood and force him to submit. Fang Chun said indifferently. Deadly poison? Ordinary deadly poisons are useless against a venerate god, reminded the Imperial Preceptor. Don't worry. Even a tribulation supremacy can forget about neutralizing this deadly poison of mine. said Fang Chen confidently. Seeing this, the Imperial Preceptor did not say anything else. Although he was curious, he did not ask. Since that is the case, I am relieved. The Imperial Preceptor waved his hand and the force suppressing Lord Blood instantly dissipated. At the same time, the hallucination also dissipated. Chapter 2990. After Lord Blood returned to his original state, he roared furiously and attacked Fang Chen directly. However, just as he was about to attack, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. A miserable cry came out from Lord Blood's mouth. His body fell to the ground with a bang. He touched his face with his palm and was shocked to see blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. "What did you do to me?" Lord Blood roared. "Nothing much. I just poisoned your body." Fang Chen waved his hand and said, "You don't have to think about it. There is basically no cure for such poison. Every time you try to cure it, the poison will worsen. In the end, the poison will attack your heart and the antidote will be useless. Only death awaits you. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try." Despicable. Lord Blood got up from the ground and wiped the blood off his face. The number 1 blacksmith in the Western region actually lowered his status and attacked a Paragon Realm martial artist. Obviously, Lord Blood was extremely dissatisfied with Emperor Teacher Xian Bing's actions. Emperor Teacher Xian Bing waved his hand and said nothing. "What do you want?" At this moment, Lord Blood turned to look at Fang Chen and said in a deep voice, "What I want is very simple. From now on, you just have to listen to me." Fang Chen said bluntly, "Don't worry. I won't let you die or do anything out of line." Humph. Lord Blood was furious. If not for Emperor Teacher Xian Bing's presence, he would have attacked Fang Chen. "Think about it first. We will leave first. If you have thought it through, come to the southern suburbs to find me." After saying that, Emperor Teacher Xian Bing and Fang Chen disappeared from the study room. "Damn you! I will tear you into pieces!" Lord Blood roared furiously. After controlling Lord Blood, Fang Chen and Emperor Teacher Xian Bing returned to the secluded courtyard. "Since you are so confident in your poison, I will take my leave first," Emperor Teacher Xian Bing said. "I have obtained so many treasures this time and have to go into seclusion. If you have any difficulties, you can come to Soldier Mountain to find me." "Thank you, Senior Imperial Preceptor." Fang Chen was still grateful to Imperial Preceptor Xian Bing, although the latter had only helped him because he had given him the bones of some powerhouses. "Master, how is it?" Kong Jiu and Tian Xian hurried over and surrounded Fang Chen, asking anxiously. Fang Chen briefly told the two of them about the information he had obtained from Lord Blood. After hearing this, the two of them clenched their fists tightly, their eyes filled with killing intent. "Damned Imperial Weapon Pavilion, they actually dared to kidnap my junior sister," Tian Xian said in a heavy voice. "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, junior sister wouldn't have ended up like this. No matter what, even if I have to climb a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of flames, I will rescue junior sister," said Kongjiu. "Right now, our enemy is the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. They are too powerful. Compared to the Su clan of the past and the Ling clan of the present, they are much stronger. They are the true strongest power in the Western region. He's quite famous in the primeval chaos." Fang Chen said, "Hence we can't act recklessly. Shi Er's life isn't in danger for now. We have to take action from Lord Blood." "But Lord Blood, if he were to send a message to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, we would all be finished," Tian Xian was worried. Regarding this, Fang Chen smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, Lord Blood will definitely look for me." Fang Chen was very confident in himself. That quick poison calamity divine pill was a poison pill that had once shaken the entire world. Although the effect of the poison calamity divine pill had decreased significantly, at least no one below the level of universe god could resolve it. Even a universe god might not be able to resolve it. How could a mere Lord Blood resolve it? The truth was just as Fang Chen expected. Lord Blood tried his best, and even gathered all the alchemists in the entire Blood City to find a way to resolve the poison. However, every time he tried, the poison would spread a little. After he tried 5 times, the poison caused him great pain. Even his skin was turning purple. Then, he finally realized that something was wrong. After thinking for a long time, he finally made a decision. His life was more important than anything else. If he were to lose his life, everything would be meaningless. According to him, everything had to wait until the poison was resolved. 7 days later, in a secluded courtyard in Blood City, Fang Chen and Lord Blood sat opposite each other on the stone bench in the courtyard. Fang Chen looked calm while Lord Blood looked gloomy. "Are you that confident?" After looking at each other for a long time, Lord Blood finally couldn't take it anymore. "As it turns out, my confidence isn't blind." Fang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said, "How is it? Do you feel that every time you try, the poison will get stronger and it will affect your internal organs and stagnate your cultivation?" Fang Chen told him the side effects of the poison calamity divine pill. Hearing that, Lord Blood's last stand collapsed. With a sigh, he lifted his eyes and looked at Fang Chen seriously. He said slowly, "Tell me, what do you want me to do? Do you know who the lady that you sent to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion a few 100 years ago was?" Fang Chen didn't answer but asked instead. Lord Blood shook his head. "She's my daughter," Fang Chen said calmly. "My request is simple. Save my daughter." "Impossible," Lord Blood said directly. "She has the all-fusion body and the Pavilion Master has his eyes on her. No one can save her. If you think that you can save her by controlling me, you're wrong. Very wrong." Seeing that, Fang Chen didn't refute but continued, "There's a way to solve everything in this world. No matter how difficult it is, you have to try to solve it. Can I just sit back and do nothing about my daughter?" "I can't do what you want." "You might as well let me die," Lord Blood said. "I'm not asking you to save my daughter. I'm only asking you to provide me with some information about the Imperial Weapon Pavilion within your capabilities," Fang Chen said. For the rest of the time, Fang Chen and Lord Blood talked a lot. In the end, Lord Blood promised, "I can agree to your request and provide all information about the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Also, from now on, you'll have all the conveniences in Blood City. However, you have to promise that you won't expose our relationship. Otherwise, I'd rather die than let you get what you want. Don't worry. One day, you'll realize that working with me is your best choice." Before Lord Blood left, Fang Chen threw him a summer ring. "Consider this a gift from me to you." Lord Blood kept the summer ring and turned to leave. When he returned to the city lord's residence, he hurriedly opened the summer ring and was completely stunned. Looking at the many treasures in the summer ring, Lord Blood was a little dazed. "He's so generous?" Lord Blood was shocked and he couldn't calm down. Lord Blood was very useful. To deal with such a person, one should give him a slap and then give him a sweet date. Fang Chen believed that Lord Blood would be pleasantly surprised when he saw the materials in the summer ring. Of course, these materials were just things that Fang Chen couldn't use. In these few days, Fang Chen had already thought of a plan. "The two of you, go and find these materials for me." Fang Chen gave the two of them a large number of origin stones and then made a list and passed it to his 2 disciples. After they left, Fang Chen also left the secluded courtyard. When he came to the Blood City Chamber of Commerce again, Fang Chen went straight to the person in charge. "Mr." After seeing Fang Chen, the person in charge was very excited. Previously, because of Fang Chen's large order, he was rewarded and promoted. Therefore, he was very grateful to Fang Chen. "Do you have anything valuable to sell this time?" the person in charge asked. Fang Chen shook his head. "I'm here to buy something this time." "If there's anything you need, just say it. Everything in the Blood City Chamber of Commerce will be given a 50% discount." The person in charge said with a smile. I need a large pavilion. It's best if it's the same as the one in the Blood City Chamber of Commerce. Fang Chen directly stated his request. Hearing that, the person in charge's expression changed. He immediately asked carefully, I wonder what you want to do with such a large pavilion? Fang Chen didn't answer and glanced at the person in charge. The person in charge smiled awkwardly, fist salute. The Blood City Chamber of Commerce shouldn't be asking about your privacy. It's just that you want to buy such a large pavilion. I need to discuss with the higher-ups of the Chamber of Commerce before I can find a suitable one for you. All right, I'll wait for your good news. Chapter 2991. Blood City Chamber of Commerce, in the 9-story pavilion. Many of the higher-ups gathered to discuss Fang Chen's purchase of a large pavilion. That's how it is, what do you all think? The person in charge said slowly. I've been suspecting that there's a force behind this guy. Now it seems that the force behind him wants to enter Blood City and expand their business. A man with thick eyebrows said, if that's the case, it'll definitely cause trouble for our Blood City Chamber of Commerce. We'll have another enemy for no reason. Our Blood City Chamber of Commerce is deeply rooted. Outsiders won't be able to shake us. No matter what force is behind this guy, if he wants to buy it, we'll just sell it to him. This is a big order, it'll be a waste if we don't earn it. Plus, he might have a bone-like treasure on him. It's important to have a good relationship with him. In the pavilion, everyone was discussing. Some agreed, some disagreed. In the end, everyone unanimously decided to ask Lord Blood. Behind the Blood City Chamber of Commerce was Lord Blood. However, the result of the inquiry surprised them. Lord Blood actually supported them to work with Fang Chen. Moreover, he wanted them to work with him. This was thought-provoking. 3 days later, Fang Chen came to the Blood City Chamber of Commerce again. Ha ha, Master, you're finally here. The person in charge said with a smile. How is it? Fang Chen asked. After a discussion among the higher-ups of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce, we've reached a consensus. However, there might be some changes in the details, the person in charge said. Fang Chen listened attentively. Our Blood City Chamber of Commerce does have a pavilion in the south of the city. It's on the same scale as the Blood City Chamber of Commerce now. It's priceless. Master is our Blood City Chamber of Commerce's Purple Card VIP. After our discussion, we've decided that the pavilion can be rented to Master, but we can't sell it. The person in charge smiled. Sure. Fang Chen nodded. He was going to use it to refine weapons anyway. Renting or buying, there wasn't much difference. A few hours later, everything was settled. The pavilion in the south of the city was empty. The surroundings were a little desolate. This was basically the border of Blood City. However, Fang Chen didn't care about this at all. He lifted his finger. The aura of swordsmanship vibrated. Rays of light shot out from his finger. On the golden plaque on top of the pavilion, 2 big words were written. Weapon Pavilion. From then on, this pavilion would be called the Weapon Pavilion. It was also a newly established force after Fang Chen came here. Currently, there were only 3 people in this force. Fang Chen and his 2 disciples. Master, what is your purpose in establishing this weapon pavilion? Kong Jiu asked. Master definitely wants to use the weapon pavilion to make his name known in the world of weaponsmiths, and then let Lord Blood recommend him to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion to save Junior Sister. Tian Xian muttered. Fang Chen nodded, not hiding anything. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion is the strongest power in the Western region. They specialize in refining weapons. Only those who are exceptionally talented in refining weapons would be able to join the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. If I were to rashly ask Lord Blood to recommend me, not only would I fail, but it would also arouse suspicion. Fang Chen said, therefore, the best way is to make a name for yourself in this Blood City, and then take the opportunity to enter the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. That's a good plan. Kong Jiu smiled. The weapon pavilion hadn't opened yet. Tian Xian and Kong Jiu were already busy making preparations. Late at night, a crescent moon hung in the sky. The moonlight shone down slowly, illuminating the entire land. Fang Chen took out the spirit-tempering wine and drank it mouthful by mouthful. Thousands of thoughts were running through his mind. His wife's whereabouts were unknown. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian were also nowhere to be found. At this time, he found out that his daughter was taken away by the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. He had to try to save his daughter first. At the same time, he was even more eager to let his clone cultivate crazily. When his clone's cultivation reached the Star Venerable realm, he would go to other places alone to look for his wife. I will definitely find you. The moonlight was leisurely, and the fragrance of the spirit-tempering wine was fragrant. Suddenly, Fang Chen heard the sound of sha sha sha. Then, he raised his head to look. Since you're here, why don't you dare to come out? After Fang Chen finished speaking, a figure walked out from the darkness. Poison Prince. The Poison Prince who competed with Fang Chen at the large-scale weapon auction. He had found his way here. Hand it over and I can leave you with a complete corpse. Poison Prince looked at Fang Chen calmly and said disdainfully. Humph, if I were you, I would turn around and leave now. Fang Chen sat quietly, not caring about Poison Prince's arrival. You, Poison Prince was furious. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have some connections with Imperial Tutor Xian Bing? I've already heard that Imperial Tutor Xian Bing has left Blood City. Now you are alone and without help. In my eyes, you are already a dying man. Poison Prince took a step forward and pressured Fang Chen with his aura. Suddenly, Fang Chen put down the wine cup in his hand slowly. Everyone calls you Poison Prince. I guess your attainments in the poison way must be extraordinary? Fang Chen asked. More than enough to poison you to death. Poison Prince sneered. He thought that Fang Chen was stalling for time, but it was useless. Is that so? Fang Chen shook his head. But why do I feel that you are lying? Poison Prince sneered. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt his head swaying, as if he was about to faint. Immediately after, his body also swayed a few times. He opened his palm and suddenly discovered that the center of his palm had turned pitch black. Thump, thump. At the same time, his heart raced and his organs shook. This was the sign of being poisoned. How is this possible? Poison Prince widened his eyes and checked his body carefully. He tried to use his poison way skills to force the poison out of his body. Poochie. His throat moved and blood spurted out of his mouth. You? What did you do to me? Poison Prince stared at Fang Chen angrily and asked in a deep voice. Fang Chen shrugged and said, Aren't you known as Poison Prince? Can't you tell that you are poisoned? You. Poison Prince was furious and raised his hand to punch out. However, before his attack could reach Fang Chen, he felt the poison attacking his heart and his body fell to the ground. Poochie. Blood spurted out of his mouth again. Young Master Poison's heart actually trembled with fear. How is this possible? Poison Prince could not believe it. He was famous for his poison way, but now he was poisoned and could not get rid of it. What did you do? Fang Chen grinned and said, It seems that the title of Poison Prince is just an empty title. You claim to be unparalleled in the poison way, but you don't even know how you are poisoned. What's more laughable is that you don't even know how you were poisoned. Despicable. Poison Prince cursed. He thought that Fang Chen had used despicable means. However, in front of Fang Chen, his poison way was nothing. Fang Chen was the only successor of the Poison Adversity Pill Association, and his body had fused with the ancient poison pill, the Poison Adversity Divine Pill. I'll kill you. Poison Prince roared and used all his strength to attack Fang Chen. However, after several attempts, he could not resist the poison. In the end, he finally compromised. What do you want? What? You're not going to kill me? Fang Chen sneered. Give me the antidote, and today's matter will be written off, Poison Prince said. It seems that you still don't understand your current situation, Fangchen said. Kid, don't force me. It's just a poison. Even if I can't get rid of it, my father can. When the time comes, you will only die a horrible death. Poison Prince said, If you know what's good for you, hand over the antidote obediently. Poison Prince began to threaten Fangchen with his father. However, Fangchen did not fall for it. Bang! A punch landed on Poison Prince's body and sent him flying. Poison Prince felt as if his body was about to fall apart. Looking at Fangchen's eyes that were filled with killing intent, Poison Prince said, You dare to kill me? Do you believe that my father will destroy your body and soul? Fangchen walked towards Poison Prince step by step. Bang! Another punch directly broke one of Poison Young Master's arms. You, Poison Prince panicked, let me go, and I can agree to all your requests. You're begging for mercy now? It's too late. Fangchen's cold voice pronounced the death sentence for young Master Poison. He flicked his finger, and a dazzling sword light pierced through the Poison Young Master's head. Poison Young Master widened his eyes as his corpse fell limply to the ground. Then, Fangchen waved his hand and a huge flame burned his body to ashes, leaving no trace behind. From the very beginning, Fangchen had no intention of letting Poison Prince off. This kind of person was vicious and had a powerful father. If he were to let him go, it would be no different from letting a tiger return to the mountain. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2992. After killing the Poison Young Master, Fangchen burned his body to achieve the effect of destroying the evidence. Although he was not afraid of trouble, he had to be wary of the Poison Young Master's father. Humph! Withdrawing the flames, he snorted and grabbed the Poison Young Master's spatial ring. When he opened it, he was surprised to find a large number of origin stones. Middle-grade origin stones? Fangchen was a little disappointed. There were only 100 million mid-grade origin stones in the Poison Young Master's spatial ring. The rest were of no use to him. Forget it, it's an unexpected gain. He shook his head gently and returned to the pavilion. As time passed, the atmosphere in Blood City became more and more oppressive. There was an indescribable feeling in everyone's heart. On a certain day half a month later, the preparatory work of the weapon pavilion was finally completed. During this period of time, it was all thanks to Kong Jiu and Tianxin's hard work. Otherwise, Fangchen alone would not have been able to handle it. Phew! Standing at the entrance of the weapon pavilion, Tianxin and Kong Jiu breathed a sigh of relief. Master, the weapon pavilion is still in its early stages. It won't attract too many people, Tianxin said. Yes, it's best to think of a way to make the weapon pavilion famous, Kong Jiu said. Fangchen nodded and stood with his hands behind his back. Looking at the people coming and going on the streets, he said with a smile, Spread the news of the weapon pavilion's opening. At this time tomorrow, the weapon pavilion will auction a high-grade Emperor weapon. Moreover, it has an attribute ability. Kong Jiu and Tianxin nodded and began to spread the news. Fangchen also secretly contacted Lord Blood and asked him to send someone to help spread the news. In less than half a day, every corner of Blood City, from tribulation supremacies to ancient gods, knew of the weapon pavilion's existence. Moreover, many people were curious about the origin of the weapon pavilion to be able to take out a high-grade Emperor weapon. Moreover, it had an attribute ability. If it was an ordinary high-grade Emperor weapon, it would not be able to attract tribulation supremacies. However, Fangchen's weapon had an attribute ability. This undoubtedly raised the grade of the weapon to a whole new level. Once the news was out, it instantly swept through the entire Blood City. Countless warriors were inquiring about the weapon pavilion. In the evening, the person in charge of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce hurried to the weapon pavilion and found Fangchen. Young Master, are the rumors outside true? The person in charge asked with a grave expression. Fang Chen nodded and said, "It's true." The person in charge's heart was filled with perilous waves. He widened his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. It was hard to imagine that this guy, who was only a star venerable, could actually take out a high-grade emperor weapon with an attribute ability. Could it be that Imperial Tutor Xian Bing gave it to him? Everyone saw Fang Chen and the Imperial Preceptor together. This was the only way the person in charge could suppress the shock in his heart. "What is it?" "It's like this." The person in charge took a deep breath and calmed down. He said slowly, "The Blood City Chamber of Commerce is very interested in the weapon in your hands. I wonder if you can sell it to the Blood City Chamber of Commerce?" Fang Chen remained silent. The person in charge looked at Fang Chen cautiously, waiting for his answer. After a long while, Fang Chen spoke. "This weapon is the Weapon Pavilion's first business. I want to use the name of the Weapon Pavilion to make a name for myself. Therefore, this weapon is not suitable to be sold to the Blood City Chamber of Commerce." Fang Chen said, "If you're not in a hurry, I'll refine some weapons when I'm free and sell them to the Blood City Chamber of Commerce." But what the Blood City Chamber of Commerce really valued were weapons with attribute ability. Ordinary Emperor weapons were not worthy of their attention. Weapons with attribute ability are very rare. The person in charge wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Fang Chen with a wave of his hand. How could Fang Chen not know what the person in charge was thinking? He said immediately, "Don't worry. The weapon I refine will not be inferior to this weapon." "What?" The person in charge was stunned when he heard that. He then stared at Fang Chen in disbelief. "Young master, what did you just say? You said that the weapon you refine will not be inferior to this weapon?" Fang Chen nodded. The person in charge was a little doubtful. What kind of joke was this? How could a weapon with attribute ability be refined so easily? In the Western region, only the few powerful weapon refiners of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and the Imperial Master of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion could refine as they pleased. Moreover, their level was Emperor Realm. "What? You don't believe me?" Fang Chen wanted to cooperate with the Blood City Chamber of Commerce. He wanted to borrow their strength to quickly develop the Weapon Pavilion, so he did not hide it. "This weapon that will be auctioned is personally refined by me. If the Blood City Chamber of Commerce wants to cooperate with the Weapon Pavilion, the weapons with attribute ability that I refine in the future can be provided to the Blood City Chamber of Commerce." Fang Chen said, "Of course, in return, I hope that the upper echelons of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce will come to support the Weapon Pavilion on its opening day tomorrow." This was a deal and also a condition. Fang Chen had already stated his condition. It was up to the Blood City Chamber of Commerce whether to agree or not. Although Lord Blood's words could more or less affect the Blood City Chamber of Commerce's decision, it was still a matter of great importance. The Blood City Chamber of Commerce would definitely consider it carefully. "Don't worry, young master. I will bring your words to the upper echelons and give you an answer soon." Looking at the person in charge's back as he left, Fang Chen smiled brightly. In just an afternoon, the news of the Weapon Pavilion's opening had spread like wildfire in Blood City. Countless martial artists were excitedly waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. Those tribulation supremacies who had been in seclusion also came out one after another. A high Emperor Realm weapon with attribute ability. If the attributes were compatible, its attack power would not be weaker than a half-step Great Emperor. This was the real reason why tribulation supremacies were attracted. In the dark night, the Blood City Chamber of Commerce was brightly lit. On the 9th floor of the pavilion, all the upper echelons were gathered here to discuss important matters. Did he say this himself? The Blood City Chamber of Commerce's president asked in a deep voice. That's right. He said himself that he can refine Emperor Realm weapons with attribute ability. The purpose of the Weapon Pavilion's establishment is to sell Emperor Realm weapons, the person in charge said slowly. Everyone looked at each other, and finally, Their eyes fell on the Blood City Chamber of Commerce's president. What should we do? They thought to themselves. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If what Fang Chen said was true, then their Blood City Chamber of Commerce would rise completely from now on. However, the premise was that Fang Chen could really refine Emperor Realm weapons with attributability. President, I think this matter needs to be carefully considered. After all, that guy is only a star Venerable martial artist. No one has seen him refine weapons. We still don't know if the Emperor Realm weapons were refined by him. An old man with a white beard said, after the large-scale weapon auction ended, everyone knew that he was taken away by Imperial tutor Xian Bing. Perhaps this weapon was given to him by Imperial tutor Xian Bing. That's right. I agree with Elder Bai. If this kid uses Imperial tutor Xian Bing to intimidate others, wouldn't it be a joke if we, the Blood City Chamber of Commerce, were to support him? Of course, there were some people who thought that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that they must not miss. Someone who can be valued by Imperial tutor Xian Bing must have extraordinary talent in refining weapons. Maybe he can really refine weapons with attributability. Actually, the Blood City Chamber of Commerce doesn't have to worry about whether Fang Chen is telling the truth or not. We can just go and support him. Manager Li pondered and said, if what he said is false, the Blood City Chamber of Commerce can just find an excuse to annex the weapon pavilion. Outsiders won't know anything. If what he said is true, then the Blood City Chamber of Commerce will undoubtedly become Fang Chen's closest ally. Think about it, if we can provide Emperor Realm weapons with attributability for a long time, what kind of scene would it be? Manager Li was the person in charge of the first deal with Fang Chen. This time, he was also the one who brought back Fang Chen's word. After thinking about it, he voiced his thoughts. Manager Li is right. This risk is worth taking. The president smiled and said, prepare a generous gift and attend the Weapon Pavilion's opening ceremony on time tomorrow. Other than that, in the City Lord's mansion, Lord Shui also ordered his subordinates to prepare precious materials for the Weapon Pavilion's opening ceremony tomorrow. Chapter 2993. The next day at noon. After a day of fermenting, everyone in Red City focused their attention on the Armament Pavilion. They were curious about who the owner of the Armament Pavilion was. There was a sea of people in front of the Armament Pavilion. Countless martial artists surrounded the Armament Pavilion and looked inside curiously. Creak. The door on the first floor opened. Kong Jiu and Tian Xian walked out and stood on both sides of the door. Behind them, Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He slowly walked out like a grandmaster. As soon as he appeared, everyone's eyes were on him. Isn't that the guy who was taken away by the Imperial tutor? Could it be that the Imperial tutor is behind the Armament Pavilion? After seeing Fang Chen, everyone was shocked. They didn't believe that Fang Chen could develop the Armament Pavilion with his ability, unless he had the support of the Imperial tutor. For a moment, countless discussions spread from the crowd. Fang Chen didn't care about the discussions. He looked up as if he was waiting for something. What's going on? Didn't you say that there's an Emperor-level weapon with attribute abilities? Why won't you take it out? Kid, you're not lying to us, are you? Someone in the crowd questioned. Immediately, many people voiced their support and urged Fang Chen to take out the Emperor-level weapon with attribute abilities. Otherwise, they would attack together and destroy the Armament Pavilion. However, in the face of the crowd's questioning, Fang Chen waved his hand. Everyone, today is the opening day of the Armament Pavilion. It's an honor for all of you to be here. The Emperor-level weapon with attribute abilities is in the Armament Pavilion. Now is not the time to auction it, so please be patient. Fang Chen waved his hand, indicating that everyone should not be anxious. However, some people with ulterior motives began to secretly spread news that was unfavorable to the Armament Pavilion. For a moment, a storm was brewing. Everyone's heart was wavering. Fortunately, The Red City Chamber of Commerce arrived in time and gave everyone a reassuring pill. They're here. Fang Chen saw the people from the Red City Chamber of Commerce at a glance. The Blood City Chamber of Commerce is here to congratulate the opening of the Armament Pavilion. Deacon Li's voice suddenly appeared among the crowd. Everyone turned their heads, and after seeing the many higher-ups of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce, their eyes widened and they could not help but open up a path. Many of the upper echelons of the Shui City Chamber of Commerce also walked in front of Fang Chen from the middle road. Heavens! So many of the upper echelons of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce have come to congratulate the opening of the Weapon Pavilion? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? There has never been anything that could gather all the upper echelons of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce. Could it be that behind this Weapon Pavilion, there really is a Heart Weapon Emperor tutor? That's the president of the Blood City Merchant Guild. He's usually elusive. I've been in Blood City for 30 years and I've never seen him before. But he's here today. A series of discussions caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Only then did they realize that the Weapon Pavilion was not as simple as they had imagined. In front of the Weapon Pavilion, Deacon Li pointed at the black-robed old man in front of him and introduced him with a smile. Young Master Fang, no, I should call you Pavilion Master Fang now. This is the president of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce. He heard about the opening of the Weapon Pavilion and is here to congratulate you. It's an honor to have you here, President. Fang Chen clasped his hands together and gave the president enough face. The president sized up Fang Chen carefully. It was his first time seeing such a young star venerable martial artist. At the same time, his heart was beating like a drum. Could such a young craftsman craft an Emperor stage weapon with additional attribute abilities? However, doubts were just doubts. The president naturally would not show it. Pavilion Master Fang, you're welcome. You're an honored guest of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce. It's only right for me to be here. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Fang Chen, many of the upper echelons of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce walked to the side and waited for the Emperor's stage weapon to appear. However, at this time, another voice was heard among the crowd. Lord Shui, the governor of Blood City, is here to congratulate the opening of the Armament Pavilion. The person who spoke was the head steward of the governor's mansion. In front of him was Lord Shui in a blood-red robe. Lord Shui. Seeing Lord Shui, the crowd's pupils shrank. There was no one in Blood City who did not know of Master Blood. When Lord Shui's name was mentioned, the crowd was terrified. Gosh, who is this guy? Why did Lord Shui come to congratulate him personally? It must be Imperial Tutor Xian Bing. Otherwise, why would Lord Shui and the Blood City Chamber of Commerce come to congratulate a star venerable martial artist? That's right. Now we can confirm that Imperial Tutor Xian Bing is behind the Armament Pavilion. The crowd suppressed the shock in their hearts and analyzed carefully. Lord Shui smiled at Fang Chen, but his smile was a little stiff. Lord Shui. Fang Chen clasped his hands together and nodded at Lord Shui. I heard that the Armament Pavilion is opening and that an Emperor stage weapon with additional attribute abilities has appeared. I'm curious, so I'm here to take a look, Lord Shui said. The two biggest forces in Blood City, the Governor's Mansion and the Blood City Chamber of Commerce, had come to congratulate the Armament Pavilion. This made the crowd very shocked. Fang Chen felt that it was about time. He waved his hand, and Tian Xian turned and walked into the Armament Pavilion, but soon came out. However, there was a long sword in his hand. Everyone, today is the opening of the Armament Pavilion. I'd like to take this opportunity to auction off my Emperor stage weapon. The highest bidder will win, Fang Chen said slowly. Is this a weapon with additional attribute abilities? The longsword looked very ordinary. There was no aura fluctuation on it. The crowd frowned. Was the owner of the Armament Pavilion playing with them? However, when they remembered that the president of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce and Lord Shui were both here, they dismissed the idea. Why can't I sense any aura fluctuation? Please explain it to us, Pavilion Master Fong. Some voices came from the crowd. Using an ordinary Emperor stage weapon as a weapon with additional attribute abilities. Trash. Suddenly, a sharp voice caught Fong Chen's attention. He looked up and saw the demonic tribulation lord in the crowd. Fong Chen smirked and said coldly, "Since the demonic tribulation lord thinks that this is an ordinary weapon, then don't participate in the auction. I won't force you." Hearing this, the demonic tribulation lord snorted and said no more. Today was not the time to make a move. Lord Shui was here, so he suppressed the anger in his heart. "I'd like to see how long you can keep up this act." Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Fong Chen raised his hand and stretched out his finger, touching the longsword gently. Hum! A loud and clear sword chime resounded through the sky. "Everyone, what did you hear?" Fong Chen asked. Everyone grinned, not thinking much of it. Wasn't it just the chime of a sword? Any longsword would be able to do that. At first, the president of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce and Lord Shui were very calm. However, after hearing the chime of the sword, their expressions changed. When the chime stopped, both of them widened their eyes at the same time and their breathing became rapid. Whoosh! Fong Chen held the hilt of the sword in his hand, and sword chi surged. Then, he suddenly exerted force and stabbed the sword into the ground. The long sword shook and stood on the ground, and countless sword patterns appeared around it. It's true. Lord Shui and the president of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce seemed to have noticed something. Their hearts were filled with excitement. Sideshow? Do you really think we're ignorant? The demonic tribulation lord spoke again and mocked. Lord Shui and the president of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce are here, but you're openly fooling us. I'd like to see how you're going to end up today. Because of the large-scale weapon auction, the demonic tribulation lord and Fong Chen had a feud, and he resented Fong Chen very much. Therefore, as long as there was a chance to humiliate Fong Chen, he would not miss it. Don't embarrass yourself with your ignorance, okay? Fong Chen said coldly. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean that others can't see it. You, the demonic tribulation lord, was furious and was about to speak, but he was scolded by Lord Shui. Shut up. Lord Shui was angry, and the demonic tribulation lord obediently shut his mouth. If the demonic heart palace is full of trash like you, it won't be far from destruction, Lord Shui said in a deep voice. The president of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce also stepped forward and explained to everyone. Everyone, this sword is indeed a weapon with elemental abilities. Take a closer look at the sword. Everyone looked carefully. After that, the president of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce pulled it up. Suddenly, there were subtle changes on the sword. This scene was noticed by some of the old monsters in the Tribulation Lord realm in the crowd. Chapter 2994. A little ripple appeared on this seemingly ordinary long sword. A series of complex sword Dao patterns spread out in an instant. At the same time, a shocking sword chi seemed to fall from the sky and completely enveloped the sword. The hearts of everyone trembled. There was a strong oppression in the air, and pain spread from the depths of their minds. Almost at the same time, countless warriors let out miserable roars. There were even some weaker martial artists who directly fell to the ground with a bang. Buzz. Seeing this, the president of the Shui City Chamber of Commerce inserted the long sword in his hand into the ground again. Suddenly, the fear that originated from the depths of the primordial spirit gradually disappeared. In front of the weapon pavilion, many warriors gradually calmed down. However, the expressions on their faces were clear. They shook their heads frantically, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Their primordial spirits were shaking, and intense pain came, as if they would shatter at any time. They were in a trance. If the president of the Shui City Chamber of Commerce had taken the initiative to attack, their primordial spirits would have exploded and died. It was hard to imagine that this pressure was exerted by a long sword. It was simply too strong. Is this an additional attribute? Everyone was amazed, and they stared at the long sword inserted in the ground with burning eyes. At this moment, everyone no longer doubted the extraordinariness of the long sword in front of them. The face of the demonic tribulation supremacy in the crowd was burning, as if he had been slapped. He could clearly feel that there were some mocking gazes coming from around him. At this moment, he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Seeing the shock on everyone's faces, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. He had achieved his goal of deterrence. The president of the Shui City Chamber of Commerce and Lord Shui were very cooperative. The pressure of the weapon pavilion had left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. Next, it would be easy to handle. While everyone was immersed in shock and unable to extricate themselves, Fang Chen took the opportunity to announce the official establishment of the weapon pavilion. Thank you for coming. I, Fang Chen, hereby announce that from today onwards, the weapon pavilion is officially established. From now on, the weapon pavilion will not only sell weapons to the outside world, but also provide a place for everyone to trade weapons. The weapon pavilion will not charge any fees, and will also protect everyone's safety. As Fang Chen's voice fell, warm applause sounded. At this moment, I'll take out this Emperor stage weapon with an attribute ability for auction, Fang Chen continued. Immediately, the crowd looked at him with burning gazes. Some tribulation supremacies began to bid. Lord Blood did not say a word from the beginning to the end. He watched with a smile as everyone fought over the Emperor stage weapon. As for the president of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce, there were many times when he couldn't help but want to bid. However, when he recalled what Deaconly said, he gave up in the end. This gave people the misconception that the two great forces had come here purely to support the weapon pavilion. This made everyone feel the power of the weapon pavilion even more. After a round of bidding, the sword was finally won by a powerhouse called Tribulation Supremacy 2 He. Ha ha! When Supremacy 2 He obtained the longsword, he was extremely excited. Thank you for your help, Pavilion Master Fang. If you need anything in the future, feel free to let me know. Tribulation Supremacy 2, he expressed his stance. You're too kind, Supremacy 2 He. You bid the highest, so you deserve this weapon, Fang Chen said modestly and politely. In the following world, the atmosphere in front of the weapon pavilion reached its peak. Amidst countless lively voices, the weapon pavilion officially opened. With the protection of the two great forces, one could imagine that the weapon pavilion's business would definitely be booming. On the third day after the weapon pavilion was officially established, the president of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce finally couldn't help but look for Fang Chen again. On the 9th floor of the weapon pavilion, Pavilion Master Fang, the president of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce, wanted to say something but stopped. President, if you have something to say, just say it, Fang Chen said. I wonder if what you said to Deaconly before, Pavilion Master Fang. Before he could finish, Fang Chen gave a clear answer. If the Blood City Chamber of Commerce doesn't mind, the weapon pavilion will naturally be overjoyed, Fang Chen said. Then, from now on, the Blood City Chamber of Commerce and the weapon pavilion are the closest allies, the president of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce said with a smile. Since they were allies, they naturally had to profit from each other. Next, the president of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce stated his conditions. After all, the weapon pavilion was just established and still needed to rely on the Blood City Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, the president's meaning was very clear, that was, in the future, the weapons with attribute abilities refined by Fang Chen would be sold to the Blood City Chamber of Commerce first. That's not a problem. However, we can't sell all of them to the Blood City Chamber of Commerce. After all, the weapon pavilion also needs to do business. Fang Chen pondered and said, How about this? Every month I will provide the Blood City Chamber of Commerce with a weapon with attribute abilities. As for the price, it will be 10% off the market price. Hearing this, the president of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce was secretly delighted. Okay, it's a deal. The alliance between the Blood City Chamber of Commerce and the Weapon Pavilion was officially established. However, Fang Chen's ambition was not here. He was only temporarily using the Blood City Chamber of Commerce to increase the influence of the Weapon Pavilion. Nightfall. In the City Lord's mansion, Fang Chen entered Lord Blood's study quietly as if he had entered a no-man's land. "Why are you here?" Seeing Fang Chen, Lord Blood was a little surprised. "Can't I come to see you?" Fang Chen said with a smile. Lord Blood's face was gloomy. If it were not for the fact that he was cautious about the poison, he would have torn the person in front of him into pieces. "What do you want to do by establishing the Weapon Pavilion?" Lord Blood asked. "You'll know in the future." Fang Chen took out an upper-grade Emperor weapon from his arms and handed it to Lord Blood. "This is for you." Lord Blood took the weapon and instantly felt the attributes attached to it. He was shocked. "Why do you have a weapon with attribute abilities? Is it really like the rumors outside, that the Imperial Tutor Xian Bing took you as his disciple? Is the Imperial Tutor Xian Bing behind the Weapon Pavilion?" Fang Chen smiled mysteriously and did not answer directly. He only said, "You're working for me now, so I won't treat you badly. This weapon is for you." Lord Blood had a complicated expression. He did not expect Fang Chen to give him such a valuable gift. For a moment, his thoughts were complicated. But soon, Lord Blood shook his head and regained his senses. Although the person in front of him gave him a stunning feeling, he was still too inexperienced to fight against the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion is much stronger than you think. After thinking about it, Lord Blood finally reminded Fang Chen. The development of the Weapon Pavilion was on the right track. With Kong Jiu and Tianxin around, Fang Chen did not have to do anything. He only had to refine Emperor weapons on time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 8th floor of the Weapon Pavilion was where Fang Chen specialized in refining weapons. At this moment, there was a huge flame in front of Fang Chen, enveloping a piece of material. Rip. A moment later, Fang Chen suddenly exerted force. At the same time, a wild power emerged in his mind. The fire grew stronger and continuously pressed the material. In the blink of an eye, the material wrapped in flames turned into a weapon embryo. After a long while, the refining was completed. Whoosh! Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He restrained the flames and carefully looked at the weapon he had refined. With the fire origin bloodline, refining weapons is twice the result with half the effort, Fang Chen said with a smile. It reminded him of Xiaohua. The latter had a mutated fire seed and was much stronger than him in the path of fire. If Xiaohua was refining weapons, the success would probably be higher, right? With my current refining skills, I can barely refine a supreme-grade Emperor weapon with attributes, Fang Chen murmured. The high-grade Emperor weapons with attributes that he had auctioned previously were much easier to refine. His current limit was a supreme-grade Emperor weapon. If the outside world knew about this, it would definitely be shocking. It's enough. 3 months at most. I must make the Weapon Pavilion famous around the area, Fang Chen said. The first step of the plan had succeeded. When the Weapon Pavilion was strong enough to attract the attention of the Imperial Armament Pavilion, it would be time for the second step. The establishment of every force would experience many setbacks. Although the Blood City Chamber of Commerce and the Governor's Mansion were two major forces, the Weapon Pavilion still faced many challenges. One day, a red-haired old man descended from the sky and stood at the entrance of the Weapon Pavilion. His aura was like a rainbow, and he looked like he could hold back 10,000 men. He declared that he would challenge the Weapon Pavilion's Pavilion Master. He even said that if the Weapon Pavilion's Pavilion Master did not dare to accept the challenge, he should disband the Weapon Pavilion and get out of Blood City. This action attracted everyone's attention. They were all curious if the Weapon Pavilion's Pavilion Master dared to accept the challenge. Chapter 2995. Master Dongfang was a recognized master craftsman in the western region. A long time ago, when Master Dongfang became famous at a young age, Imperial tutor Xian Bing said that Master Dongfang would achieve great things in the future. However, that was the truth. Since then, Master Dongfang had shown great talent in crafting. As time went by, his crafting skills improved rapidly. In just 100 years, he was able to craft an Emperor stage weapon, which caused a great commotion at that time. However, what was even more unbelievable was that Master Dongfang refused the Imperial Armament Pavilion's invitation. Since then, Master Dongfang disappeared without a trace. Some people said that Master Dongfang offended the Imperial Armament Pavilion and was killed by them. Some said that Master Dongfang went to a wider area to pursue a higher level of crafting. Of course, all these rumors were just guesses. Now, Master Dongfang had appeared and publicly challenged the Pavilion Master. Countless martial artists quickly gathered in front of the Pavilion of Weapons, waiting for the upcoming battle. In front of the Pavilion of Weapons, Master Dongfang wore a gray robe and his red hair was particularly eye-catching. Buzz. Master Dongfang stood quietly. A strange aura was emitted from his body, giving people a strong sense of oppression. As expected of Master Dongfang, after disappearing for so many years, he's still so domineering. Yes, I heard that Master Dongfang loves to challenge geniuses. This time, he must have heard about the Pavilion of Weapons and came to challenge them. What a coincidence! We can see if the Pavilion Master is really talented and if he's just trying to impress the crowd. I wonder if Lord Shui and the Blood City Chamber of Commerce's president will come. The discussions of the crowd quickly spread out. Master Dongfang closed his eyes to cultivate, waiting for Fang Chen to appear. After a while, the Blood City Chamber of Commerce's president arrived. Master Dongfang, it's an honor to meet you. The president saluted Master Dongfang. However, Master Dongfang ignored him. I'm only here to challenge the Pavilion Master and see if he's as powerful as the rumors say, Master Dongfang said in a deep voice. However, Fang Chen did not appear. If the Pavilion Master doesn't accept my challenge, then admit defeat in public and disband the Pavilion of Weapons. I'll leave. Master Dongfang was trying to goad Fang Chen into joining the battle. However, there was still no movement in the pavilion. On the 9th floor of the pavilion, Kong Jiu and Tian Xian stared at their master. The latter was indifferent, as if he didn't care about Grandmaster Dongfang's challenge at all. Master! Tian Xian called out softly. Fang Chen turned around and said, "What's wrong? Are you worried about me?" Several hundred years ago, Master Dongfang was already able to refine an emperor weapon. After several hundred years, his attainments in artifact forging have become even greater. According to the information we received, when Grandmaster Dongfang comes out of seclusion this time, it is extremely likely that he will reach the level of a heart weapon Imperial Preceptor, Kong Jiu said. Fang Chen shook his head. It's not that easy to forge a half-step martial emperor weapon. However, this Grandmaster Dongfang seems to have some influence in the western region. If I defeat him in front of everyone, will it attract the attention of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion? Fang Chen suddenly thought of this. However, at this moment, there was already an uproar in front of the Weapon Pavilion. Many people were guessing that the Weapon Pavilion Master was afraid and did not dare to appear. However, Grandmaster Dongfang had said that if the Weapon Pavilion's Pavilion Master did not appear before sunset tonight, he would destroy the Weapon Pavilion with absolute strength. His words alarmed the entire Blood City. Grandmaster Dongfang. In the distance, Lord Blood quickly rushed over. In the blink of an eye, Lord Blood arrived in front of Grandmaster Dongfang. Grandmaster, how can a mere weapon pavilion compare to a powerhouse like you? The Weapon Pavilion and I have some friendship. Do me a favor and let them go? Lord Blood whispered into Grandmaster Dongfang's ear. Humph, if the weapon pavilion's pavilion master is unworthy of his reputation, then there is no need for the weapon pavilion to exist. Otherwise, it will embarrass the Western region's artifact forging community, Grand Master Dongfang said. Lord Blood was a little embarrassed when he heard this. He turned to look at the Blood City Chamber of Commerce's president, who shrugged helplessly. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. The time of Grand Master Dongfang's appointment was getting closer and closer. Many people were secretly delighted and were ready to watch a good show. It seems that the weapon pavilion is really scared. They don't dare to fight. Humph, how dare the weapon pavilion compete with Grandmaster Dongfang? That's right. Grandmaster Dongfang has reappeared after several hundred years. He must want to use the weapon pavilion as a stepping stone to tell the world that he is back. Everyone discussed animatedly. Even Grandmaster Dongfang was a little impatient. Lord Blood tried to contact Fong Chen but did not get a reply. The Blood City Chamber of Commerce's president's forehead was full of sweat. Their Chamber of Commerce and the Weapon Pavilion were allies. If the Weapon Pavilion was destroyed by Grandmaster Dongfang, their Chamber of Commerce would also be implicated. This was something he did not want to see. I will go in and take a look. Finally, the Blood City Chamber of Commerce's president could not help but push the door open, ready to go in. Creak. At this moment, the door of the Weapon Pavilion slowly opened. 3 figures walked out. Fong Chen was in front, while Kong Jiu and Tianxin followed behind him. You are the Weapon Pavilion Master? Grandmaster Dongfang raised his head and looked at Fong Chen. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on Fong Chen. Fong Chen nodded. That's right. I am the Weapon Pavilion Master. Very well. Do you accept my challenge? Grandmaster Dongfang asked directly. Fong Chen did not answer directly. Instead, he smiled and said, Grandmaster Dongfang has been famous for a long time. You are recognized as the strongest blacksmith in the Western region. Why do you have to bully me? So, you are afraid? Grandmaster Dongfang frowned. Fong Chen shook his head. I just feel that it is a pity. Pity what? It is a pity for Grandmaster Dongfang's reputation. Fong Chen said calmly. Grandmaster Dongfang was even angrier. Humph, pretentious. I will not say anything more. As long as you can defeat me in blacksmithing, I, Grandmaster Dongfang, will leave without another word. I will also apologize to you for my words just now. If you lose, the Weapon Pavilion will be disbanded and you will get out of Blood City. Lord Blood and the Blood City Chamber of Commerce's president looked at each other. They did not dare to interrupt. Fong Chen smiled faintly. I'll accept your challenge. However, I need to change the conditions. As you wish. Grandmaster Dongfang was extremely confident in himself. He did not care how Fong Chen changed the conditions. After all, he was going to win. If I lose, as you said, the Weapon Pavilion will be disbanded and I will leave Blood City. But if you lose, you will join my Weapon Pavilion as the Deputy Pavilion Master. What do you think? Grandmaster Dongfang sneered. Kid, I will let you know what true blacksmithing is. Obviously, Grandmaster Dongfang agreed to Fong Chen's request. Boom. As soon as he said that, Grandmaster Dongfang's body emitted an extremely majestic energy. At the same time, he fully released his weapon core. Weapon core? Exclamations came from the crowd. Could it be that Grandmaster Dongfang can forge a half-step martial emperor weapon? Oh my god, could Grandmaster Dongfang be on the same level as Emperor Xinbing? If that is the case, then the Weapon Pavilion will have no chance of winning. The demonic tribulation supremacy of the demonic heart palace sneered in the crowd. Kid, you are so arrogant. How dare you compete with Grandmaster Dongfang in blacksmithing? You are courting death. After that, the demonic tribulation supremacy continued. With the help of Grandmaster Dongfang, we will get rid of him. Then, we will try our best to rope him in. If he can be used by the demonic heart palace, At the end of his speech, the demonic tribulation supremacy laughed to himself. There are no rules in this competition. Whoever can forge a higher grade weapon will be the winner. Grandmaster Dongfang took the lead. With a wave of his hand, all the materials were gathered and a violent flame began to burn. After a quarter of an hour, Grandmaster Dongfang abruptly stopped. While everyone was in a daze, a rainbow of light shot into the sky. Then, the entire sky shook. A vision from the sky? Is it a half-step martial emperor? Everyone was shocked. They stared at the mushroom-like vision in the sky. Huh? What's going on? In the blink of an eye, the vision dissipated. At this time, Grandmaster Dongfang's weapon was completed. Everyone was shocked and immediately exclaimed, "Although it is not a half-step martial emperor weapon, it is infinitely close. That is why it triggered such a vision." Strictly speaking, Grandmaster Dongfang's weapon had already surpassed the supreme grade martial emperor level. It was only one step away from the half-step martial emperor level. Chapter 2996. Master Dongfang had forged a weapon that was superior to supreme grade emperor grade weapons at an unbelievable speed. In front of the weapon pavilion, everyone was shocked. After hundreds of years, Master Dongfang had become so powerful? Wasn't this too terrifying? The cultivators who supported Fang Chen at the beginning began to waver. With Master Dongfang's current attainments, who in the entire western region could defeat him, except for Imperial Preceptor? Even if the weapon pavilion master had unparalleled potential, it was almost impossible for him to defeat Master Dongfang. Although Master Dongfang's weapon hadn't reached the half-step emperor grade, it was infinitely close. It was superior to supreme grade emperor grade weapons. Emperor grade weapons were divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and supreme grade. Being able to forge supreme grade emperor grade weapons was already very impressive. "Master Dongfang!" someone in the crowd shouted. Suddenly, countless shouts rang out. They were crazily shouting Grandmaster Dongfang's name. The strong were respected. This was the reality. Master Dongfang had cultivated in seclusion for hundreds of years. Once he came out, he shocked the entire western region. They could imagine that if the news spread today, it would definitely cause a stir in the entire western region. Master Dongfang was now the real number 2 in the western region, second only to Imperial Preceptor. Such a powerhouse might surpass Imperial Preceptor in the future. Many people secretly discussed. Only the person in the Imperial Armament Pavilion could surpass Master Dongfang. "Pavilion Master Fang, this is the weapon I forged. It's my best work. Although it hasn't reached the half-step Emperor grade, it's superior to supreme grade Emperor grade weapons." Master Dongfang held the weapon he forged and smiled. "What do you have to fight me?" Master Dongfang's words were undoubtedly telling the world that he was the true master of the armor world. Fang Chen was nothing. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Chen. They wanted to see how the weapon pavilion master would respond. Kang Jiu and Tian Xian's expressions changed. They were a little worried, but seeing their master's indifference, they relaxed. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, unmoved. He didn't even look at Master Dongfang's weapon. In his opinion, the result was already decided. What? Is Pavilion Master Fang too scared to speak? Seeing this, Master Dongfang snickered. "If Pavilion Leader Fang concedes, then please keep your promise." Fang Chen gently shook his head. "Who said I was going to admit defeat?" Fang Chen slowly raised his head and looked directly at Master Dongfang. The latter shrugged and said disdainfully, "If you want to surpass me, you'll have to forge a half-step martial emperor weapon. But do you have that ability?" In everyone's eyes, Fang Chen had already lost. Unless the heart weapon Imperial Tutor personally made a move, only then would he be able to suppress Great Master Dongfang. However, would the heart weapon Imperial Teacher appear? Even now, you still can't recognize your own situation. Fine, I'll let you give up completely. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, He raised his hand and a raging fire burned in his palm. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Master Dongfang. "Watch carefully," Fang Chen said softly. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he took out all the materials that he had prepared beforehand and started to burn them in his palm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The fire origin bloodline was fully activated and the flames in his palm were abnormally strong. Everyone was shocked. What a strong flame! No wonder he has such strong attainments in forging weapons at such a young age. Many people shook their heads and their eyes were filled with envy. Even Master Dongfang had to admit that Fang Chen's flame was much stronger than his. However, no matter how strong the flame is, it won't work if the materials are too weak. Master Dongfang could tell at a glance that the materials used by Fang Chen were the most basic and common materials. It was impossible to forge a half-step martial emperor weapon with these ordinary materials. "You're going to lose." As Fang Chen went deeper into the forging process, Master Dongfang spread his hands and made a judgment. However, Fang Chen's forging speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, no one could see his forging process clearly. Crash! After a while, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, a scorching flame shot up into the sky and the sound of a sword rang through the sky. A long sword tore through the void and shot toward Yi Futian. Fang Chen opened his palm and the flame was extinguished. The long sword with endless sword chi fell into his palm. Did he succeed? What grade is it? Everyone woke up from their shock and hurriedly looked at Fang Chen. It's just a supreme grade martial emperor weapon. You still lost. Master Dongfang's voice was heard by everyone. Although your forging process surprised me, the result is the same. You didn't change it. At this moment, Master Dongfang's face was full of smiles. He opened his hands and accepted the admiration of everyone. No wonder he's the second best armorer in the Western region. Such a powerful method is really amazing. Soon, Master Dongfang will be as famous as Imperial Teacher Xian Bing. Yes, this is an opportunity for the Western region's armorer community. Many people praised Master Dongfang. Some people even began to secretly instigate Fang Chen and the Weapon Pavilion to leave Blood City. The president of the Shui City Chamber of Commerce and Lord Shui looked at each other. There was a complicated look in their eyes. Seeing Fang Chen's calm expression, they did not believe that Fang Chen would lose. What's so strange about this weapon? Lord Blood's consciousness shrouded it and carefully observed. At this moment, the president of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce exclaimed. His body trembled as if he had discovered a secret. "What's wrong?" Lord Blood asked. "It has attributes. It's actually a weapon with attribute." As the president of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce spoke, the noisy front of the Weapon Pavilion instantly fell silent. "What? Attribute ability?" Hearing this, Lord Blood hurriedly checked. Then, there was a storm in his heart. Originally, he and the president of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce would definitely not believe that with Fang Chen's ability, he could forge a supreme-grade martial emperor weapon with attributes. But now, the truth was in front of them. Everyone was at a loss and did not understand. Fang Chen held the longsword in his hand and said slowly, "My longsword is a supreme-grade martial emperor weapon with attributes. I wonder if it can suppress your weapon?" Fang Chen's eyes were fixed on Master Dongfang. Impossible. Master Dongfang's first reaction was that it was impossible. What kind of joke was this? Even he, who had cultivated for hundreds of years, could not forge a supreme-grade martial emperor weapon with attributes. How could this young martial artist in front of him do it? A weapon with attributes was much more powerful than an ordinary weapon. "That's the truth," Fang Chen said indifferently. Master Dongfang rushed in front of Fang Chen and picked up the weapon that the latter had forged. Suddenly, the sound of the sword was dazzling. Master Dongfang's body trembled and fell into silence. After a long time, Master Dongfang sighed and handed the longsword to Fang Chen. He shook his head and said bitterly, I lost. Whoosh! There was an uproar in front of the weapon pavilion. Countless martial artists widened their eyes and could not believe their ears. Master Dongfang lost? Could it be that the weapon pavilion's master has surpassed him in crafting? He's too powerful. It's unbelievable. He can forge a supreme-grade martial emperor weapon with attributes. The Blood City Chamber of Commerce's president and Lord Blood woke up from their shock. They looked at Fong Chen with even more complicated eyes. Now it's time to fulfill your promise, right? The result was already decided. There was no suspense. A supreme-grade martial emperor weapon with attributes was as valuable as an ordinary half-step martial emperor weapon. Master Dongfang did not think that he had the ability to forge a half-step martial emperor weapon. Therefore, he had completely lost this battle. He had cultivated for hundreds of years so that he could amaze the world with a single feat. However, in the end, he had become someone else's stepping stone. Forget it. Master Dongfang shook his head. Since I promised you, I will fulfill it. From now on, I will join the weapon pavilion. Hearing this, Fong Chen grinned. It's the weapon pavilion's great honor to have Master Dongfang join us. From now on, you will be the deputy pavilion master. Master Dongfang turned around and walked straight to the weapon pavilion. Master Dongfang. Fong Chen stopped Master Dongfang and said leisurely, "You're too stubborn. The art of crafting should be inclusive of all rivers, and not just build a cart behind closed doors." Chapter 2997. Master Dongfang had been cultivating in seclusion for hundreds of years. Once he came out, he had already shocked the world. His crafting skills had already reached an unimaginable level. In front of everyone, he had crafted his best work. He was only one step away from the half-step emperor realm. However, he was defeated by the master of the weapon pavilion. This news swept through the entire western region like a gust of wind. Countless forces were shaken by it. In front of the weapon pavilion, although everyone was shocked, they wanted to witness the birth of a miracle. However, the craftsmanship competition had come to an end and they left. The president of the Shui City Chamber of Commerce and Lord Shui looked at each other. Their hearts were filled with excitement. After this battle, they were even more determined. Fong Chen's potential was too strong. From now on, the Shui City Chamber of Commerce will be the strongest ally of the weapon pavilion. After the president of the Shui City Chamber of Commerce returned, he gave an order. After Lord Shui returned to the City Lord Mansion, he fell into deep thought. Although he helped Fong Chen because he was under someone else's control, he had to help because he was heavily poisoned. However, judging from the time when he was released from Fong Chen, this man's future was limitless. One more step and he will surpass the Emperor Master. Thinking of this, Lord Shui's heart trembled. His mentality seemed to be gradually changing, and even he himself did not notice it. On the 9th floor of the weapon pavilion, Fong Chen and Master Dongfang sat opposite each other. Kong Jiu and Tianxin personally poured wine. "Master Dongfang, please." Fong Chen raised his glass and smiled at Master Dongfang. The latter nodded and gently took a sip. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly. Then, as if he had realized something, he abruptly gulped down the fine wine in the cup in one gulp. "Master Dongfang, although the wine is good, you don't have to be so anxious." Master Dongfang's expression was within Fong Chen's expectations. In this world, who could resist the temptation of the wine personally brewed by the god of wine, Lu Xingxing? Master Dongfang was no exception. When the wine entered his stomach, he immediately felt a fiery aura jumping around. Gulp. Master Dongfang drank several glasses of wine in a row and felt a little dizzy. There is such a good wine in this world. This is really an eye-opener for me. Master Dongfang admired Fong Chen more and more. This wine was personally brewed by my big brother. As long as Grandmaster Dongfang is still in the weapon pavilion, I will let Grandmaster Dongfang taste this wine every day. Fangchen smiled. Ha ha! Amidst their carefree laughter, the two of them continued to drink and sing. Gather all the cultivation resources in the core region of the Western region. Although there were many forces, none of them dared to act rashly. It was because the overlord of this region was the strongest power in the Western region, the Imperial Armament Pavilion. The Western region worshipped weapon refinement. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion mainly cultivated weapon refinement. Their attainments in the path of weapon refinement had already reached a level that could startle the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. In the vast Western region, there was no one who did not respect the Imperial Armament Pavilion. Today, the atmosphere in the Imperial Armament Pavilion was extremely oppressive. Fire Phoenix, dressed in a fiery red robe, hurriedly walked on the tree-lined road. Her charming face no longer had its usual seductive smile. What was left was a grave expression. She walked quickly on the tree-lined avenue and soon came to the top of Mount Dibbing. She raised her beautiful eyes and looked ahead. On the top of the mountain there was an incomparable palace. This palace was the legendary Imperial Armament Palace. Fire Phoenix's heart was in turmoil. She took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the Imperial Armament Palace. No one knew better than her that the Imperial Armament Palace looked like a palace, but it was actually a legendary weapon of the Imperial Armament realm. That's right. It was an Imperial armament. It was said that the ancestor of the Imperial Armament Pavilion was once an almighty weapon refiner who shocked the immemorial chaotic era. His greatest work was the Imperial Armament Palace. This Imperial armament had caused a great commotion at that time. Unfortunately, the ancestor of the Imperial Armament Pavilion had fallen in the Battle of the Deity Fall, causing the Imperial Armament Palace to be severely damaged. Although many eras had passed, the Imperial Armament Palace was still not fully recovered. As a result, although the current Imperial Armament Palace was an Imperial armament, its offensive power was barely comparable to a half-step Imperial armament. Dang. Dang. Fire Phoenix carefully walked into the Imperial Armament Palace. The Imperial Armament Palace was dazzling. A few elders sat on both sides. There was a black-robed elder sitting on the throne at the front. Greetings to the Pavilion Master and elders. Fire Phoenix was shocked and she cupped her fists to greet them. Although she had great potential, she was not qualified to enter the Imperial Armament Palace. Not to mention being summoned by the Pavilion Master. You've seen Fangchen? The Pavilion Master opened his eyes and looked at Fire Phoenix as he asked in a deep voice. Pavilion Master, I've been to Blood City to host a large-scale weapon auction and I've seen him. Tell me, what do you think of him? Fire Phoenix tried hard to recall the process of the large-scale weapon auction and said slowly, although he's young, he has great potential in weapon refinement. Moreover, he's highly valued by the Imperial Master. In the large-scale weapons auction, he was even more generous and won 2 weapons. Hearing this, all the elders shook their heads. So, you don't know much about him? The Pavilion Master asked. Pavilion Master, from the information that I've received, I think that Fangchen is worthy of being recruited by the Imperial Armament Pavilion. This person established the Armament Pavilion in Blood City. If we can recruit him now, we'll have great confidence. That's right. We can recruit him and Master Dongfang together. In the Imperial Armament Palace, everyone was discussing. In the end, they reached a unanimous decision. Fire Phoenix, since you're familiar with Fangchen, I'll send you to recruit Fangchen. If you can do it, you'll be my disciple from today onwards. The Pavilion Master said. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Fire Phoenix was delighted to hear that. To be the disciple of the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Armament Pavilion was something that many people dreamed of. Time flew by and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. With the addition of Master Dongfang, the Armament Pavilion developed even faster. In just 3 months, its reputation overshadowed the Blood City Chamber of Commerce and the city governor's mansion. The 2 forces silently agreed to it. After all, the rapid development of the armament pavilion had brought them great benefits, especially the Blood City Chamber of Commerce. With the support of the armament pavilion's weapons, their profits were getting bigger and bigger. This made the Blood City Chamber of Commerce's president excited. As for Master Blood, he already had the thought of betraying the pavilion master. After weighing the pros and cons, he felt that he would have a better future if he followed Fang Chen. In the Imperial Armament Pavilion, he was just an abandoned disciple. He was not welcomed at all. If he had not discovered the all-fusion body and made a contribution, how could he be the city governor of the Blood City with peace of mind? In the dead of night, in the study of the city governor's mansion, Master Blood was deep in thought. At this moment a figure appeared. Master Blood. Fang Chen looked at Master Blood with a smile. "What are you doing here?" Master Blood asked. "Now that your armament pavilion has joined Master Dongfang, its reputation has skyrocketed. Many forces want to recruit you. Soon, the Imperial Armament Pavilion will take action too. You've achieved your goal." Fang Chen opened his palm and a long sword suddenly appeared. This long sword was forged on the spot when Fang Chen and Grandmaster Dongfang were competing against each other. "What's the meaning of this?" Seeing Fang Chen take out the long sword, Master Blood was shocked and asked curiously. "This weapon is for you," Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Master Blood was shocked. He looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. "Give it to me?" Master Blood pointed at himself. He did not expect Fang Chen to give him such a valuable weapon. "Take it. It may be valuable in your eyes, but in my eyes it's just a weapon," Fang Chen said. "Since you're working for me, I won't mistreat you." Taking the long sword, Master Blood's mind was shaken. Hesitating, he made a choice at this moment. From now on, Blood City and the Armament Pavilion will advance and retreat together, Master Blood said in a deep voice. For Fang Chen, using a Supreme Emperor weapon to win people's hearts was a good choice. After all, the breakthrough to save his daughter was on Master Blood. Now that his reputation had spread in the western region, the Imperial Armament Pavilion had also taken notice of him. After he entered the Imperial Armament Pavilion, he still needed Master Blood's connections to obtain useful information. Just like what Master Blood said, many forces in the western region were rushing to Blood City, trying to recruit Fang Chen. Other than the Imperial Armament Pavilion represented by the Fire Phoenix, there was another top force, the Heart Demon Palace. Chapter 2998. The Realm Fiend Tribulation Supremacy was now very conflicted and angry. He and Fang Chen were sworn enemies. The latter had snatched his Fireblade sword, and he swore to tear Fang Chen into pieces. Ever since the end of the large-scale weapon auction, the Realm Fiend Tribulation Supremacy had been looking for an opportunity, but Fang Chen was too cunning and there was no chance at all. It was not easy for Master Dongfang to challenge him, and if he lost, he would be kicked out of Blood City. Once he left Blood City, he would be able to kill him as he pleased. But now, such a thing had happened. The people from the palace must be trying to win over Fang Chen. The Realm Fiend Tribulation Supremacy was a little anxious. He could not wait any longer, otherwise, once the elders of the Demonic Heart Palace arrived, he would have no chance. "Tonight, I'll attack and kill Fang Chen." At this time, the sky had just darkened. After waiting for a few hours, the Realm Fiend Tribulation Supremacy was shrouded in darkness. His figure flashed and quietly blended into the darkness. In the Weapon Pavilion, the Realm Fiend Tribulation Supremacy's consciousness shone brightly, and soon found Fang Chen and Master Dongfang talking by candlelight. "Humph, let's see who can save you this time." The strength of a Tribulation Supremacy was extraordinary, and with a thought, he could seal the Weapon Pavilion. On the 9th floor of the pavilion, Fang Chen was talking with Master Dongfang about his knowledge of refining when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked up at Master Dongfang, who suddenly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be some displeasure on his face. Humph! Master Dongfang snorted coldly, and with a flick of his sleeve, a majestic force suddenly burst out. In the next moment, the Realm Fiend Tribulation Supremacy's figure was forced to appear. Who are you? Why did you ruin my enlightenment? Master Dongfang was very angry. He had benefited a lot from the conversation with Fang Chen, as if a new door had been opened. Just as he was comprehending, he was interrupted by the Tribulation Supremacy's consciousness. Demonic Heart Palace, Realm Fiend Tribulation Supremacy. The Realm Fiend Tribulation Supremacy reported his sect name, wanting to make Master Dongfang afraid. Demonic Heart Palace? Master Dongfang sneered. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Today, you must give me an explanation, otherwise, don't think of leaving. Grandmaster Dongfang's attitude was very tough, as if he was determined to stop the Realm Devil Tribulation Supremacy. The latter frowned. Grandmaster Dongfang, I came here to kill Fang Chen. It has nothing to do with you. Please don't interfere. I am the Vice Pavilion Master of the Weapon Pavilion. If you want to kill the Pavilion Master, do you think I won't interfere? Great Master Dongfang said bluntly. From beginning to end, Fang Chen had been keeping an eye on the Realm Devil Tribulation Supremacy. Great Master Dongfang, although you are highly respected in the refining world, my Heart Devil Palace is not afraid of you. The Realm Fiend Tribulation Lord brought up the Mental Demon Palace to threaten Grandmaster Dongfang. What a joke! I've been cultivating in the East for hundreds of years. Has the world forgotten how powerful I was? Great Master Dongfang sneered. If Palace Lord Heart Demon were here, I might have given him some face. Who do you think you are to have the right to speak to me? Seeing this, the face of the Realm Devil Tribulation Supremacy darkened completely. In that case, Great Master Dongfang, you have no choice but to take action? Scram! Great Master Dongfang snapped. You are courting death. With a flash, the Realm Devil Tribulation Supremacy appeared in front of Great Master Dongfang with a powerful force. You and I are both Great Tribulation Supremacies. It's impossible for you to defeat me. However, in the face of the menacing attack, Great Master Dongfang sneered. Is that so? When the Realm Devil Tribulation Supremacy's attack was about to land on Great Master Dongfang flicked his sleeve, and a powerful layer of ripples appeared around him, forcibly blocking the attack. At the same time, a terrifying force entered the Realm Devil Tribulation Supremacy's body. Oh no! The Realm Devil Tribulation Supremacy felt that something was wrong. He cried out and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Bang! The surging power sent his body flying. Crack! The Realm Devil Tribulation Supremacy fell to the ground, spitting out blood and looking pale. The Realm Devil Tribulation Supremacy widened his eyes and looked at Great Master Dongfang in disbelief. The latter was shrouded in a faint brilliance, and his aura was too shocking. Half-step world deity. The Realm Devil Tribulation Supremacy was filled with regret. Who would have thought that Great Master Dongfang had broken through to the half-step world deity realm? Great Master Dongfang walked step by step toward the Realm Devil Tribulation Supremacy. The latter was terrified and shouted, "Great Master Dongfang, you can't kill me! The elders of the Demonic Heart Palace are already on their way to Blood City. If I die in your hands, the Demonic Heart Palace won't let you off. You may be a half-step world deity, but you won't be able to withstand the attacks of the Demonic Heart Palace. Are you threatening me?" Great Master Dongfang sneered. Great Master Dongfang. Fang Chen suddenly spoke. Given Great Master Dongfang's strength, killing the Realm Devil Tribulation Supremacy is like squashing an ant, Fang Chen said. But I have a better way to deal with the Realm Devil Tribulation Supremacy. What is it? Capture him and wait for the people of the Demonic Heart Palace to arrive. Then, let them have enough wealth to ransom him. If they don't agree, it won't be too late to kill him. Fang Chen smiled. Exchanging the life of that dog for some refining materials is a good choice. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Great Master Dongfang's face. "Aren't you afraid of letting the tiger return to the mountain?" Fang Chen shook his head. "Although his realm is much higher than mine, I'm confident that I can narrow the gap between us in a very short time. Besides, if he wants to kill me, he'll have to pay a price. Besides, the greater the pressure, the more it can motivate me to move forward." "All right, we'll do as you say. Wait for the demonic heart palace to come and ransom him." Great Master Dongfang waved his hand. Suddenly, a vast wave of energy shrouded the realm Devil Tribulation Supremacy and sealed him. The realm Devil Tribulation Supremacy glared at Fang Chen with hatred. A few days later, Fire Phoenix of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion finally arrived at Blood City. "Welcome, Miss Fire Phoenix. Your presence brings light to Blood City." Lord Blood personally welcomed her. Fire Phoenix nodded. "I'm sure Blood City Lord already knows why I'm here. Take me to see the Weapon Pavilion Master." "Yes." On the way to the Weapon Pavilion, the Elder of the Demonic Heart Palace also arrived. Demonic Heart Palace. Seeing the Demonic Heart Palace, Fire Phoenix frowned with a touch of displeasure on her face. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion and the Demonic Heart Palace were enemies. She did not expect the Demonic Heart Palace to move so quickly. "I was wondering who it was. So it's you, little girl. What's wrong? Your Imperial Weapon Pavilion wants to rope in the Weapon Pavilion Master?" The Elder of the Demonic Heart Palace grinned. "My Imperial Weapon Pavilion is not for your Demonic Heart Palace to tell us what to do." With that, Fire Phoenix turned around and walked towards the Weapon Pavilion. "Elder, she's too arrogant," a young man behind the Elder of the Demonic Heart Palace said in a deep voice. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes. "All right, I don't know what you're thinking," the Elder of the Demonic Heart Palace said. "If we fail to rope in the Weapon Pavilion Master and leave Blood City, I'll take action myself. After capturing Fire Phoenix, I'll give her to you." "Thank you, Elder." The young man was overjoyed. Not long after, many forces gathered at the entrance of the Weapon Pavilion. Of course, only the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and the Demonic Heart Palace stood at the front. The other forces were at the back. Fire Phoenix of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion greets Pavilion Master Fang of the Weapon Pavilion. Elder of the Demonic Heart Palace is here to pay a visit to Pavilion Master Fang of the Weapon Pavilion. Two voices sounded at the same time. Creak. The door of the Weapon Pavilion opened and Fang Chen and Master Dongfang walked out one after another. He had seen Fire Phoenix before and nodded slightly. Then, his gaze fell on the Elder of the Demonic Heart Palace. "Demonic Heart Palace? You're finally here." Master Dongfang stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "The Demonic Tribulation Supremacy is an Elder of the Demonic Heart Palace, right?" Master Dongfang asked. "That's right. How much is his life worth?" The Elder of the Demonic Heart Palace did not know why Master Dongfang would ask such a question. "Master Dongfang, please speak." Master Dongfang did not keep them in suspense and said slowly, "Before you came, the Demonic Tribulation Supremacy sneaked into the Weapon Pavilion and attacked the Pavilion Master at night. I captured him. Now, is the Demonic Heart Palace willing to take out enough wealth to ransom him?" Hearing this, there was an uproar in front of the Weapon Pavilion. The Demonic Tribulation Supremacy was a great tribulation supremacy, but he was captured by Master Dongfang. There was a trace of surprise in Fire Phoenix's eyes. It seemed that Master Dongfang was far more powerful than the rumors said. For a moment, the people of the Demonic Heart Palace looked at each other. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion and many other forces were watching the show. Bang! Master Dongfang released the Demonic Tribulation Supremacy, who was in a sorry state. Chapter 2999. Damn it, you'll regret this. The Realm Devil Tribulation Supremacy, who had just been released, shouted and threatened Master Dongfang. "Shut up!" The Elder of the Demonic Heart Palace scolded with a gloomy face. "Elder Mo, you're finally here. Seeing Elder Mo, the realm devil tribulation supremacy seemed to have seen a life-saving straw. He wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Master Dongfang. Now you only have two choices, ransom him or kill him, Master Dongfang said casually. But the faces of those from the demonic heart palace were gloomy. Fire Phoenix and the others snickered. Those idiots from the demonic heart palace thought that they would have to compete with them. But now it seemed that it was completely unnecessary. Even if the demonic heart palace ransomed him, there would be a rift between them and the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. This, Master Dongfang, for the sake of the demonic heart palace, please let the realm devil tribulation supremacy go, Elder Mo said. I might consider it if you say so, but you can't. Master Dongfang's attitude was firm. This, for a moment, Elder Mo was in a dilemma. In the end, he asked in a low voice, "What's the price?" 50 kilograms of black dragon iron and 10 drops of black dragon blood. Master Dongfang stated his request. Impossible. Elder Mo rejected it almost immediately. What a joke, Master Dongfang's request was too high. The demonic heart palace couldn't agree. Master Dongfang, your request is too high. Is it high? Master Dongfang, who was a devil tribulation supremacy in the capturing realm, did not say anything else and turned to walk towards the weapon pavilion. His meaning was clear. The deal was over. Wait. Seeing this, Elder Mo made up his mind and stopped Master Dongfang. I can give you 50 kilograms of black dragon iron, but not black dragon blood. Black dragon iron was a very precious meteoric iron, an excellent material for refining weapons. The demonic heart palace monopolized a black dragon iron mine. Although it was precious, they could still afford it. But black dragon blood was different. The ancestor of the demonic heart palace had once obtained a powerful black dragon beast, and extracted some blood from it. Black dragon blood was extremely precious. If a half-step world god took it, they would have a chance to become a world god. How could the demonic heart palace give it away for a realm devil tribulation supremacy? It seems that your heart devil palace is not sincere. Master Dongfang shook his head. Seeing this, Elder Mo became even more anxious. No matter what, the realm fiend tribulation supremacy was still an elder of the mental demon palace. Furthermore, he was a grand tribulation supremacy and was extremely powerful. It would be a great loss to the demonic heart palace if a tribulation sovereign were to die at the hands of Master Dongfang. Therefore, they had to save him no matter what. I can give you 50 kilograms of black dragon iron, but I can only give you 1 drop of black dragon blood at most. You know very well what black dragon blood means to my heart demon palace, said Elder Mo. This was his bottom line. 50 kilograms of black dragon iron and 3 drops of black dragon blood. These are the minimum requirements. If you can't fulfill them, then take away the head of the tribulation devil supremacy. Fang Chen said slowly. As the pavilion master of the armament pavilion, he had the right to punish the demonic tribulation supremacies. Those from the heart demon palace were caught in a struggle. As for the Imperial Armament Pavilion and the other powers, they were watching the show with great interest. Pa pa pa. Fire Phoenix raised her fair hands and applauded Fang Chen. As expected of the Pavilion Master of the Armament Pavilion. You have courage. Fire Phoenix walked to Fang Chen's side with light step. Immediately, a delicate fragrance wafted out from her delicate body. Fire Phoenix's figure was perfect, and her face was so seductive. At this moment, an enchanting smile appeared on her beautiful face. Ordinary people would find it hard to resist, but Fang Chen was very calm. I wonder what brings Fairy Fire Phoenix to my armament pavilion? Fang Chen pretended not to know. Pavilion Master Fang, you are now considered a celebrity in the Western region. Who doesn't know that you are second only to Emperor Master Xian Bing in terms of craftsmanship? Fire Phoenix said with a smile. I am here on behalf of the Imperial Armament Pavilion to invite you. Many powers around shook their heads. They did not want Fang Chen to join the Imperial Armament Pavilion. The Imperial Armament Pavilion was already strong enough. If they could rope in Fang Chen and Master Dongfang, they would be invincible in the Western region. The Imperial Armament Pavilion is full of experts and is the leader of the craftsmanship in the Western region. How can I enter the Imperial Armament Pavilion's eyes? Fang Chen said modestly. Pavilion Master Fang, your attainments in craftsmanship are even higher than Master Dongfang's. In the Western region, there are no more than 3 craftsmen who are better than you. Fire Phoenix said. One of them was the Emperor Master Xen Bing, and the other 2 should be experts of the Imperial Armament Pavilion. If a genius like you joins the Imperial Armament Pavilion, you will definitely be the focus of training. It won't be long before you become as famous as the Emperor Master Xen Bing. You might even surpass the Emperor Master Xen Bing. Fire Phoenix said. Fairy Fire Phoenix, let the Armament Pavilion deal with the matter at hand first. What do you think? Fang Chen said. Fire Phoenix nodded and looked in the direction of the Heart Devil Palace. Have you thought it through? Fang Chen asked. The Heart Devil Palace agrees to the Armament Pavilion's request. Elder Mo gritted his teeth and said, however, the Black Dragon's iron and Black Dragon's blood are not with me. They need to be brought over from the headquarters. We can wait. Then the Heart Devil Palace will leave first. Elder Mo turned and left. The Armament Pavilion. Fire Phoenix, who was wearing a white dress, stood in front of the window and looked at the beautiful scenery of the Blood City. The Imperial Armament Pavilion values Pavilion Master Fang very much. If Pavilion Master Fang is willing to join us, the Imperial Armament Pavilion can promise to give Pavilion Master Fang a very high position. Fire Phoenix said. For example? Fang Chen stretched and asked. There are 4 great protectors under the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Armament Pavilion. Each protector is in charge of a pavilion. Not long ago, a protector was severely injured during a mission. His combat power decreased sharply, and his cultivation realm dropped. He volunteered to give up his position as a protector. If Pavilion Master Fang is willing to join us, you will be the new protector of the Imperial Armament Pavilion. The attraction of being a protector of the Imperial Armament Pavilion was too strong. I want to know, who are the blacksmiths that are stronger than me in the Imperial Armament Pavilion? Fang Chen asked. In the Imperial Armament Pavilion, the person with the highest attainment in blacksmithing is none other than the Pavilion Master. However, everyone thinks that the Pavilion Master's attainment in blacksmithing is not as good as the Heart Weapon Emperor Master. However, decades ago, the Pavilion Master was already able to forge a half-step Emperor Realm weapon and was as famous as the Heart Weapon Emperor Master. It's just that the news was not leaked out. Fire Phoenix said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart moved slightly. The Imperial Armament Pavilion was indeed worthy of being called the Imperial Armament Pavilion. The foundation of such a huge force was not something that ordinary people could compare to. The other person is the previous Pavilion Master of the Imperial Armament Pavilion. He is already in his old age and his flesh is about to dry up. However, his blacksmithing skills are so high that even the Pavilion Master could not stop praising him. He is the protector of our Imperial Weapon Pavilion. If you join the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, given your potential, it is extremely possible for you to obtain the favor of the previous Pavilion Lord. He will impart to you the art of weaponsmithing. From then on, you will be able to trample on the vast sea and sky. The Fire Phoenix continued. The Imperial Armament Pavilion was much more powerful than he had imagined. Many thoughts appeared in Fang Chen's mind. However, he quickly regained his composure. All right, I accept Fairy Fire Phoenix's invitation. Fang Chen said. However what? Fire Phoenix was secretly delighted. Her mission was finally completed. Master Dongfang likes freedom and he is a proud person. He is not willing to join the Imperial Armament Pavilion. After I leave, Master Dongfang will be in charge of the Imperial Armament Pavilion and continue to develop it. I hope that the Imperial Armament Pavilion will not secretly obstruct me. Fang Chen said. Don't worry. The Imperial Armament Pavilion is Pavilion Master Fang's personal property. Why would the Imperial Armament Pavilion obstruct you? Moreover, if Pavilion Master Fang joins the Imperial Armament Pavilion and becomes a protector, you will have great power and authority. You can bring the Imperial Armament Pavilion under your command. Fire Phoenix said with a smile. Fang Chen learned a lot of secrets about the Imperial Armament Pavilion from the conversation with Fire Phoenix. Even after Fire Phoenix left, Fang Chen did not regain his senses. How was it? Master Dongfang suddenly appeared and asked in a low voice. Fang Chen smiled bitterly. I was too naive. The Imperial Armament Pavilion is much more powerful than I had imagined. However, I will not give up so easily. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He regained his confidence. After I leave, I hope that Master Dongfang can continue to lead the Imperial Armament Pavilion. Master Dongfang waved his hand. I, Dongfang, am a man of my words. Since I have lost to you, I will keep my promise. Moreover, you have selflessly imparted your knowledge of blacksmithing to me. This is a great kindness. How can I, Dongfang, be ungrateful? Chapter 3000. In fact, other than wanting to attract the attention of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, Fang Chen had other plans. That was to build his own force. The more he came into contact with the experts and forces in the immemorial chaos, the more he realized that without his own force, it would be difficult to move forward in the future. Now, the southern region was basically under Fang Chen's control. And now, his target was the western region. He hoped that the Imperial Weapon Pavilion could continue to develop while he was saving Fang Shi in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. As long as there were enough blacksmiths, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion could continue to develop and it would not be limited to the Blood City. By then, with the Blood City as the center, it could spread to the entire western region and fight against the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. However, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion was still too weak at the moment and it could not expose its ambition. Otherwise, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion could destroy it completely with a thought. Fang Chen believed that with Master Dongfang around, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion could operate normally. After everything was arranged, Fang Chen left with Fire Phoenix. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion was one of the strongest forces in the western region. The only force that could threaten them was the Heart Demon Palace. Fire Phoenix and the rest brought Fang Chen to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion through the teleportation formation in the Blood City. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion was located at the center of the western region. There was a mountain called Mount Dibbing and the Imperial Weapon Pavilion was located at the peak of the mountain. From now on, we are from the same sect. If you need anything, just let me know, Fire Phoenix said with a smile. Fang Chen's potential was too strong. If he joined the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, he would definitely be put in an important position by the Pavilion Master. By then, he would be conferred as a protector of the pavilion and enter the core of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Fire Phoenix naturally wanted to get closer to Fang Chen and build a good relationship with him. In the Imperial Weapon Palace, Junior Fang Chen greets the Pavilion Master and Elders. Fang Chen cupped his fist and greeted everyone in the Imperial Weapon Palace. He could feel that everyone was emitting a terrifying aura. Especially the Pavilion Master, he could not see through him. The Pavilion Master carefully sized up Fang Chen. After a long while, he burst out laughing. You are indeed the genius who defeated Master Dongfang. To be able to reach such a level in the art of weapon forging at such a young age, the younger generation will surpass us in time. After the Pavilion Master spoke, the many elders also began to praise Fang Chen. Grandmaster Dongfang had been cultivating bitterly for hundreds of years. After coming out of seclusion, his skill in smithing was already second only to the Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher. Even in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, he could be ranked in the top 3. However, such a master craftsman was easily defeated by Fang Chen. Pavilion Master, Fire Phoenix did not disappoint you. The Pavilion Master nodded with satisfaction. He looked at Fire Phoenix and waved his hand. Suddenly, a spatial ring fell into Fire Phoenix's palm. This is your reward. Alright, you can leave now. Thank you, Pavilion Master. After Fire Phoenix left, the Pavilion Master said slowly, Fang Chen has unparalleled potential. He's even able to forge top-grade Emperor-level weapons with elemental attribute. If he's properly trained, he'll be able to forge half-step Emperor-level weapons in no time. He might even surpass a heart weapon Imperial Master. Such a genius joining our Imperial Weapon Pavilion is really a grand occasion. I hereby announce that from now on, Fang Chen will be the South Pavilion protector of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. As soon as he said this, the elders were all shocked. They did not expect that the Pavilion Master would let Fang Chen be the South Pavilion protector. This was an important task. Everyone, do you have any objections? The Pavilion Master asked. Everyone shook their heads. They had no objections. Alright, that's all for today. Protector Fang, you can go back first. I will let Fire Phoenix take you to the South Pavilion. The sect will also give you some refining materials, the Pavilion Master said. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion was divided into 4 pavilions: East, West, South, and South. Fang Chen's South Pavilion was located in the south of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. In a luxurious mansion, Fire Phoenix personally brought Fang Chen here. This is your mansion in the South Pavilion. You will be living here in the future. Fire Phoenix said, as a protector, you have a respected position. You basically have nothing to do. The Pavilion Master values you very much. You should focus on refining. If there is anything, the Pavilion Master will inform you. Oh, by the way, you should first familiarize yourself with the disciples of the South Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had been in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion for a few days. During this period, he had been secretly inquiring about Fang Shi but to no avail. In the South Pavilion Mansion. Has there been any major events in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion recently? Fang Chen asked. Beside him was a white-haired elder. He was the housekeeper of the South Pavilion Mansion. Lord Protector, there hasn't been any major events in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion recently. If there is, it will be after 3 months. Oh! After 3 months, the younger generation disciples of the 4 pavilions will compete in refining. The protectors of the 4 pavilions will also compete. The housekeeper said, if Protector overpowers everyone and wins in the end, you will be able to meet the 3rd ancestor of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. 3rd ancestor? Hearing this, Fang Chen frowned slightly. He had heard before that other than the Pavilion Master in name, there were a few old farts in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion's true reliance was their refining skills. There were even rumors that those old farts had lived for countless years. Their refining skills were extremely high, and they might even surpass the Heart Weapon Emperor Master. However, this had always been a mystery and no one could prove it. Meet the 3rd ancestor? Fang Chen was a little moved. He even vaguely guessed that Fang Shi's matter was most likely related to the 3rd ancestor. Speaking of the 3rd ancestor, they are the pride of the entire Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The housekeeper spoke frankly and his tone was full of admiration. The 3rd ancestor is not only extremely powerful, but his refining skills are also the best in the Western region. Even the Pavilion Master is ashamed of his inferiority. However, the 3rd ancestor is the guardian of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and has always been in seclusion. Unless the Imperial Weapon Pavilion is in a life-and-death crisis, however. However what? Fang Chen asked. However, a few hundred years ago, for some reason, the 3rd ancestor appeared at the same time. The situation at that time was very shocking, the housekeeper said. That was the first time I met the third ancestor. The three of them seemed to have discovered something and were wild with joy. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. A few hundred years ago, the third ancestor appeared at the same time? The world just happened to coincide. The third elder must have discovered Fang Shi's myriad fusion body, and that was why he was wild with joy, right? Thinking of this, Fang Chen was even more determined to get first place in the refining competition 3 months later and then meet the third ancestor. Next, the housekeeper also told Fang Chen some secrets of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. In short, Fang Chen was more or less certain that Fang Shi was already in the third ancestor's hands. However, he was not sure what the third ancestor wanted. Wait for me. Fang Chen clenched his fists and secretly swore in his heart. 3 months wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. During this period, Fang Chen selected a few talented disciples from the South Pavilion and personally taught them refining skills. This refining competition was also a test. The South Pavilion must amaze the world with a single brilliant feat to gain the third ancestor's appreciation. Fang Chen had a unique understanding of refining, and the way he taught was completely different from the Imperial Weapon Pavilions. He selected a total of 5 disciples, and in just a month, 2 of them had already broken through. In the second month, 2 more disciples broke through. The last disciple, who was also the disciple that Fang Chen valued the most, did not make any progress. The refining path is the same as the martial path. Remember to be impatient. Fang Chen said slowly, "Among the 5, you are the one that I think the most highly of. You have a unique aura. Once you break through, you will definitely amaze the world." Time passed, and the 3-month deadline finally arrived. On the last day, the 5th disciple finally made a breakthrough. Rumble! A deafening sound came from his body, and the flame in his palm seemed to be able to burn the world. Crack! His hands were constantly refining the refining materials, and at the same time, he was controlling his strength. Fang Chen watched quietly from the side and nodded in satisfaction. Condense! As the disciple roared, a brand new weapon appeared in his hand. I did it! He was overjoyed. After 3 months of hard work, he finally succeeded. Very good, you have fully grasped the essentials. My request for you in this refining competition is very simple. That is to become the first disciple. Are you confident? Fang Chen asked. I will do my best and not let you down. Chapter 3001. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion's grand competition was a grand event for many disciples. After all, as long as one stood out in the grand competition, he or she would be recognized by the higher-ups and might even become a disciple of some big shot. Of course, for the 4 great protectors, it was also a clash of forces. On this day, the square was bustling with people. Countless disciples were fighting to be the first to arrive. There was a sea of people talking about it. On the rostrum, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion's pavilion master sat in the middle. On both sides of the rostrum sat a few elders. As for the 4 great protectors, they were at the side of the rostrum. This is the new protector? One of the golden-robed men had a disdainful smile on his face. He looked at Fang Chen and shook his head. Don't underestimate him. I heard that he defeated Master Dongfang. Another protector said, Humph, Master Dongfang has not appeared for hundreds of years. Who knows what level his blacksmithing skills have reached? The last protector, who was wearing a black robe, said coldly, Moreover, he is improving, but so am I. A month ago, I finally comprehended the inheritance of a certain almighty refiner. Hearing this, the golden-robed and blue-robed protectors were shocked and looked at the black-robed protector at the same time. Doesn't that mean? The great elder stood up and stood on the rostrum in the middle of the square. He waved his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. In an instant, the huge square fell into a deathly silence. Today is the grand competition of our Imperial Weapon Pavilion. I believe everyone is clear about the rules. I won't say anything more. The great elder said. The 4 great pavilions, each of them can choose 5 disciples to be the candidates for this competition. The top 10 disciples will be heavily rewarded. The top 3 disciples will be able to learn blacksmithing under the elders. As soon as the great elder finished speaking, the whole square was filled with thunderous cheers. Countless people shouted hysterically, venting the excitement in their hearts. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion was one of the top forces in the Western region. There were countless disciples. How difficult was it to stand out among the many disciples? Only by getting the attention of the sect would one be able to obtain resources. Without the support of resources, one would not be able to progress in blacksmithing. All right, the grand competition officially begins. The great elder finished speaking and returned to the rostrum. There were a total of 20 disciples from the 4 pavilions. In other words, as long as they could get through the first round, they would be able to enter the top 10, which meant that they would be heavily rewarded. Wu Feng, remember what I told you? The protector in black protector telepathically. The person called Wu Feng was startled before he nodded his head heavily. The first round of the competition was very simple. 20 people had to refine artifacts in a set amount of time, and in the end, they would be ranked according to the grade of the artifacts they refined. Not long after, the blazing flames in the square rose into the air. Hoo hoo hoo! Woo! Woo! That's right. I heard that Wu Feng from the Eastern Pavilion can already forge half-step Emperor weapons. Elders. They all thought that Wu Feng was the most popular candidate to win first place. Of course, there were other disciples who were good at blacksmithing as well. But compared to Wu Feng, they seemed a little dull. Unknowingly, Fire Phoenix, who was dressed in a pink robe, had arrived beside Fang Chen. Fang Chen looked up and saw Fire Phoenix looking at him. What's the matter? Fang Chen asked. Protector Fang, you have to be careful of the protector in black protector. Fire Phoenix telepathically said. As far as I know, the protector in black protector has taken the last step. It's very likely that he can forge a half-step Great Emperor weapon. Fang Chen looked at Fire Phoenix in surprise. He did not expect her to bring him such important information. Thank you. I'll be careful. Fang Chen nodded. Fire Phoenix was also a disciple of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, but her potential was unparalleled. Strictly speaking, she was no longer an ordinary disciple. Therefore, Fire Phoenix did not participate in this competition. I have to go to Blood City for some business. When I return, I hope to see you defeat the other 3 protectors. Fire Phoenix smiled faintly. Fang Chen's expression changed when he heard this, but he quickly regained his composure. Fang Chen clenched his fists as he watched Fire Phoenix's disappearing figure. Is the 3rd forefather making a move? Fang Chen mumbled. He learned from Lord Blood that the blood he collected was sent to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion through Fire Phoenix. When Fire Phoenix said that she had to go to Blood City for some business, Fang Chen guessed that she was going to get the blood. This made Fang Chen even more anxious. No matter what, he had to win first place this time. He turned to look at the protector in black protector. The latter looked at him, and when their eyes met, a look of disdain appeared in the protector's eyes. At this moment, the first round of blacksmithing on the arena had come to an end. Wu Feng, who shone the brightest, had indeed forged a weapon that was half a step away from the Emperor realm. This earned him the praises of many elders. After checking the 20 weapons, the 10 lowest grade weapons were eliminated. When the crowd saw the 10 people who made it to the next round, they were stunned. All 5 from the South Pavilion made it to the next round? In an instant, countless discussions were heard in the square. They could not believe their eyes. After the death of the South Pavilion protector, the South Pavilion had been in chaos for a long time without a leader. Moreover, the South Pavilion was the weakest among the 4 pavilions. Now, all 5 of their disciples had made it to the top 10. Ha ha, this is great. In the South Pavilion area, everyone laughed joyfully. The steward was shocked. He looked at Fong Chen with a complicated expression. He felt that this new protector was a little mysterious. That's right. The 10 of you have made it to the top 10. After the competition, you will all be rewarded, the first elder said with a smile. The golden-robed and blue-robed protectors looked gloomy. Almost all of their disciples had been eliminated. This made them very unhappy. Damn it. What did the South Pavilion protector do? How did the South Pavilion disciples improve their blacksmithing skills so much? The golden-robed protector asked in a deep voice. I heard that the South Pavilion protector has personally taught these 5 disciples for the past 3 months, the blue-robed protector said. The black-robed protector nodded leisurely and murmured, it seems that this new protector has some skills. He's a strong opponent. So what if they're in the top 10? It's useless if they don't make it to the top 3, the golden-robed protector said coldly. In the second round, the disciples can challenge each other. With Wu Feng here, they won't be able to advance any further, the blue-robed protector said. The second round's rules were different from the first. The 10 disciples could challenge anyone, and the person being challenged could either refuse to accept the challenge or admit defeat. There was no choice. Wu Feng was the first to step forward. He walked up to a disciple from the South Pavilion. I challenge you. Seeing this, the disciple's expression changed. I admit defeat. Trash. Wu Feng said coldly. The disciple from the South Pavilion was furious, but he held himself back in the end. I challenge. Next, the other 4 disciples all challenged the disciples from the South Pavilion. There were 3 disciples who directly crushed their opponent. These 3 people were considered to be the best in their respective pavilions. In the end, only the Tool Rune was left. Admit defeat obediently. The disciple who challenged the Tool Rune was from the West Pavilion. He looked at the Tool Rune in disdain. Tool Rune, what a trashy name. The Tool Rune wasn't originally called Tool Rune, but he changed it to encourage himself to become an outstanding blacksmith. The Tool Rune shook his head. All right, since you refuse to admit defeat, I'll do it myself. Soon, the 2 of them began to compete. The Tool Rune was calm and composed. On the other hand, the disciple from the South Pavilion was arrogant and domineering. He waved his hand and wild flames engulfed the entire martial arts arena. He even controlled the flames to interfere with the Tool Rune. Unfortunately, the Tool Rune wasn't affected. Petty tricks. The Tool Rune closed his eyes and recalled what Fong Chen had said. You have to be calm no matter what you encounter. Chapter 3002. The 4 guardians sat quietly on the side of the main stage. The guardian in the black robe had a cold expression on his face, while the guardian in the golden robe and the guardian in the blue robe looked at the battle on the martial arts stage with hatred. Humph, the South Pavilion wants to compete with the 3 pavilions? Dream on, the guardian in the blue robe said coldly. Only 4 battles had taken place in the second round of the competition, but 4 disciples from the South Pavilion had already been eliminated. The last disciple was about to be eliminated as well. However, Fong Chen did not think that way. He had been teaching these 5 disciples personally for the past 3 months. Among them, he valued the potential of the tool pattern the most. There's no suspense, Fong Chen said softly. He already knew the result when he saw the tool pattern refining the weapon. Sure enough, after a short while, the tool inscription finished refining the weapon at lightning speed. At that moment, his opponent had just started to refine the weapon. How is this possible? The disciple's eyes widened in shock. He's just playing to the gallery. In his opinion, the tool pattern knew that he was going to lose, so he was playing to the gallery. However, when the first elder finished inspecting the weapon with the tool pattern, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Then, he turned to look at the disciple who was refining the weapon. All right, this round is over. You can stop now. The disciple who was refining the weapon was secretly delighted when he heard the first elder's words. At the same time, he looked at the tool pattern with disdain. Who told you to play to the gallery? Great, now the first elder has seen through you. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt that something was amiss. The first elder seemed to be looking at him sternly. First elder, can you announce the result now? The disciple asked carefully. The first elder nodded and said in a deep voice, the tool pattern of the South Pavilion has won this round. The smile on the disciple's face froze as he blurted out, Impossible, how could he defeat me? How dare you? The first elder scolded, Do you know what level the weapon refined by the tool pattern is? What level? He refined a weapon that was half a step to the Emperor's stage. Whoosh! The entire square was in an uproar. Countless martial artists opened their eyes wide, as if they were hallucinating. Even Wu Feng was a little surprised. He thought that he would definitely win the competition if he could refine a half-step Emperor weapon. He did not expect a tool pattern to appear out of nowhere. Looks like I have no choice but to use my trump card. Wu Feng said sinisterly, That's good too. The stronger you are, the more powerful I'll seem when I defeat you. In Wu Feng's mind, he seemed to have already seen himself dominating the first place in the refining competition and enjoying the admiration of everyone. On the martial stage, his opponent looked as if he was struck by lightning. He was unwilling to believe the truth in front of him. He shouted that he wanted to check his weapon, but he was directly sent flying by the great elder. At this point, the top 5 were born. So what if he's in the top 5? The golden-robed and blue-robed guardians sneered, while the black-robed guardian remained silent. Next up was the third round of the competition. This round was also the last round. The 5 of them would forge artifacts at the same time, and they would be ranked according to their grade. Tool inscriptions, right? In this battle, I will definitely trample you beneath my feet. Wu Feng took the initiative to walk in front of Tool Pattern and said arrogantly. Faced with Wu Feng's provocation, Tool Pattern shrugged and said, Is that so? I'm already determined to win this round. You're courting death. Wu Feng glared at Tool Pattern and clenched his fist. He could not wait to attack. However, he held back in the end. Good, very good. It's been a long time since someone dared to provoke me like this, Wu Feng said. I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me. With that, Wu Feng turned around and returned to his refining table. A half-step Emperor weapon is just something I forged casually. I wonder what you'll think when I forge an Emperor weapon, Wu Feng thought to himself. Following the Great Elder's order, the 5 of them quickly immersed themselves in refining. Although this was the last round that would determine the winner, Tool Pattern was not worried at all. He was confident that he had a card up his sleeve. Guardian Fong, what do you think about the weapon crafting competition? The golden-robed guardian asked Fong Chen mockingly. Tool Pattern from the South Pavilion is in the top 5. What do you think his final ranking will be, Guardian Fong? The blue-robed guardian asked with a smile. Fong Chen turned around and glanced at the 3 guardians. He said, Tool Pattern's refining skills are above the other 4. He'll definitely win this round. Hearing this, the 3 guardians' expressions changed at the same time. How arrogant! The black-robed guardian said indifferently. Fong Chen shrugged. He did not want to lower himself to their level. Time flew by, and after about 15 minutes, the 5 of them had entered the final stage of their crafting. Whoosh! A deafening sound resounded in the sky. Then, a violent energy surged out from Wu Feng's weapon. That's an Emperor weapon. Everyone cried out in surprise when they saw this. On the other hand, Wu Feng handed the weapon to the Great Elder with a smile on his face. Many elders on the rostrum nodded in satisfaction. They did not expect Wu Feng to be able to refine an Emperor weapon. He was a good seedling that was worth nurturing. Oh my God, Wu Feng can actually refine an Emperor weapon. He's too powerful. Looks like there's no doubt that Wu Feng will win first place this time. Yeah, if the Tool Pattern from the South Pavilion can only refine a half-step Emperor weapon, it won't be able to compete with Wu Feng. Many martial artists in the square were discussing. After a while, the other four succeeded in refining their weapons. The great elder took their weapons one by one and observed them carefully. He only glanced at the weapons of the first three, then shook his head and put them aside. When he picked up the weapon with the tool pattern, his eyes suddenly lit up as if he had sensed something. Buzz! The weapon with the tool inscriptions emitted a powerful energy that was shocking to the crowd. An emperor weapon? Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect the tool pattern to be able to refine an emperor weapon. This was interesting. So what? I took the least time to refine a weapon of the same grade. How can he compete with me? Wu Feng mocked. Soon, the upper echelons of the Imperial Armament Pavilion came to a decision. In the end, the great elder announced it himself. The tool pattern from the South Pavilion will win first place in this competition. Whoosh! There was an uproar in the square. Many people did not understand why the tool pattern was able to defeat Wu Feng. Even Wu Feng himself was not convinced. Great elder, I don't understand. The tool pattern and my weapon are both low-grade emperor weapons. Why did the sect rank him first? Wu Feng cried out. Everyone's eyes fell on the great elder. Stupid! The great elder scolded sternly. Do you know that low-grade emperor weapons can be divided into strong and weak ones? Seeing that Wu Feng was still unwilling to accept the result, the great elder said, although the weapon with the tool pattern is a low-grade emperor weapon, it has an attribute ability. Therefore, he deserves to be first place. Moreover, the pavilion master has decided to take the tool pattern as his disciple. The great elder's words completely shocked everyone. When Wu Feng heard the words attribute ability, he was in a daze and shook his head frantically. No, it's impossible. How can he forge a weapon with an attribute ability? However, this was the truth. It was a foregone conclusion, and he could no longer turn the tables. Greetings, master. Tool pattern was smart and immediately knelt down to greet his master. Good, good, good. Get up. The pavilion master smiled. He did not expect that he would be able to unearth such an outstanding blacksmith in this competition. He had gained a lot. The disciples who had mocked tool pattern felt their faces burning. The three custodians were infuriated. Only Fang Chen remained calm, as if everything was within his expectations. What are you so proud of? Although you are the South Pavilion disciple, you are not so lucky as the South Pavilion guardian, the blue-robed guardian said coldly. After the crowd exclaimed, the square gradually calmed down. Next up was the main event of the competition. It was the battle of the four great guardians. Under everyone's gaze, the four great guardians walked up to the martial arts arena one after another. Among them, Fang Chen was the most dazzling because the South Pavilion had a monstrous disciple. However, what they did not know was that 3 months ago, Tool Pattern's blacksmithing skill was not even in the top 5. Now it was all because of Fang Chen's personal teaching. Chapter 3003. Fang Chen chose to ignore the mockery of the three guardians. After all, if a dog bites you, you can't possibly press the dog to the ground and bite it, right? If you did that, you would be no different from a dog. On the rostrum, the pavilion master smiled and asked, "Who do you think will be the champion this time?" Guardian Fang is new here. Although he can defeat Master Dongfang, it's not certain. I think the black-robed guardian is better. He has been mysterious all these years and rarely shows his skills. I heard that he can already forge a half-step martial emperor weapon, said an elder. That's not certain. Guardian Fang is not to be underestimated since he can defeat Master Dongfang and make him admit defeat willingly. Let's wait and see. Many of the elders had different opinions. On the martial arts stage, the weapon forging competition began. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The black-robed guardian was the first to start forging. He was well prepared. With a wave of his hand, countless materials fell on the table in front of him. What's that? Everyone's expression changed when they saw the materials prepared by the black-robed guardian. Can he really forge a half-step martial emperor weapon? Someone was shocked. The materials prepared by the black-robed guardian were materials that could be used to forge a half-step martial emperor weapon. Countless disciples in the square were shouting. In comparison, the blue-robed guardian and the golden-robed guardian were calmer. In the blink of an eye, the martial arts stage was filled with flames. While the three custodians were busy refining their weapons, Fang Chen was the only one who sat on the ground with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. What's going on? Did Guardian Fang admit defeat? It seems that the news of him defeating Master Dongfang is just a rumor. What a bullshit blacksmith. How could he admit defeat at this time? Many people began to curse Fang Chen, thinking that he was not qualified to be the guardian of the South Pavilion. I believe that Guardian Fang will be the champion this time. Qi-Wen argued to defend Fang Chen's reputation. Senior brother Qi-Wen, as you can see, it's not that we don't believe in Guardian Fang, but, now that Qi-Wen was the Pavilion Master's disciple, his status had risen. Since he had spoken, no one dared to disrespect him. No matter what others said, the tool pattern remained firm in its decision. There's no need to say more. Let's just wait for the result. Tool Inscription said solemnly. Half an hour later, the three protectors were nearing the end of their refining. However, Fang Chen was still unmoved. What is this guy doing? The great elder muttered. The time limit for the guardian competition was 2 hours. Half of the time had already passed, but this fellow was still unmoved. Could it be that he had really given up? The more he acted like this, the more he attracted everyone's attention. The black-robed guardian who was in the middle of refining sneered. Playing to the gallery? It was useless. Rip. The black-robed enforcer's palm slammed into a piece of ore. With a cracking sound, the ore shattered. At the same time, the black-robed protector's other hand was constantly changing. A powerful airflow formed around him. It is indeed a half-step martial emperor weapon. Everyone's hearts trembled. On the rostrum, smiles appeared on the faces of everyone present. With his own potential, he was able to forge a half-step martial monarch artifact. If he were to receive guidance from the third ancestor, he would definitely be able to achieve a breakthrough. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The golden-robed and blue-robed protectors succeeded one after another. Rise. The black-robed protector waved his hand and a vast amount of energy surged into the weapon. Crack. The weapon was formed. A strange phenomenon descended from the heavens, shocking everyone. The half-step martial emperor weapon was a success. Under everyone's gaze, the black-robed protector personally presented the weapon. Good, very good. The cabinet master praised. It is not easy for you to forge a half-step martial emperor weapon. The great elder nodded. However, the time limit is not up yet. Protector Fang has yet to succeed. We have to wait. At the very least, they had to wait until the time limit was up. What the hell is he doing? Is he trying to attract everyone's attention with this? The black-robed protector expressed his dissatisfaction. Some of the elders nodded as they were unhappy with Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen did not break the rules, so they could not say anything. I would like to see what tricks you have up your sleeves. The black-robed protector sneered. Time passed bit by bit. 2 hours were about to arrive. It's over. In the square, everyone shook their heads. There was only 1 minute left. Even if the heart weapon imperial teacher was here, he would not be able to forge a half-step martial emperor weapon. Fang Chen was bound to lose. Impossible. Qi-Wen had a complicated look on his face. He still believed that Fang Chen could turn the tide. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It felt like a long time had passed. When there were only 10 seconds left, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Admitting defeat? The black-robed protector sneered. Everyone was waiting to see Fang Chen make a fool of himself. However, at that moment, Fang Chen did something that surpassed everyone's expectations. He waved his hand and many materials floated in front of his chest. What is he doing? He's only starting now? Is he crazy? 10 seconds. Even the heart weapon Imperial teacher can't do it. Everyone stared at Fang Chen with their eyes wide open. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen waved his hand. Wild flames surged out and swept away all the materials. At the same time, the weapon heart in his body was operating. Wind rise. Suddenly, a violent wind blew and swept across the whole ground. Clouds surge. In the next moment, dark clouds covered the blue sky as if they were going to drown the earth. Fang Chen was in the middle of it and exuded a wild aura. Weapon complete. When he said the last sentence, the 10 seconds had just passed. The time limit was up. Rumble. The wind dissipated and the dark clouds retreated. Peace was restored. Fang Chen stood quietly on the martial arts stage. A long sword appeared in his hand. What? Everyone was shocked. A weapon was forged in 10 seconds? Wasn't this too exaggerated? Impossible, he's cheating. The golden-robed protector shouted. Shut up. The pavilion master snapped. His pitch-black eyes were filled with astonishment. No one knew better than him what Fang Chen had done just now. Soldiers formed with a thought had always only existed in legend. But today, he saw it with his own eyes. Unbelievable. The pavilion master's heart was in turmoil. I'm sorry for wasting the great elder's time. Fang Chen bowed apologetically and then handed the refined weapon to the great elder. Impossible, how could he forge it in 10 seconds? Yes, he must have taken advantage of the dark clouds to secretly take it out of the Sumeru ring. That must be it. Pavilion Master, please punish him severely. In the square, everyone roared with righteous indignation. Only the wear-pattern's eyes lit up as if he had comprehended something. His body kept trembling. The great elder took the weapon and observed it for a moment. Then, he hurriedly handed it to the pavilion master. After the pavilion master saw it, he was even more shocked. On the rostrum, the other high-level elders also took a look. Finally, everyone's eyes gathered on Fang Chen. Great elder, why don't you say it? The pavilion master muttered. The great elder suppressed the shock in his heart and said slowly, Everyone, I know you have doubts. But the pavilion master can testify that Fang Chen did not cheat. This weapon was indeed forged in 10 seconds. Soldiers formed with a thought. Such a thought appeared in everyone's mind. How is this possible? The black-robe guardian cried out. The blue-robe guardian and the golden-robe guardian looked as if they had seen a ghost. After our appraisal, the weapon forged by Guardian Fang is at the half-step martial emperor realm. But, at this point, the great elder took a deep breath and said, His weapon has an elemental ability. Crash! The whole square was in an uproar. A half-step martial emperor with an elemental ability. Moreover, it was forged in 10 seconds? If someone else said this, they would definitely not believe it. But the pavilion master and the great elder said it personally. Was there a need to doubt the authenticity of this matter? The three guardians were speechless on the spot. On the square, the crowd was in an uproar and screaming. At this moment, it was meaningless to talk about who would be the champion. Soldiers formed with a thought. The legendary soldiers formed with a thought had reappeared in the world. This was the most shocking thing. Chapter 3004. Soldiers with a single thought only existed in legends. Even the three ancestors of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion could not do it. But now it had appeared in this weapon crafting competition. The shock in everyone's hearts could not be any greater. They couldn't imagine how a star venerate could do that. Moreover, what shocked them the most was that Fang Chen's weapon was a half-step martial emperor weapon with an attribute ability. Didn't this mean that his skill in smithing had already surpassed that of the Heart Armament Monarch teacher? After a short moment of silence, the square was in an uproar. Loud shouts could be heard. On the main platform, everyone, including the pavilion master, was dumbfounded. The great elder, who was holding the weapon, was trembling. He had cultivated for countless years. What he had seen today was something that he would never forget. The other three protectors were dumbfounded. The protector in the black robe shook his head frantically. He could not believe it and was unwilling to accept the truth. No, how could he do it? Suddenly, the protector in the black robe spoke, interrupting everyone's thoughts. I don't believe it. Crash. The noisy square instantly fell silent. Countless pairs of eyes were focused on the black-robed guardian. Nonsense. The great elder's face was gloomy as he scolded. Great elder, weapon creation only exists in legends. Even the pavilion master could not do it. I don't believe that a mere protector can do it, the protector in the black robe said. Everyone knew what he meant. After all, weapon creation was too shocking. However, the great elder's face was gloomy. The protector in the black robe suspected Fang Chen. Did this mean that they were also cheating? If you can't do it, it doesn't mean that others can't do it, the great elder said unhappily. On the main platform, the pavilion master frowned and said slowly, as a fellow disciple, you are so narrow-minded. You are not willing to admit defeat when your opponent is winning. You can't see the situation clearly. What right do you have to be a protector of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion? Hearing this, the protector in the black robe's face changed. He cried out and begged the pavilion master for forgiveness. Unfortunately, the pavilion master's position was extraordinary. His words represented the entire Imperial Weapon Pavilion. No one dared to go against him. Su-mo, from today onwards, you will take over the position of the black-robed guardian. The great elder waved his hand and removed the position of the black-robed guardian. Bang! The black-robed protector slumped to the ground. His eyes were empty as if he was a walking corpse. The two protectors trembled in fear, not daring to say a word. No one would have thought that the final result of the artifact refining competition would be like this. The great elder no longer paid any attention to the black-robed guardian. Instead, he looked at Fang Chen with a smile. Protector Fang, the first place in this weapon crafting competition will definitely belong to you. The first elder smiled and said, I really didn't expect that at such a young age, Protector Fang would actually be able to create an army with a single thought. This old man is impressed. Not to mention the great elder, even the Imperial Armament Pavilion's pavilion master was sighing in his heart. Fang Chen's refining potential was the best in the western region. In his eyes, even the Imperial Preceptor was inferior to Fang Chen. This weapon was refined by you, so it should belong to you. However, the great elder said apologetically, I wonder if Protector Fang is willing to part with it and sell it to the Imperial Armament Pavilion? As long as you are willing, the Imperial Armament Pavilion will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before finally nodding his head. There were two reasons for this decision. Firstly, he had two half-step martial emperor weapons and both of them could grow. He had no use for the half-step martial emperor weapon in front of him. Secondly, he wanted to use this to completely dispel the Imperial Armament Pavilion's scruples and bring him to the third forefather's side. He even wanted the third forefather to notice him. As the protector of the Imperial Armament Pavilion, the weapons refined by me naturally belong to the Imperial Armament Pavilion. Fang Chen smiled and said, I don't want anything else. I just want some materials from the Great Elder. Also, just tell me what you want. The Great Elder laughed heartily. I would like to have a long-term exchange with the third forefather. Hearing this, the Great Elder looked at the pavilion master. The latter nodded his head. All right, no problem. The weapon refining competition finally came to an end. The South Pavilion was the biggest winner this time. Not only did he obtain first place in the weapon pattern, but he also became the pavilion master's personal disciple. Even the South Pavilion protector Fong Chen defeated the three great protectors and obtained first place. The third forefather quickly heard about the weapon creation with a thought. The Imperial Armament Pavilion's back mountain forbidden area. There was a powerful seal here. Within the seal, there was a strong aura of weapon refining. On the spacious ground, there were three old figures sitting cross-legged. The three of them were the Imperial Armament Pavilion's third forefather. "Greetings, forefathers." A voice was heard and the pavilion master quickly walked over. "How is it? Has the weapon refining competition come to an end? Are there any geniuses this time? After so many years, our Imperial Armament Pavilion still hasn't produced a peerless genius." The third forefather slowly opened his eyes and sighed. "Forefathers, I'm sure you won't be able to guess what happened in this weapon refining competition." The pavilion master smiled mysteriously and looked at the third forefather. The three of them shook their heads. "Weapon creation with a thought." The pavilion master only said 4 words, but the third forefather instantly stood up. "What? Weapon creation with a thought? You're saying that weapon creation with a thought appeared in this weapon refining competition? Who is it that can achieve weapon creation with a thought?" The third forefather had a very high status in the Imperial Armament Pavilion. For countless years they had been studying weapon refining. Although the Western region's weapon refining limelight was snatched by the Imperial Master, the three of them scoffed. This was because only they knew that a mere Imperial Master was nothing. If the three of them came out, they would be able to suppress the Imperial Master. However, they did not like the disputes in the world, so they chose to live in seclusion. At this moment, they were completely shocked when they heard about weapon creation with a thought. Looking at the excited third forefather, the pavilion master continued, "Not long ago, our Imperial Weapon Pavilion discovered a person with extraordinary potential in the Tao of weapon refinement in Blood City. He defeated Master Dongfang on his own and became the weapon refinement master in the Western region's weapon refinement world, second only to Imperial Master Xian Bing. After that, under my invitation, he joined the Imperial Armament Pavilion and became the South Pavilion's guardian. In this weapon refining competition, the disciple that he personally taught defeated Wu Feng and took the first place. As for himself, he suppressed the three guardians and began to refine a weapon in the last 10 seconds. Weapon creation with a thought. What grade of weapon did he refine?" The third forefather's eyes flickered as he hurriedly asked. "A half-step to martial emperor weapon," the pavilion master said, "and it has an attribute ability." Boom! The third forefather's mind shook and his body trembled. How long had it been since they heard such a shocking thing? The three of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. After a long while, the three of them slowly regained their senses. A half-step to martial emperor weapon with an attribute ability. Weapon creation with a thought. The third forefather said in a deep voice, "Such a person was born to refine weapons. Quickly bring him here. We want to meet him personally." Soon, the pavilion master brought Fong Chen to the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. Disciple Fong Chen greets the third forefather. Fong Chen cupped his fists and greeted the three old men. The three of them carefully sized up Fong Chen, their eyes burning as if they wanted to devour Fong Chen. After a long while, "He's able to refine a half-step to martial emperor weapon at such a young age. He's much stronger than we were back then." "That's right. Not to mention the heart weapon Imperial Master, even those weapon refiners from the immemorial chaotic era would be ashamed. Most importantly, weapon creation with a thought." The third forefather was full of praise for Fong Chen. If this news were to spread, it would cause a huge commotion. Countless weapon refiners would madly rush into the Imperial Armament Pavilion to snatch Fong Chen. After all, weapon creation with a thought was a legendary technique. "Good, very good," the third forefather said. "From today onwards, you will study weapon refinement with us. I believe that with your potential, It won't be long before you can refine a true martial emperor weapon. The pavilion master left, leaving Fang Chen behind. The third forefather brought Fang Chen to the center of the forbidden area, where they cultivated. Fang Chen looked into the distance. Suddenly, his body trembled. He suddenly realized that there was a stone platform in the center of the forbidden area. On the stone platform, a white-robed woman was lying there. Chapter 3005. Fang Chen's body trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. The third ancestor was right in front of him. He did not want to expose any flaws. "What's that?" Fang Chen pretended not to understand and asked in confusion. "You don't have to worry about that," the third ancestor said indifferently. Then, he brought Fang Chen to a place not far from the stone platform. The third ancestor asked Fang Chen many questions in the following time. At the same time, he also exchanged information with Fang Chen about weapon refinement. Of course, the most important thing was soldier creation. This was very attractive to the third ancestor. Time passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had been in the forbidden area for more than 3 months. During this time, he had indeed learned a lot of weapon refinement techniques from the third ancestor. At the same time, he also secretly inquired about everything about Fang Shi, the He ancestor, the demonic ancestor, and the weapon ancestor. Among them, the He ancestor was approachable and had a very pleasant conversation with Fang Chen. The demonic ancestor and the weapon ancestor gave off a very oppressive feeling. Fang Chen could even feel a cold, murderous intent in the depths of their eyes. During the conversation with the He ancestor, Fang Chen gradually learned some of the secrets of the third ancestor. The third ancestor was not as friendly as he had imagined. The third ancestor is estranged. Fang Chen's eyes moved as he thought to himself. He could use this to break them down one by one. "Fang Chen, you cultivate here first. I'll go and discuss with the other two." The He ancestor patted Fang Chen's shoulder and said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded and shifted his gaze to Fang Shi on the stone platform. At this time, Fang Shi had fallen into a coma. Her body was covered in blood, and she seemed to be imprisoned on the stone platform, unable to move. "You want to steal my daughter's all-fusion body?" Every time he thought of this, Fang Chen's heart turned cold. In the beginning, the third ancestor was unwilling to talk to Fang Chen about Fang Shi. However, during this period of time, Fang Chen had also asked around and learned some secrets from Ancestor He. Fang Shi's all-meld's body had yet to reach its peak. The third patriarch was currently using countless types of blood to nurture it. When the all-fusion body reached its strongest state, the weapon ancestor would forcefully strip the all-fusion body and take it for himself. According to Ancestor He, the all-fusion body was too important for a blacksmith. The 10,000 fusion body was able to contain everything. If he could make use of it, his future path of crafting would be smooth sailing without any obstacles. This was an important matter regarding the rise of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The weapon ancestor was determined to obtain the myriad fusion body. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, Ancestor He walked over. "In a year's time, the blood collection will be completed," Ancestor He said. "During this time, the weapon ancestor wants to know all your understanding of weapon creation." After becoming familiar with Fang Chen, Ancestor He did not have any scruples and said directly. Fang Chen was shocked and became more anxious. "A year's time? Is the all-fusion body really as powerful as you said?" Fang Chen forced a smile. "Of course. Otherwise, why would the third patriarch spend so much effort to strip it?" Ancestor He said. "The all-fusion body is the hope of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The weapon ancestor is determined to obtain it. He can't make any mistakes." "But," Fang Chen hesitated for a moment, but still said it in the end. "Both of you are the third patriarch. Why is the weapon ancestor taking it for himself, and the two of you working for nothing?" After saying that, Fang Chen hurriedly said apologetically, Ancestor He, I didn't mean to. Ancestor He waved his hand and curled his lips. He transmitted his voice. The myriad fusion body is something that we weapon refiners yearn for even in our dreams. However, after countless years, we have only found one person. Among the third patriarch, the weapon ancestor is the oldest and has contributed the most to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. It's understandable that he wants it for himself. Fang Chen could hear that Ancestor He seemed to be regretful. Ancestor He, haven't you thought of stripping it for yourself? Fang Chen asked. If you get it, it won't be worse than the weapon ancestor. Ancestor He shook his head. Don't mention it again. In the dark cave mountain, Xiaohua, the pure-blood beast cub, Kong Jiu, and Tian Xian looked at each other helplessly. No matter what, we have to save Junior's sister. Kong Jiu said. We can't leave her in the lurch. Tian Xian said. Xiaohua's body was burning. I want to burn the three of them to death. Only the pure-blood beast cub was calm. The third patriarch is a half-step universe god. Even the weapon ancestor could break through to the universe god realm. Are you crazy? The pure-blood beast cub scolded. With your strength, you won't be able to save Fang Shi. You'll expose your identities. What should we do? Are we going to watch them torture Junior sister? Kong Jiu said. 1. Suddenly, a phantom appeared in the sky above the dark cave mountain. It was Fang Chen's projection. The immortal scepter appeared in front of him. Is there a way to bind the third patriarch at the same time? Fang Chen asked. The immortal scepter was surrounded by a powerful aura. At the same time, a voice could be heard. I'm only a half-step martial emperor weapon now. Its power is limited. Moreover, the three ancestors are blacksmiths and have a thorough understanding of weapons. I can only bind one person at most. Master, I can bind one person too, the hidden star sword said. 2 half-step emperor weapons could bind 2 people. That meant there was only one person left. Brother, if we work together, we won't be afraid of them. Xiaohua walked over. He couldn't wait to attack. Don't act rashly. Fang Chen had a rough plan in mind. Xiaohua, prepare the flame. When I send you a message, release the strongest flame in your body. Fang Chen looked at Xiaohua and said, and you, use your blood to help Xiaohua. Finally, Fang Chen looked at Kong Jiu and Tian Xian. You too, after I send Shi Air to the dark cave mountain, you'll be in charge of receiving her and taking care of her. Don't worry, Master. Kong Jiu and Tian Xian nodded. The plan was gradually forming. There was only one last condition left. As long as they could instigate the He ancestor to fight with the weapon ancestor and the demon ancestor, the success rate of the plan would be much higher. Fang Chen was confident that he could save Fang Shi in the chaos and escape from the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. In the following days, Fang Chen continued to learn weapon forging from the third ancestor as usual. Of course, he didn't stay idle. He secretly infiltrated the seal. This seal is a little weaker than the sealed sky tablet, Fang Chen whispered. He used the sealing power of the sealed sky tablet. After a month, he finally infiltrated the interior of the seal. Xier. Fang Chen sent a message. Fang Shi, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly heard the voice in her mind. Father. A murmur came from her mouth. Then, she gradually woke up. Dragging her bruised body, she slowly raised her head. Xier, Father is here to save you. Fang Chen sent a message again and told Fang Shi not to reveal any strange expressions. When Fang Shi saw her father, Fang Chen, she almost cried out. Father, seeing Fang Chen, Fang Shi was very excited and worried at the same time. The three of them are very strong. Father, you should leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Fang Shi urged. Xier, don't worry. Father won't act rashly. Be patient. Fang Chen said. Fire Phoenix has returned from the Blood City. Bring the blood she brought back to the forbidden area. Suddenly, Ancestor He walked over and said. Fang Chen nodded. After glancing at Fang Shi, He turned around and left. Outside the Imperial Weapon Hall, Fang Chen and Fire Phoenix looked at each other. The latter's beautiful eyes were carefully sizing up Fang Chen. Guardian Fang is now a favorite of the third ancestor. Don't forget about me in the future. Fire Phoenix said mischievously. Fang Chen smiled and said, "Did you bring the blood?" Fire Phoenix nodded. The speed of collecting blood in the Blood City has slowed down a lot, causing the mission to be incomplete. But the next time I go, I will be able to bring it all back. You should bring the blood to the third ancestor first. Fang Chen nodded and kept the blood. He looked at Fire Phoenix with a complicated expression and finally turned around and left. The mission will be completed the next time? On the way back to the forbidden area, Fang Chen murmured. There won't be a next time. Time was running out. Fang Chen realized this. He was prepared to persuade Ancestor He again. The last time he talked to Ancestor He, the latter was obviously shaken. In Ancestor He's heart, he also longed to be recognized. He longed to be the one and only ancestor of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. He even wanted to be famous in the blacksmithing world. Chapter 3006. Although the three ancestors seemed to be on good terms with each other, they were all scheming against each other and wanted to dominate the area. Especially when they had such an opportunity, they did not want to give in. Unfortunately, the weapon ancestor was the leader, so when he found the all-fusion body, he immediately took it for himself. The demon ancestor and He ancestor did not say anything, but they were unhappy. After spending a few months with Ancestor He, Fang Chen became increasingly aware that there seemed to be some sort of resistance in his heart. One day, after Fang Chen finished talking with the three ancestors, He ancestor called him to the side. Fang Chen, come with me. He ancestor brought Fang Chen to the side and said, Are you sure you can hold them back? Fang Chen nodded. I have a sealing technique that can temporarily seal the demon ancestor and the weapon ancestor, but it won't last long. How long will it take? He ancestor asked. Fang Chen pondered. 3 minutes at most. He ancestor calculated in his heart and nodded. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, 3 minutes is enough for me to deal with the demon ancestor. After dealing with the demon ancestor, only the weapon ancestor was left. He could handle him alone. Besides, Fang Chen's sealing technique could also help him. The three ancestors had been living in seclusion for a long time, so He ancestor knew the other two very well. After killing them and absorbing their weapon cores, I will definitely have a breakthrough in my weapon refining realm. Crazy thoughts flashed in He ancestor's mind. When do we take action? He ancestor asked. Since he had made up his mind, he had to get it done quickly to prevent any accident. Let's wait a few more days. Fang Chen said. My sealing technique needs to be prepared in advance. Otherwise, it will be difficult to trap them. Okay. After the discussion with Ancestor He, Fang Chen wore a faint smile on his face. He was in a much better mood. He had delayed for a few days because the sealed sky tablet had penetrated the seal that bound Fang Shi. He was secretly transferring power into Fang Shi's body. After He ancestor killed the demon ancestor, Fang Chen would immediately take action when they were fighting to the death. The sealed sky tablet was the treasure of the sky-sealing Great Emperor. It contained an extremely strong sealing power. Even the third ancestor was unable to detect such a sealing power. Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and pretended to comprehend the refining Tao. He secretly used the sealed sky tablet and continuously transfer of power into Fang Shi's body. Fang Shi lay on the ground, her face reddening. She ancestor's faces. Father, I'm much better now, Fang Shi transmitted. Fang Chen nodded. After telling Fang Shi their plan, Fang Shi was very worried. However, seeing his father's confidence, Fang Shi did not say anything. 7 days later, Fang Shi's injuries were completely healed. Moreover, the seal around her was under the control of Fang Chen. With a thought, the seal would be completely broken. Fang Chen turned his head and looked at Hey Ancestor. The latter looked over at him too. They looked at each other and nodded. Fang Chen stood up and walked toward the demon ancestor and weapon ancestor. During this period of time, the demonic ancestor and the weapon ancestor had been secretly discussing something. When they saw Fang Chen walking over, they stood up. Fang Chen. After greeting Fang Chen, the demon ancestor smiled and waved for Hey Ancestor to come over. What is it? Hey Ancestor asked. We have been discussing for a long time, and we have made a difficult decision. The demon ancestor said. The resources of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion are limited. With the myriad fusion body, it will be difficult for us to reach a higher level. So, the weapon ancestor chuckled. We would like to borrow your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the weapon ancestor activated all his strength and slammed his palm forward. Rumble! A vast power descended from the sky and slammed into Hey Ancestor's body. Bang! Hey Ancestor's body flickered as he blocked the weapon ancestor's attack. He was pushed back a distance before he could stabilize himself. The two of you? Hey Ancestor gritted his teeth. He did not expect the two of them to want to kill him. The weapon ancestor has absorbed the myriad fusion body. If I want to break through, I can only absorb your strength. The demon ancestor said eerily. You can only blame yourself for disagreeing with the weapon ancestor and me for an ordinary martial artist. The two of you. Hey Ancestor finally understood. Ever since that incident, there had been a gap between them. Initially, he still felt a little guilty in his heart. However, after seeing this scene, he made up his mind to join forces with Fang Chen. Ha ha! Suddenly, Hey Ancestor laughed. Do the two of you think that I don't have a backup plan? The two of them were stunned by Hey Ancestor's abnormal behavior. However, at this moment, Fang Chen used his mind to summon the Immortal Scepter and Hidden Star Sword. Buzz! Vast power instantly swept across the entire forbidden area and drowned everyone in the sea of power. Condense. The star-concealing sword was the first to attack. Sharp sword cries resounded through the sky. At the same time, extremely powerful sword chi covered the sky. Under the lead of the star-concealing sword, the sword chi quickly arrived before the demonic ancestor. Get lost! The demon ancestor was furious. He roared and was ready to attack. However, he had underestimated the power of the hidden star sword. Swoosh! Tens of thousands of sword chi intertwined and enveloped him. Bang! 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 The demon ancestor used all his strength to attack the sword chi around him. However, he could not break it. This is a half-step to martial Emperor Realm weapon? Seeing this, the demon ancestor screamed. Moreover, it was not an ordinary half-step to martial Emperor Realm weapon. The sword chi contained in it was so powerful that the demon ancestor could not break free. Damn it! The weapon ancestor's eyes were cold. He opened his hands and weapons floated in front of him. A weak star Venerable dares to stop us? The weapon ancestor sneered. Hey Ancestor, is this your trump card? Immortal devouring the heavens and earth. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the runes on the scepter emitted a dazzling light. At the same time, the immortal scepter erupted with a vast power and enveloped the weapon ancestor. Oh no! When the weapon ancestor felt that something was wrong, the immortal scepter had already trapped him. Damn it! What kind of weapon is this? The weapon ancestor could clearly feel that the weapon that was restraining him was a half-step to martial Emperor Realm weapon. However, the power that the scepter was emitting was definitely not that. Could it be a martial Emperor Realm weapon? The weapon ancestor was shocked and started to struggle. Do it, Fang Chen urged. The Hey ancestor was already prepared. When he saw the two powerful half-step to martial Emperor Realm weapons, he was shocked. However, he took a step forward and a vast black flame surrounded him. He waved his hand and enveloped the demonic ancestor. Die! The Hay ancestor went crazy and tried his best to kill the demonic ancestor. He was so familiar with the demonic ancestor that he even knew the demonic ancestor's fatal weakness. The black flame burned the demonic ancestor's life gate. The demonic ancestor screamed in pain, but it was useless. Stop! The weapon ancestor's eyes were red as he shouted, "Hey ancestor, you betrayed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. This is a capital offense." The Hay ancestor did not care about this at this point. The black flame continued to burn and the demonic ancestor's last bit of life force disappeared. Bang! When the demonic ancestor's primordial spirit shattered, the black flame dissipated. Dong! At this moment, the hidden star sword rushed towards the weapon ancestor and joined forces with the immortal scepter to trap him. However, the weapon ancestor was very strong and the power of the two weapons was limited. Crack! The weapon ancestor used his trump card and broke the seal. "Hey ancestor!" The weapon ancestor bared his teeth and shouted. "You killed the fiend ancestor." Heizu shrugged and stared at weapon ancestor. If the demonic ancestor and the weapon ancestor had teamed up, Sumo would have been wary. Now that he was facing the weapon ancestor alone, even though he might not be able to defeat him, he was still able to put up a fight. "What? Only you are allowed to deal with me, but I am not allowed to deal with you." Ancestor Hay sneered. "I really didn't expect the demon ancestor to be defeated by a weak star Venerable." The weapon ancestor turned to Fang Chen with a murderous look. At this time, Fang Chen had already put away the immortal scepter and hidden star sword, and at the same time, retreated behind Ancestor Hay. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion can only have one ancestor. "Either you die or I die," Ancestor Hay said in a low voice. At the same time, he sent a message to Fang Chen, asking him to use his skills to keep the weapon ancestor busy. "Hee, all of you must die for going against me, the weapon ancestor." For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3007. A fiery red aura was emitted from the weapon ancestor's body. The fiery red aura circled above the weapon ancestor's head and suddenly transformed into a roaring true dragon. That's, Ancestor Hay's face changed drastically. Illusory weapon? Ancestor Hay's heart was in turmoil. He had not expected the theory that the weapon ancestor had researched for countless years to become a reality. How is this possible? Ancestor Hay could not believe it. When the weapon ancestor came up with the idea of an illusory weapon, he had discussed it with the two of them. Without exception, the demon ancestor and Ancestor Hay did not agree with the weapon ancestor's idea. They thought that an illusory weapon was against common sense and was impossible to achieve. But today he had seen it. "How is it? Are you surprised?" The weapon ancestor sneered. His ferocious face was filled with mockery. "Back then, my idea was not approved by the two of you, but I did not give up. A few hundred years ago, when I discovered the myriad fusion body, I absorbed a trace of its power and completed the last step that had troubled me for tens of thousands of years. Now, my illusory weapon has been formed. What are you going to use to fight me?" The weapon ancestor said. Ancestor Hay finally understood why the weapon ancestor was so happy when he discovered the myriad fusion body. "I see. In my idea, the illusory weapon has a higher level. Therefore, I must obtain the myriad fusion body." The weapon ancestor continued. His eyes were filled with killing intent. This was his secret. Apart from him, only a dead man knew about it. "Humph, so what?" Ancestor Hay said coldly after a momentary daze. "You should be proud that you can die under my illusory weapon." After the weapon ancestor finished speaking, the blood-red true dragon roared and opened its mouth. A fiery red dragon breath whizzed toward Ancestor Hay. Condense. Seeing this, Progenitor Hay spread out his hands. Two strange-looking weapons appeared out of nowhere and slashed at the air. Then, the entire void seemed to have solidified. "It's useless." The weapon ancestor sneered. The illusory weapon could penetrate any defense. Swoosh. The fiery red true dragon shadow easily penetrated Ancestor Hei's defense. Deng deng deng. In the face of the menacing illusory soldiers, Ancestor Hei was shocked and kept retreating. An illusory weapon? Fang Chen murmured. Then, he took a step forward and executed the space-time escape technique. At the same time, the star-hidden sword fiercely hacked towards the blood-red dragon. Whoosh! Invincible sword Dao. The dazzling sword light pierced into the head of the real dragon shadow like a blade of judgment. Roar! The illusionary dragon trembled and uttered a roar into the sky. Its attack came to a stop. Whoosh! Seeing this, Ancestor Hei heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Fang Chen in surprise. Impossible! The illusory weapon's position is unpredictable. How can you stab it? The weapon Ancestor cried out. He thought that Fang Chen had struck the illusory weapon by chance. Die! The weapon Ancestor waved his hand, and the illusory weapons gathered again and charged toward Fang Chen. Although illusory weapons are weapons, they also belong to the category of void. Fang Chen said softly. Strictly speaking, he could be considered as the creator of space-time Dao. Playing with illusory weapons in front of him? Isn't this showing off in front of an expert? The illusory weapons were unpredictable, but in Fang Chen's eyes they were still. Invincible sword Dao. Once again, he executed the invincible sword Dao and stabbed the head of the real dragon shadow. While the weapon Ancestor was still in shock, Ancestor Hei struck out and destroyed the illusory weapon. Ha ha ha, it turns out that your illusory weapon is just SOSO. Ancestor Hei laughed heartily. Without the illusory weapon, he was not afraid of the weapon Ancestor. Even without the illusory weapon, I can still kill you. The weapon Ancestor said coldly. Rumble. In the next moment, the forbidden ground shook as the battle between the weapon Ancestor and Ancestor Hei shook the heavens and the earth. As for Fang Chen, he quickly arrived in front of the stone platform. Whoosh! He activated the heaven-sealing tablet with his mind and destroyed the seal on the stone platform. Then, Fang Shi's body disappeared. In Ming Cave Mountain. Junior sister, are you okay? Tian Xin was the first to rush forward and catch Fang Shi's weak body as she asked worriedly. Junior sister, it's all my fault that you have to suffer like this. Kang Jiu said guiltily. Fang Shi slowly opened her eyes and her beautiful eyes shone brightly. She was happy to see Tian Xin and Kang Jiu. I'm fine. Xiaohua and the pure-blooded beast cubs were ready for battle. When Ancestor Hei and the weapon Ancestor were both injured, it would be time for them to strike. Dong! The weapon Ancestor stomped his feet and the entire ground shook. He flicked his finger and a bright light shot out. The void along the way was instantly destroyed. The weapon Ancestor is obviously stronger than Ancestor Hei. Fang Chen muttered to himself as he watched the battle. Dong! 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 As time went by, the battle became more intense. Inside the Forbidden Land, everything was in ruins, almost razed to the ground. Die. During this period, Ancestor Hei had been at a disadvantage, and this was his last chance. He took advantage of the weapon Ancestor's mistake and turned himself into a weapon as he charged toward the weapon Ancestor. Dong! After the shocking collision, a deafening sound echoed across the sky. The entire ground caved in. Dust flew into the air and the power became chaotic. Is it over? Fang Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the center of the battlefield. There was a huge pit and the surrounding area was in ruins. There were two figures in the pit, both of them in a very sorry state. Ancestor Hei's injuries are more serious. It seems like his origin is injured. Soon, Fang Chen discovered this. Although the weapon Ancestor was also severely injured, he was in a better state than Ancestor Hei. Fang Chen, kill him quickly, Ancestor Hei said weakly. The weapon Ancestor's face changed and he said, Fang Chen, Kill Ancestor He for me and I will give you the entire Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Fang Chen slowly walked over and glanced at the two with a hint of disdain. Seeing that Fang Chen did not move, Ancestor He snapped, Fang Chen, have you forgotten our promise? What an exciting battle! Fang Chen clapped his hands and ignored Ancestor He. Don't worry, both of you will die. It's just a matter of who dies first. Ancestor He and the Weapon Ancestor immediately realized what was going on. You're using me? Ancestor He said. You've only realized it now? How stupid. Fang Chen let out a hollow laugh. His plan was not too brilliant. He was only using Ancestor He's desire to gain power. Why would you do that? Do you think you can control the Imperial Weapon Pavilion after killing us? You're too naive. Ancestor He said hysterically, kill the Weapon Ancestor for me and I will let bygones be bygones. Our promise will still stand. Ancestor He, oh Ancestor He, have you been living in the belly of a dog for the past several million years? Fang Chen said. You! Ancestor He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Both of them were severely injured from the battle, thus he no longer had the strength to fight. He could only let Fang Chen do whatever he wanted to him. Don't you want the Imperial Weapon Pavilion? I can give it to you. Ancestor He compromised. Don't listen to him. If you're willing to help me, not only will I give you the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, I will also teach you the secret technique of the illusionary weapon. The Weapon Ancestor said, I can even contact the top factions in the eastern and northern regions to recommend you. The Weapon Ancestor's offer was extremely attractive. Unfortunately, Fang Chen had already sentenced them to death in his heart. Fang Chen shook his head. What else do you have to say? These are your last words. What? What do you want? The Weapon Ancestor asked in confusion. Fang Chen pointed at the empty stone platform. You want the Myriad Fusion Body? The Weapon Ancestor asked. If you help me, I can give you half of the Myriad Fusion Body. Fang Chen laughed eerily. The lady with the Myriad Fusion Body is called Fang Shi. She is my daughter, Fang Chen. How is that possible? The Weapon Ancestor and Ancestor He were stunned. As for Fang Chen, he walked toward them one step at a time. No, you can't kill us. If you do, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion will not let you go. The Weapon Ancestor threatened. It's a pity that you won't be able to see it. The Weapon Ancestor's head exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Ancestor He's face turned pale. I, Ancestor He, have a good reputation, but it was destroyed by you. Ancestor He said, I'd like to see how you're going to explain to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion after the three of us are destroyed. With Fang Chen's current strength, it was impossible for him to fight against the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Then I won't trouble you, Fang Chen said. The heavens want me dead. Ancestor He laughed miserably and suddenly slapped his own head. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3008, Fire Refining Sky. A blazing flame soared into the sky and instantly turned into a sea of fire. The temperature of the surrounding air rose rapidly as if the entire space was about to evaporate. Damn it! The two primordial spirits were forced to appear as they desperately tried to escape the sea of fire. Do you think you can fool me with such a petty trick? Fang Chen sneered. He had already asked Xiaohua and the pure-blooded beast cub to prepare to burn the escaping primordial spirits once the He Ancestor and the Weapon Ancestor died. Let's go. The primordial spirits of the demonic ancestor and the Weapon Ancestor released a dazzling power as they desperately tried to escape. However, at this moment, a strange blood suddenly appeared and poured into the sea of fire. Suddenly, the power of the sea of fire rose rapidly. In the next moment, the two primordial spirits let out miserable cries. No! They screamed, but it was useless. The power of the sea of fire was too strong. In the blink of an eye, the two primordial spirits were turned into ashes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. The flames gradually extinguished. Xiaohua and the pure-blooded beast cub looked at Fangchen. Brother! Fangchen flicked his finger and took the Sumer ring of the third ancestor. Then, he let Kong Jiu, Tian Xian, and Fang Shi out. Father! Fang Shi's eyes were filled with tears as she threw herself into Fang Chen's arms. Fang Chen hugged Fang Shi's head tightly and comforted her. It's okay now. I won't let Shi'er suffer anymore. After a long time, Master, once the Imperial Weapon Pavilion knows of the third ancestor's death, they will definitely annihilate us. Kongju said. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion is too powerful. Even the Imperial teacher can't do anything about it. Once they know about what happened in the Forbidden Area, we will die. The reason why the third ancestor could be annihilated was because of their internal strife. However, it would not be so easy for the higher-ups of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. This was also a headache for Fang Chen. Fortunately, Fang Shi had been rescued. After a careful examination, Fang Shi did not suffer any injuries. Furthermore, Fang Chen was surprised to discover that with the help of the third ancestor, Fang Shi's all-fusion body had become even more powerful. There was even an indescribable feeling about it. Father, my cultivation base has already reached the life-ancient realm. However, I've been stuck at a bottleneck, unable to make a breakthrough, Fang Shi said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded. You have the myriad fusion body, so your cultivation process will be much easier than others. However, this will also cause your bottleneck to become greater as you progress. Right now, your all-fusion body is still growing. Once you cross this hurdle, you will definitely become a star venerable, Fang Chen said. In fact, Fang Chen sighed in his heart. After working hard for so many years, he had barely reached the peak of the middle stage of the star venerable realm. On the other hand, his daughter's fusion body was able to absorb the energy in the air at all times. There were basically no bottlenecks in the early stages. I will definitely work hard, Fang Shi said. Soon, Fang Shi, Xiaohua, and the pure-blooded beast cubs became one. At this moment, Tian Xian walked to Fang Chen's side. Master, do you have any ideas? Let me contact the Imperial Tutor, Fang Chen said. Then, he took out his communication jade pendant and began to contact the Imperial Tutor. In a faraway region in the western region, on a towering mountain peak, the environment was extremely harsh. On the peak of the mountain there was a thatched cottage. The Imperial Tutor lived there in seclusion. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying light shot up into the sky from the mountain peak. In the next moment, the sound of a weapon rang out, shaking the heavens. Ha ha ha! The Imperial Tutor laughed heartily, revealing a bright smile on his face. He was holding a weapon in his hand. On the weapon, there were complex runes flowing around it. Its aura was extremely powerful. I am only one step away from the Emperor realm. After countless efforts, the Imperial Tutor was now able to refine half-step Emperor weapons with elemental abilities at will. Moreover, he had already touched the threshold of the Emperor realm. He believed that it would not be long before he could step into the Emperor realm. I, the Imperial Tutor, will definitely be the first blacksmith in the western region to step into the Emperor realm. The Imperial Tutor's heart was filled with anticipation. In the entire immemorial chaotic world, the western region was relatively backward. Compared to the eastern and northern regions, the martial arts culture here was backward. There was not even a single world god expert. Many powerful beings did not even care about this barbarian land. Just as the Imperial Tutor was filled with pride, his communication jade pendant suddenly rang. After opening it, Fang Chen's voice could be heard. Senior Imperial Tutor, I would like to ask if you have any ideas to send me out of the western region. You want to leave the western region? The Imperial Tutor asked. Fang Chen gave a simple explanation of what had happened. After the Imperial Tutor heard it, he was completely stunned. After a long while, he regained his senses. This fella actually plotted to let the three ancestors of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion kill each other and reap the benefits? The Imperial tutor did not know whether to laugh or cry. This fella was too daring. Most importantly, he had actually succeeded. In other words, the three ancestors of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion would completely fall. If this news were to spread, the entire Western region would be shaken. It might even affect the situation of the Western region. I really don't know what to say about him. The Imperial tutor shook his head. There are many experts in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The Pavilion Master is a half-step world god. Once they know what you have done, you will definitely die. The Imperial tutor pondered for a moment before saying, "There is a teleportation formation in the Western region. However, every time it is activated, it consumes too much energy. Ordinary people cannot afford to use it. Think of a way to escape from the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and meet up with me." The Imperial tutor told Fang Chen the exact location. Then, he flung his sleeve and disappeared into the void. In the forbidden land behind the mountain of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, Fang Chen kept the communication jade pendant and revealed a faint smile. "Let's go." After keeping Kong Jiu and the others in the mountain, Fang Chen walked out of the forbidden land carefully. In the Imperial Weapon Hall. "Everyone, what do you think about the incident in the Forbidden Land?" The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion asked. "Pavilion Master, with the three ancestors around, nothing should happen in the Forbidden Land. However, I don't know if Fang Chen." "Pavilion Master, why don't you go in and take a look?" After a discussion, the Pavilion Master decided to go in and take a look himself. Soon, he arrived at the Forbidden Land behind the mountain. He flung his sleeve and opened the seal of the Forbidden Land. Then, he entered. Just as he entered, he bumped into Fang Chen. Pavilion Master, I have learned a lot of refining skills from the three ancestors. The three ancestors asked me to digest them first," Fang Chen said softly. The Pavilion Master nodded and said, "You can go out first." Fang Chen heard and his body flashed and he left quickly. After he came out, he disappeared into the void without looking back. As there was a strong seal in the Forbidden Land that blocked divine consciousness, the Pavilion Master could not detect what was happening in the Forbidden Land. When he walked to the center of the Forbidden Land, he was stunned. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the stone platform. The stone platform was empty. There was nothing there. After that, he abruptly turned around and looked at the two corpses in the large pit not too far away. "Hey Ancestor, Weapon Ancestor?" he shouted and quickly walked over. At the same time, he found the corpse of the demon ancestor. His body was trembling and he could not believe his eyes. How is this possible? How could the three ancestors be dead? The Pavilion Master shook his head frantically. He did not understand what had happened. "Oh right, Fang Chen." Suddenly, the Pavilion Master thought of Fang Chen and a fierce look flashed across his eyes. He has been in the Forbidden Land all this time. He should know what happened, the Pavilion Master said in a low voice. Could it be that he killed the three ancestors? Soon, the Pavilion Master denied this idea. However, he vaguely guessed that the death of the three ancestors was related to Fang Chen. Damned guy. In the sky above the Forbidden Land, the Pavilion Master's divine consciousness covered the entire Imperial Weapon Pavilion. However, he did not find any trace of Fang Chen. There is indeed a problem. The Pavilion Master's face darkened and he gave an order. South Pavilion Guardian Fang Chen has betrayed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Anyone who finds any trace of him is to be killed immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Imperial Weapon Pavilion shook. I would like to see how you can escape from me. The Pavilion Master sneered. His body flashed and disappeared into the void, chasing after Fang Chen. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 3009. Anger. There was only one thought in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's mind, and that was to kill Fangchen. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion was able to stand tall in the western region for countless years without falling. It was even able to stand at the peak and command the world. The reason was the three ancestors. The three ancestors were the foundation of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and also the biggest reliance of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. However, the three ancestors had all died. The main culprit behind all of this was Fangchen. Damn it. He must be greedy for the all-fusion body and plotted against the three ancestors. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master was a half-step universe god expert. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already left the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and chased after Fangchen. However, Fangchen wasn't someone to be trifled with either. After escaping from the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, he pushed the space-time doctrine to the extreme and his speed was as fast as lightning. With the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's speed, it would take him at least 6 hours to catch up with me. Fangchen calculated as he flew. With my current speed, it would take me about 6 hours to reach the rendezvous point. Fangchen was calculating how to avoid the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's pursuit. Time passed bit by bit and the Imperial Master was anxiously waiting for Fangchen. Shi Ling. In the old site of a powerful sect in the ancient era, there was a teleportation formation that was left behind from the ancient era. In the vast western region, there was only one broken teleportation formation that could cross regions. By taking this teleportation formation, one could cross regions and reach the other 3 regions. Still not here. The Imperial Master had been contacting Fangchen with his communication jade pendant. After knowing that Su Mo was fine, he was relieved. Swoosh. Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air was heard. Immediately after, Fangchen appeared. How is it? Fangchen asked anxiously. The teleportation formation is above the ruins. Have you prepared the energy crystals? The Imperial Master asked. Fangchen nodded and waved his hand. A small mountain of purple cloud ores appeared in front of the teleportation formation. This is purple cloud ores? The Imperial Preceptor was stunned for a moment before he came to a realization. The news of the annihilation of the Su family in the southwest region had spread like wildfire. Naturally, he had also heard the news. After seeing the purple cloud ore, Imperial Tutor Xian Bing was certain that Fangchen was the man who destroyed the Su family. Is that enough? Fangchen asked hurriedly. That's enough. The Heart Weapon Emperor placed the purple cloud ores into the teleportation formation before roaring loudly and driving the teleportation formation with all his might. 1. The teleportation array slowly began to rotate and a ray of light was emitted. Fangchen's body trembled. It was as if he had returned to the ancient times. The vicissitudes of life and the austere aura made him feel as if he was there. Come to think of it, the war that broke out here in the ancient times must have been extremely tragic. Fangchen murmured, but he quickly regained his composure. He took a step forward and entered the teleportation array. Let's go. The teleportation portal was activated and spun rapidly. Fangchen's figure disappeared. Stop! At this moment, a furious roar came from the distant horizon. Boom! A fiery red ray of light, carrying a vast amount of power, shot over. Dong! The Heart Weapon Emperor blocked it with his hand. Heart Weapon Emperor, do you really want to go against my Imperial Weapon Pavilion? The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master said furiously. Pavilion Master, you must be joking. I'm just a rogue cultivator. Why would I go against the Imperial Weapon Pavilion? The Heart Weapon Emperor grinned. Fangchen has betrayed my Imperial Weapon Pavilion. I want to kill you personally. Are you sure you want to stop me? The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger and a dart shot out. The Heart Weapon Emperor stomped his feet and used all his strength to block the dart. At the same time, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master slammed his palm forward and a vast force struck the teleportation formation. Rumble! The already dilapidated teleportation array suddenly began to wobble and show signs of cracking. Not good. Seeing this, the Heart Weapon Emperor exclaimed in his heart and his face changed drastically. Stop! The Heart Weapon Emperor roared and came in front of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master to stop him. The teleportation formation is cracked. He's dead for sure. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master sneered and glanced at the Heart Weapon Emperor before leaving. My Imperial Weapon Pavilion doesn't want to go against you, but it doesn't mean that we're afraid of you. I hope you know what's best for you. Looking at the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master's back, the Heart Weapon Emperor clenched his fist and was furious. I hope you're safe. The Heart Weapon Emperor looked at the cracked teleportation formation and prayed in his heart. I'm sorry. Don't worry. I'll protect the Imperial Weapon Pavilion for you. Blood City. The Blood City had become more prosperous because of the rise of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The cooperation between the Blood City Merchant Pavilion and the Imperial Weapon Pavilion had become closer. Although Fang Chun had left the Blood City, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion was still developing rapidly. Master Dongfang was now the representative of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. He had great prestige and countless people would respond to his call. However, the atmosphere in the Blood City was unusually tense today. What? In the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, Master Dongfang was shocked when he heard a secret from Lord Blood. Fang Chun betrayed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and is wanted by the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion might be suppressed by them. This was news from Lord Blood. He was an outer member of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion after all. He was one step ahead of the others and received the news. With the Imperial Weapon Pavilion's current strength, how can they fight against the Imperial Weapon Pavilion? Master Dongfang was disappointed and sad. Is the Imperial Weapon Pavilion going to disband? Although the Imperial Weapon Pavilion was established by Fang Chun, Master Dongfang had put in a lot of effort into it. He naturally didn't want to see the Imperial Weapon Pavilion disband. Fang Chun has escaped. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion will definitely vent their anger on the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Master Dongfang was thinking about how to deal with it. Whoosh! The void rippled and the Heart Weapon Emperor Master slowly appeared. Heart Weapon Emperor Master. Master Dongfang, how have you been? The Heart Weapon Emperor Master nodded. I owe Fang Chun a favor. I'm here to protect the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Don't worry. With me around, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion won't do anything to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Hearing this, Master Dongfang was overjoyed. Sure enough, it was as Master Dongfang had expected. 2 days later, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master personally led his disciples and arrived at the city. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, Fang Chun, betrayed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. He has committed treason and should be killed. The Pavilion Master's voice echoed throughout the entire Blood City. There's no need for the Imperial Weapon Pavilion to continue existing. For a moment, everyone in the Blood City was in a panic. Lord Blood had been secretly observing the Imperial Weapon Pavilion's actions. He had mixed feelings. In the Blood City Chamber of Commerce, many higher-ups held an emergency meeting. Everyone, what do you think about this matter? The Blood City Chamber of Commerce's president asked. Isn't it obvious? Fang Chun betrayed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The Pavilion Master is furious. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion will cease to exist. Our Blood City Chamber of Commerce will break off our relationship with him. That's right. I agree. Soon, everyone agreed with the decision. Only Deacon Li objected. However, he didn't have the right to make the decision. Fang Chun has committed treason and betrayed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Our Blood City Chamber of Commerce doesn't want to work with such a despicable person. From now on, the Blood City Chamber of Commerce will dissolve our alliance with the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. We will help the Imperial Weapon Pavilion to destroy the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Soon, the Blood City Chamber of Commerce released a message. It was a statement. Once the message was out, the entire Blood City was shocked. Of course, everyone could understand. If they had to choose between the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, they would definitely choose the former. Just when everyone thought that the Imperial Weapon Pavilion was about to be destroyed, the Imperial Master and Master Dongfang appeared in the void. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion has crossed the line. The Imperial Master's voice was deafening. What? The Imperial Master stood up for the Imperial Weapon Pavilion? Could it be that the rumor is true? The one behind the Imperial Master is the Imperial Master? This is going to be a good show. In the Blood City, everyone was talking about it. In the void, the Imperial Master and the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master confronted each other again. Imperial Master, you are meddling too much. Boom! Everyone in the Blood City felt a tremor. A great battle was about to begin. The battle between the Imperial Master and the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. Everyone was watching. The result of this battle would change the situation in the Western region. However, 7 days later, a ray of light flew away. From today onwards, the Imperial Master will protect the Imperial Master. If anyone dares to have ill intentions towards the Imperial Master, they will be going against the Imperial Master. The Imperial Master's voice spread throughout the Blood City. Everyone was in an uproar, shaken by this. Could it be that the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master lost? In fact, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master and the Imperial Master could not do anything to each other. In the end, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master compromised and gave up on the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. With the crisis resolved, Lord Shui was relieved. Everyone in the Blood City Chamber of Commerce looked at each other. Quickly disperse and leave the Blood City. Even the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master could not do anything to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, let alone the Blood City Chamber of Commerce. The president of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce knew that the situation was hopeless. He had to give up on the glory of the Blood City. In just one night, the Blood City Chamber of Commerce evacuated from the Blood City. The Blood City also became the private property of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The Imperial Master stayed here to protect the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The situation in the Western region had undergone a subtle change. Many forces were ready to make a move. The Heart Demon Palace even sent an elder to the Blood City to visit the Imperial Master to discuss important matters. Chapter 30:10. In the east of the primordial chaos, there was a vast and boundless region. The people here were valiant and the martial way was prosperous. It was called the Eastern Region. Compared to the Western region and the Southern region, the Eastern region was a prosperous place with many experts. The sun was like blood, dyeing the entire land red. The plains were boundless and overgrown with weeds. It was very barren. But today, an unprecedented war had broken out here. The Blood Fire Sword sect had launched an all-out war, wanting to destroy the Piercing Cloud sect in one fell swoop. The disciples of the two forces were embroiled in a chaotic battle on the plains. There were many casualties and screams of agony could be heard from time to time. In the void, two figures were facing each other. Both of them exuded a terrifying aura. One of them was wearing a blood-red robe with a sword-shaped symbol on his collar. His entire body was covered in sword-shaped runes, making him look like a long sword that stood in the void. It was a shocking sight. Opposite him was an old man in a white robe. He was stooped, and there was a faint aura emanating from his body. It was as if he had merged with the world. He stood on a white cloud and stared at the blood-red robed elder. "Blood Fire Sword Master, do you really want to do this?" the white-robed elder asked. "Destroying the Piercing Cloud sect has been the goal of the ancestors of the Blood Fire Sword sect." The Blood Fire Sword Master stood with his hands behind his back. "You have seen it too. The disciples of the Piercing Cloud sect are no match for my Blood Fire Sword sect. What does the piercing cloud sect have to fight me? The blood fire sword master's words lingered in the piercing cloud sect master's ears. A bitter smile appeared on his old face. As the piercing cloud sect master, I will live and die with the piercing cloud sect, the piercing cloud sect master said. Since the blood fire sword sect wants to do this, then let's fight to the death. With that, the piercing cloud sect master's body flashed and merged with the white cloud. He instantly appeared beside the blood fire sword master. Scram! The blood fire sword master roared. A fiery red sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at the white cloud. Kaboom! The battle between the two experts was about to erupt. The void shattered and the air became chaotic. The flames of war flew and blood flowed like a river. In the blink of an eye, the war had entered a white-hot stage. The piercing cloud sect seemed to be somewhat powerless to resist. Somewhere on the battlefield, the golden-robed man struck out with his palm, barely blocking his opponent's attack. Not good. However, just as he was about to attack, he screamed in horror. A long sword suddenly appeared in front of him. The tip of the sword carried an unparalleled power. Run! He subconsciously retreated, wanting to dodge. However, it was too late. The long sword had already locked onto him. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. Am I going to die? Wu Pan's face paled as he shook his head helplessly. Crack! Just as the long sword was about to pierce his chest, a sudden clap of thunder appeared in the void, followed by flashes of lightning and roars of thunder. A crack visible to the naked eye spread rapidly above Wu Pan's head. That is, the sudden change stunned everyone. Their gazes were all fixed on the crack. Bang! A figure fell out of the crack. The horrifying spatial storm quickly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, the crack healed and the sky returned to normal. The figure that fell out of the crack happened to land in front of Wu Pan, blocking the long sword of the blood flame sword sect disciple, and saving his life. He subconsciously looked down and saw a man covered in blood lying in a pool of blood. It seemed that he had lost his life. Wu Pan was a little dazed. He did not know what was going on. However, the two experts who were fighting in the void immediately understood what was going on when they saw this scene. Is there a problem with the teleportation array, causing the body to be lost in the darkness? The blood flame sword sect master sneered. He did not even look. Although he could feel a faint trace of life, he knew that the person was dead for sure. Collecting his thoughts, the blood flame sword sect master continued to attack. Kill! The battle did not stop because of Fang Chen's fall. On the contrary, it became even more intense. Fang Chen lay in a pool of blood and was crushed by many corpses. He saved me. Wu Pan was stunned. He looked at the unconscious Fang Chen with a complicated expression. After thinking for a moment, Wu Pan gritted his teeth and broke away from his opponent. He quickly came to the mountain of corpses and pulled Fang Chen out of the pile. You saved my life. Even if there is only a small chance, I will not let you die. Wu Pan carried Fang Chen and rushed toward Chuanyun City. The battle was too intense and chaotic. Wu Pan did not encounter too many obstacles when he left. This was because the battlefield was Chuanyun Plain, which was very close to Chuanyun City. After a while, Wu Pan returned to Chuanyun City, panting. Boom! At this moment, a deafening explosion sounded in the sky above Chuanyun Plain. Smoke filled the air and a wild aura fluttered in the wind. A human figure shot out of the smoke in a somewhat sorry state. Chuanyun Sect Master. This voice came from the Blood Flame Sword Sect Master. I didn't expect you to hide your strength. The Blood Flame Sword Sect Master's face was gloomy. His chest rose and fell as a trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. I will let your Chuanyun sect go today. When my Blood Flame Sword Sect attacks again, your Chuanyun sect will be destroyed. After saying this, the Blood Flame Sword Sect Master waved his sleeve and said, Retreat. Whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the blood flame sword sect disciples had all retreated from the battlefield. The Chuan Yun sect disciples who had escaped death looked at each other. Return. The Chuan Yun sect master's voice was like thunder. Increase the defenses of Chuan Yun City by 3 times. All disciples must be on high alert. As soon as he said this, a streak of light charged into Chuan Yun City. No one had expected the battle to end in such a way. However, the Chuan Yun sect master knew that he had used the Blood Flame Sword sect master's weakness to defeat him. But the next time the Blood Flame Sword sect came prepared, it would be the time when his Chuan Yun sect was in danger. The Chuan Yun sect was the strongest faction in Chuan Yun City and the only ruler. In the main hall of the Chuan Yun sect, "How are the casualties in this battle?" the Chuan Yun sect master asked with an ashen face. "Sect master, more than half of our disciples are dead or injured. Several elders have also died," the great elder said in a low voice. Simply put, they had suffered heavy losses. The Chuan Yun city lord is also dead. Hearing this, the Chuan Yun sect master's face turned even gloomier. In a courtyard of the Chuan Yun sect, Wu Pan placed Fong Chen on the bed and fed him some healing pills. This guy Wu Pan was surprised to find that although Fong Chen was covered in injuries, his physical body was abnormally strong. Interesting. Fong Chen, whose aura was originally weak, began to recover in just a few hours. This made Wu Pan very surprised. A star venerate martial artist can still survive after suffering such heavy injuries. This is simply a miracle. The Chuan Yun sect was heavily guarded. Everyone was busy preparing for battle. Only Wu Pan was taking care of Fong Chen. 1. The Immortal Scepter and the Hidden Star Sword surged with powerful energy at the same time and poured into Fong Chen's body. Fong Chen's injuries were healing at a speed invisible to the naked eye. "Master will be fine, right?" In Ming Cave Mountain, Kong Jiu and Tian Xian were somewhat worried. "Don't worry, he will be fine," the pure-blooded beast cub said. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely die after suffering such heavy injuries. However, he is different. The chaotic sword body is not just for show. Its defense is top-notch. As the pure-blooded beast cub expected, Fong Chen's vitality became more and more vigorous in the next few days. 5 days later, Fong Chen woke up. "You're awake?" The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Wu Pan's face. "Who are you? Where am I?" Fong Chen asked doubtfully. He subconsciously looked around to make sure there was no danger and heaved a sigh of relief. "This is the Chuan Yun sect. I am Chuan Yun sect disciple Wu Pan. Don't worry, you are very safe here," Wu Pan said with a smile. "How did I get here?" That day, the Chuan Yun sect was fighting with the Blood Flame Sword sect, and Wu Pan briefly explained the situation that day. After understanding the situation, Fong Chen nodded. There was a problem with the teleportation array. Fong Chen felt a lingering fear. If he hadn't been so lucky, he would have died. It's not a problem with the teleportation array. After the teleportation array was activated, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master forcefully attacked it, causing the teleportation to be interrupted, the Immortal Scepter said. Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master. Fong Chen clenched his fists, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 30:11. Piercing Cloud Sect, Blood Flame Sword Sect. The names of these two sects echoed in Fong Chen's mind. The Eastern region? Fong Chen curled his lips. He was going to the Northern region with the help of Imperial teacher Xian Bing. He didn't expect that the transmission would be interrupted and he would be sent to the Eastern region. Since I'm here, I'll take things as they come. I'll familiarize myself with the situation here as soon as possible and then think of a way to leave. Fong Chen muttered. As long as he left the Western region, he wouldn't be afraid of being chased by the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Then, he could cultivate in peace. You're really lucky. Wu Pan smiled and said, "We often see situations like yours here. Those cultivators whose transmission was interrupted almost certainly died, But you survived. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. No wonder people weren't curious at all when he was on the battlefield. They often saw it. This was also good. It wouldn't attract their attention. Faced with Wu Pan's question, Fang Chen just smiled awkwardly. You rest in the piercing cloud sect first. Don't wander around. Wu Pan said a few words and then turned to leave. The atmosphere in the piercing cloud sect was very stifling. After Fang Chen recovered from his injuries, he felt that his cultivation had taken another step forward. He had silently broken through to the late stage of the Star Venerable realm. Is this considered to be fighting to live after death? Fang Chen grinned. Walking on the tree-lined road of the piercing cloud sect, Fang Chen could feel people looking at him from time to time. Is that guy the trash that Wu Pan saved? Is there something wrong with Wu Pan's head? Humph, he ran away at the last minute. The sect will definitely chase Wu Pan. Whispers reached Fang Chen's ears. Punishment? Fang Chen frowned and looked up. He found that Wu Pan was surrounded by a few disciples and had a conflict. He walked over quickly and heard one of the disciples scolding Wu Pan in a lecturing tone. Wu Pan, as a disciple of the piercing cloud sect, why did you run away at the last minute? I didn't. Wu Pan defended himself. Everyone has seen it. You are simply a disgrace to the Chuan Yun sect. This person continued, what qualifications does a person like you have to continue staying in the Chuan Yun sect? As he spoke, the disciple immediately attacked, intending to capture Wu Pan. Bang! Wu Pan's resistance made the disciple even more furious. Wu Pan, I represent the sect in punishing you. How dare you resist? Do you want to be a traitor? The word traitor made Wu Pan's body tremble. Humph! The disciple snorted coldly and reached out to grab Wu Pan. Bang! The disciple who attacked Wu Pan was sent flying and fell to the ground. Do you want to die? The disciple stood up, glared at Fang Chen, and roared angrily. What crime did Wu Pan commit? Just because you saved me? Fang Chen shrugged and asked. Wu Pan glanced at Fang Chen. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to criticize me here? The disciple flew into a rage and rushed toward Fang Chen. Get lost. Fang Chen sent him flying with a kick. Wu Pan is innocent. If you want to use this opportunity to deal with Wu Pan, then I'm sorry, but I don't agree. No matter what, Wu Pan had saved Fang Chen. At this moment, how could Fang Chen remain indifferent? Forget it, Wu Pan said in a low voice. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it. You are courting death. The disciple's cultivation was slightly higher than Wu Pan's. He was at the peak of the Star Venerable realm. He thought that Fang Chen had launched a sneak attack, which was why he had been sent flying. Rumble. The disciple used his strongest trump card to suppress Fang Chen. However, in Fang Chen's eyes, his action was ridiculous. Bang! A crisp sound echoed in the air. The surrounding disciples were dumbfounded. How could this be? They couldn't understand why the guy Wu Pan had saved could send Fan Hai, who was at the peak of the Star Venerable realm, flying. Brat, this is the Cloud sect. You are courting death. Fan Hai stood up and roared angrily. Stop! As soon as the voice fell, the crowd consciously opened up a path. A beautiful figure walked over slowly. Fan Hai, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The woman scolded sternly. The woman's hair was tied up in a high bun, and there was a red plum blossom hairpin on the top of her head. She was wearing a navy blue pleated skirt with scattered flowers, and a pair of soft-soled shoes with silk peacock thread beads. Her beautiful figure was perfectly reflected in the eyes. Seeing this woman, Fang Chen was stunned. Senior sister Fan Hai wanted to explain, but he was interrupted by Senior Sister Yu. Get lost. Yes, Senior Sister Yu. Fan Hai lowered his head and quickly left. Before he left, he glared at Fang Chen fiercely. Fist salute. Senior sister Yu smiled at Fang Qin and bowed slightly to express her apology. It's okay. Fang Qin waved his hand. I'm Yu Shu. What's your name? Fang Qin. Yu Shu smiled faintly and turned to leave. If you have any problems, you can come to me. Fang Qin could feel countless envious and jealous gazes shooting at him from all around. It seemed that this woman called Yu Shu had a high status in the Cloud sect. In the following time, the Cloud sect fell into a temporary silence. But everyone knew that this was the sign before a storm. The Blood Flame Sword sect was too strong. If they came back again, the Cloud sect would have no power to resist. Under the night sky, the starlight shone on Fang Qin. He took out a bottle of spirit-tempering wine and tasted it. I didn't expect the eastern region to be so vast. After drinking a mouthful of spirit-tempering wine, Fang Qin couldn't help but sigh. After a few days of understanding, Fang Qin only knew the tip of the iceberg of the eastern region. But even so, he was still extremely shocked. Simply put, the four regions of the ancient chaos, the western region and the southern region, were simply barbarians. In the eastern region there was a name. To them, the southern and western regions were like lower realms. From this, one could see the difference between them and the eastern region. The eastern region was vast and had 9 realms. Each realm was much larger than the starless realm. The boundless realm was one of the 9 realms in the eastern region. There were 36 palaces under it. The Desolation Palace that Fang Qin was in was one of them. Both Cloud Passing City and Blood Flame City belonged to the Bloody Battle Territory, one of the 5 territories under the Desolation Palace. There were 72 cities under the Bloody Battle Territory. I didn't expect to come to such a place. With Fang Qin's current strength, he was almost invincible in Cloud Passing City. However, he had just recovered from his injuries and was very unfamiliar with the eastern region. He wanted to understand it before leaving. Blood Flame Sword Sect? Fang Qin's eyes flickered as he muttered, "Since Wu Pan saved me, I'll help Cloud Passing Sect's solve their crisis." The Cloud Passing Sect's master was a late-stage holy venerate. The Blood Flame Sword's master's cultivation shouldn't be that strong. I'll help Cloud Passing Sect solve their crisis as soon as possible and enter the sights of the upper echelons of the Bloody Battle Territory. Fang Qin's thoughts weren't here. He wanted to use Cloud Passing Sect as a springboard to enter the Bloody Battle Territory. He wanted to stand out and eventually join the Desolation Palace. Only by joining the Desolation Palace could he come into contact with a higher stage and cultivate more powerful secret technique. As for the Boundless Realm, Fang Qin didn't want to think about it for now. After all, the Boundless Realm was one of the 9 Eastern Realms. The Boundless Realm's master was a super expert of the Sector Lord Realm. He was the commander of a region and his strength was unfathomable. Fang Qin's realm was too far away from the Universe God Realm. Perhaps because of Yu Shu, many disciples didn't like Fang Qin and were denouncing Fang Qin. Fan Hai, who lost to Fang Qin that day, even said that Fang Qin had launched a sneak attack first. Otherwise, he would have been able to suppress Fang Qin in a direct confrontation. Femme fatale. Although Fang Qin didn't say anything, Yu Shu took the initiative to talk to Fang Qin and even rebuked Fan Hai. This caused many disciples to have wild thoughts. Yu Shu was the goddess of Cloud Passing Sect and countless disciples pursued her. They wouldn't allow their goddess to be tarnished. An outsider. If it wasn't for Cloud Passing Sect, he would have died long ago. How dare he seduce Yu Shu? He's really courting death. I want to see how arrogant he can be. Just wait. Fan Hai is well prepared this time. He will definitely suppress Fang Qin. Countless voices of discussion quietly spread out. However, Fang Qin, who was in the middle of the whirlpool, only smiled and ignored them. Fang Qin, you don't have to worry. You're someone I saved. Even if you're expelled, it's the sect master's order and not Fan Hai's. Wu Pan said. But now, my Cloud Passing Sect is in danger. I hope you can leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. It's fine. Fang Chen smiled indifferently. To read a novel, please visit Chapter 30:12. Although a great disaster was imminent, Yushu's actions had undoubtedly brought great trouble to Fang Chen. In the courtyard, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. In his mind, his primordial spirit vibrated and emitted a golden luster. Primordial spirit, Fang Chen murmured. During the teleportation process, he had gone through a narrow escape, but it had also allowed his primordial spirit to make a breakthrough. Outside Wu Pan's courtyard, many disciples, led by Fan Hai, had gathered. Fang Chen, get out here! Fan Hai roared arrogantly, his face full of disdain. He believed that the reason why he had lost the previous battle was entirely because of Fang Chen's sneak attack. If you have the ability, fight me fair and square. In the dark, a pair of eyes stared at them. A mere outsider dares to approach Yushu. You're courting death. The person who spoke was dressed in a golden robe. If anyone was here, they would definitely recognize that this person was the strongest disciple of the Transcendence Cloud sect. Everyone knew that he was pursuing Yushu. However, he could not gain Yushu's approval. All along, Yushu had been very cold to him. When he heard that Yushu berated Fan Hai for Fang Chen, his heart was full of anger. He had deliberately lent his weapon to Fan Hai so that he could teach Fang Chen a lesson. I'd like to see what you're capable of. His eyes flickered as he said sinisterly. In the courtyard, Wu Pan hurried in. At this time, Fang Chen also slowly opened his eyes. Fang Chen. Wu Pan wanted to say something but stopped. In fact, Fang Chen already knew what he wanted to say. Brother Wu Pan, don't worry. What's a mere Fan Hai? Fang Chen's tone was very arrogant and confident. In his eyes, Fan Hai was a piece of trash. Ignore him. Fang Chen continued to cultivate with his eyes closed, while Wu Pan could only walk out of the courtyard helplessly. Fan Hai, you've gone too far. Wu Pan said in a deep voice. Wu Pan, who do you think you are? That guy is a coward. Are you going to stand up for him? Seeing Wu Pan, Fan Hai was very angry. He said angrily, Good, I was just worried that I didn't have a place to vent my anger. You came at the right time. After saying that, Fan Hai acted as if he was about to attack Wu Pan. Wu Pan took several steps back. Fan Hai, right now our entire Piercing Cloud sect is preparing for war, ready to fight at any moment. Yet you are causing trouble here. Let the sect master know the truth. Are you threatening me? Hearing Wu Pan's words, Fan Hai became even angrier. Do you think that with that kid backing you up, I, Fan Hai, would be afraid of you? As soon as Fan Hai finished speaking, he threw out a punch without any warning. Wu Pan was caught off guard. He felt a powerful force coming at him, and his body involuntarily retreated. Wu Pan staggered and steadied himself. His back was pressed against the gate of the courtyard. Wu Pan was very angry, but he couldn't do anything to Fan Hai. What? Angry? If you have the ability, then do it, you coward. Seeing Wu Pan's angry look, Fan Hai became even more unscrupulous and sneered. Fan Hai walked towards Wu Pan step by step. He slowly raised his hand and said mockingly, Do you believe that with this slap of mine, your head will turn into minced meat? I don't believe it. Suddenly, a voice came from the courtyard. Creak. The gate opened and Fang Chen walked out with his hands behind his back. He glanced at Wu Pan and nodded lightly. Then, his gaze fell on Fan Hai. Finally, you're not a coward anymore? Fan Hai sneered and stared at Fang Chen. Coward? You think you're worthy? Fang Chen mercilessly humiliated Fan Hai. Looks like I didn't teach you enough the last time. Otherwise, you wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Fine, I won't hold back this time. Kid, who do you think you are? If you hadn't ambushed me the last time, I would have killed you. Bang! Just as Fan Hai's voice fell, a sound came from the ground. Then, a miserable scream came from his mouth. Only then did the crowd react. They turned around and were stunned. At this moment, Fan Hai's body seemed to be falling apart. Blood flowed out of his orifices and he fell to the ground. His arms were hanging limply. It seemed like they were crippled. I'll kill you. Fan Hai roared in anger, but he couldn't stand up. He actually crippled Fan Hai's limbs? Is this guy crazy? Doesn't he know that Fan Hai is Brother Long's man? He's dead. He's dead. In the crowd, everyone discussed in horror. Get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here. Fang Chen sneered and said disdainfully, If the person behind you wants to challenge me, feel free to do so. After saying that, Fang Chen turned around and prepared to return to the courtyard. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, applause sounded. Everyone turned around and their pupils constricted. Brother Long. The first disciple of the Cloud sect was called Brother Long. He wore a golden robe and his wise eyes stared at Fang Chen as he walked over quickly. You're not bad, Brother Long said gloomily. Of course. It's better than some villain hiding in the dark. Fang Chen sneered. Everyone around was shocked. Fang Chen was too arrogant, wasn't he? He didn't even care about Brother Long. Kid, do you know who I am? Brother Long asked coldly with a serious face. Does it have anything to do with me? Fang Chen asked. Ha ha. Brother Long was enraged by Fang Chen's words. He suppressed his anger and pointed at Fan Hai. He's my man. So what? Fang Chen retorted. You're not from the Cloud sect, but you crippled his limbs. This is a capital offense. Brother Long said slowly. And I, on behalf of the Cloud sect, will kill you. Seeing Brother Long appear, Wu Pan was a little anxious and tugged at Fang Chen's clothes. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that it was fine. Then, he looked at Brother Long and said, Because Miss Yu Shu said a few words to me, you held a grudge and instigated Fan Hai to provoke me. Now I've crippled his limbs. You have to take full responsibility. The words Yu Shu from Fang Chen's mouth made Brother Long even angrier. Yu Shu is not someone you can call her that. Brother Long said angrily. I really feel sorry for you. The Cloud sect is in trouble, but you're still in the mood to flirt. As expected of the first disciple of the Cloud sect, you're really amazing. Fang Chen mocked. What? Are you angry now that I've exposed you? Fang Chen took a step forward with an imposing aura. I'm standing right here. If you want to kill me, go ahead. But I can't guarantee that your limbs won't be broken. This was a threat, a blatant threat. Brother Long had cultivated for so many years and had a high status in the Cloud sect. No one dared to speak to him like this. You're courting death, Brother Long said. Fang Chen didn't say anything else. He didn't even bother to look at Brother Long and closed his eyes. Go back first. Fang Chen was afraid that Wu Pan would be in a difficult position, so he asked him to wait for him in the courtyard. Stop. Yu Shu walked over from behind the crowd. Yu Shu. Brother Long smiled when he saw Yu Shu walking over. However, Yu Shu ignored him. This made Brother Long even angrier. He vented his anger on Fang Chen. Yu Shu, this is between me and this guy. Don't interfere. Rumble. Brother Long waved his hand and took a long staff from Fan Hai. Die. With a flick of his wrist, he waved the long staff. A vast power emerged from the long staff. Stop! Yu Shu shouted, wanting to stop the two. However, it was too late. Brother Long's attack had already enveloped Fang Chen. Still putting on an act? Seeing that Fang Chen was still calm, Brother Long sneered and increased his strength. The long staff was aimed at Fang Chen's head. If Fang Chen couldn't dodge this attack, his body and soul would be destroyed. It could be seen how vicious Brother Long was. Crash! Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. With a stomp of his foot, the entire ground shook. You have to pay the price for your stupidity, Fang Chen said. And you can't bear the price. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen took a big step forward. He opened one of his hands and charged towards the long rod at lightning speed. Under everyone's gaze, he grabbed the long staff. The vast power came to an abrupt stop. The long staff was firmly grasped by Fangchen and couldn't move. You've always thought of yourself as the #1 disciple of the Chuanyun sect. You don't know that in my eyes you're just trash. Holding the long staff with one hand, he slapped out with the other. Crack! Brother Long felt that all the bones in his body were about to shatter. His body flew back dozens of meters and fell to the ground. Poochie! Brother Long spat out blood and fainted. Crash! Countless exclamations came from the crowd. A late-stage star Venerable actually has such great power? Brother Long was the #1 disciple of the Chuanyun sect. His cultivation had reached the limit of the star Venerable realm. He was only one step away from entering the holy Venerable realm. Chapter 30:13. The #1 disciple of the Piercing Cloud sect was at the peak of the star Venerable realm. Such a strong person had been defeated by Fangchen in one move. How strong did one have to be to do that? Even a warrior at the early stage of the Saint Venerable realm couldn't do that, right? For a moment, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Yushu's mouth was wide open, full of shock. Fangchen stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. He didn't want to bully the weak. He just wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. However, Brother Long instigated Fan Hai to harass him and attack Wu Pan. This was intolerable. I said that you will pay the price for your stupidity. You can't afford to pay this price. After saying that, Fangchen turned and entered the courtyard. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Yushu's eyes flickered, and a complicated expression appeared on her pretty face. Looking at Fangchen's back, she seemed to feel that this man was mysterious and unfathomable. The news of Fangchen defeating Brother Long spread quickly in the Piercing Cloud sect. Many disciples were in awe. A late-stage star Venerable defeating a peak star Venerable. This was something that ordinary people couldn't do. Especially Wu Pan. He was dumbfounded. What kind of monster did he save? This news reached the ears of the higher-ups of the Piercing Cloud sect. Some of them thought that Fangchen had gone too far. He had injured Brother Long in public. Of course, there were also some people who thought that Fangchen had unparalleled potential. If he could become a disciple of the Piercing Cloud sect, it would definitely improve the strength of the sect. The next day, the Piercing Cloud sect master summoned Fangchen. In front of the Piercing Cloud Palace, Wu Pan led Fangchen forward quickly. Fangchen, when you enter the Piercing Cloud Palace, you must be careful. Don't offend the Piercing Cloud sect master. Wu Pan whispered, I heard that you defeated Brother Long. Some elders seem to want to punish you. It's okay. Fangchen smiled faintly and said, if the Piercing Cloud sect master is smart, I think he should know what to do. Soon, the two arrived at the Piercing Cloud Palace. Go in, Wu Pan said. Fangchen patted Wu Pan on the shoulder and said with a smile, wait for my good news. After entering the main hall, Fangchen clearly felt that the atmosphere was slightly heavy. Fangchen bowed slightly to the cloud-piercing sect master and the elders. Arrogant. Some elders were unhappy with Fangchen's actions and directly spoke out. The Piercing Cloud sect master waved his hand, stopping the elder from speaking. He looked at Fangchen and asked, where did you come from? In the western region, the transmission array was disrupted. We arrived at Chuanyun City, Fangchen said truthfully. The cloud-piercing sect master nodded and said with a smile, with your late-stage star Venerable cultivation, you defeated Along, who was at the peak of the star Venerable realm, in one strike. This is enough to prove that your talent is unparalleled. Are you willing to join my cloud-piercing sect? The gazes of many elders fell on Fangchen. As far as I know, Piercing Cloud sect is currently facing a crisis. The slightest carelessness could lead to the destruction of the sect, Fangchen said. Impudent! A bad-tempered elder scolded loudly. If not for my cloud-piercing sect disciples saving you, you would have died on the battlefield. Not only are you not grateful, but you even attacked my cloud-piercing sect disciples. Now you are even talking nonsense. Do you believe that I will suppress you right now? Fangchen shook his head. It seems that the decline of Piercing Cloud sect is not without reason. The elders could tell that Fangchen was implying something. You are too arrogant. This elder wanted to attack, but Fangchen was not afraid and looked straight at him. You are not afraid of problems. What you are afraid of is not daring to admit where the problem lies. The difference in strength between Piercing Cloud sect and Blood Flame Sword sect is obvious. You old fogies are still indulging in fantasy? When the Blood Flame Sword sect attacks, how will you deal with it? At this critical juncture, not only do you cloud-piercing sect disciples not know how to cherish time and cultivate diligently, but you are fighting over a woman. How laughable, Fangchen said bluntly. Many elders were displeased, and some were even angry. Only Piercing Cloud sect's sect master looked straight at Fangchen, as if he wanted to see through him. What do you want to say? Piercing Cloud sect's sect master muttered. Fangchen shrugged. I can help Piercing Cloud sect tide over this crisis. When these words were spoken, many elders were stunned, and then they shook their heads. Humph! How can a mere star venerate like you imagine the strength of the Blood Flame Sword sect? Arrogant words. Such a person with a bad temperament is not qualified to stay in Piercing Cloud sect. That's right. Break his limbs and throw him out. Let him fend for himself. Some of the elders mocked. Fangchen frowned and glanced at these elders. If not for Wu Pan, I would kill you all. Humph! These elders still wanted to say something, but they were stopped by Piercing Cloud sect's sect master. Sect master, you didn't summon me just to say this, right? Fangchen asked. Piercing Cloud sect's sect master slowly said, I feel a dangerous aura from you. Although you are a late star venerate, even I can't see through you. Originally, I summoned you because I cherished your talent and wanted to recruit you. But now I have changed my mind. Oh! Fangchen looked at Piercing Cloud sect's sect master with a smile. Piercing Cloud sect's sect master waved his sleeve and stood up. You said you can help Piercing Cloud sect. Let me ask you, how can you help? I know you don't believe me, but the problem is, does Piercing Cloud sect still have a way out? What will you use to resist the next attack of the Blood Flame Sword sect? Fight to the death? Fangchen's words pierced deeply into everyone's hearts. Their faces were gloomy as they lowered their heads. The difference in power was too great. If they fought to the death, it would only hasten their destruction. Or are you saying that you're secretly sending your Transcending Cloud sect disciples out? Fangchen shrugged. If I were the Blood Flame Sword's master, I wouldn't be so stupid as to not think of this. Believe it or not, the Blood Flame Sword sect's people are everywhere outside Piercing Cloud City. Even if you secretly send your disciples out, you won't be able to survive the Blood Flame Sword sect. Moreover, what can you do even if you send your disciples out? Piercing Cloud sect had no choice now. Piercing Cloud sect's sect master didn't get angry at Fangchen's word. Instead, he sank into deep thought. I'm very curious. As a late star venerate, what courage do you have to say such words? You will know when the time comes, Fangchen said. Right, I am not helping Piercing Cloud sect. I am helping Wu Pan. After speaking, Fangchen turned and left. In the hall, many elders looked at Piercing Cloud sect's sect master. Sect master, this brat is too arrogant. Are we just going to let him leave? Humph, with his strength, how can he help us resolve this crisis? That's right. I suggest we kill him directly. The elders spoke one after another. However, Piercing Cloud sect's sect master sank into silence. Sect master, an elder called out. Piercing Cloud sect's sect master raised his head and smiled bitterly. Do we have any other choice now? Even so, we can't leave our fate to this brat, the elders still objected. Piercing Cloud sect's sect master shook his head. He is much stronger than you think. Perhaps he really has the confidence to say such word. Sect Master, I don't understand. The black-robed elder asked in confusion. Just now, I secretly used a method to test him. Guess what the result was? Piercing Cloud Sect Master laughed self-mockingly. When my power came into contact with his body, it seemed to have entered a bottomless pit. I instantly lost control of my power. Since he could easily defeat Along, his offensive power is at least at the Holy Venerate level. Piercing Cloud Sect Master continued, based on my estimation, his true fighting power is between the middle and late Holy Venerate level. Whoosh! Hearing this, the elders went into an uproar. A late star Venerate had the fighting power of a middle Holy Venerate? Wasn't this too exaggerated? He is right. Our Piercing Cloud Sect has no choice. He is also a great fighting power. If we have his help, we will at least have an additional force in the fight against the Blood Flame Sword Sect. At this point, they could only try everything they could. Actually, Piercing Cloud Sect Master believed that since Fang Chen dared to make such bold claims, he definitely had a backup plan. Piercing Cloud Sect Master actually felt some anticipation. In front of Piercing Cloud Palace, Wu Pan saw Fang Chen come out and hurried over. How was it? Sect Master didn't punish you, right? Fang Chen shook his head. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around. After Piercing Cloud Sect's crisis, you will take over Elder Brother Long's position and become the top disciple. What do you mean? Wu Pan caught up and asked in confusion. There was a huge gap between him and Elder Brother Long. In Piercing Cloud Sect, he was only considered average. Taking over Elder Brother Long's position as the top disciple? Wu Pan did not even dare to think about it. Seeing Wu Pan's expression, Fang Chen smiled faintly. Yes, there is a huge gap between you and Elder Brother Long. However, what if the entire Piercing Cloud Sect's resources lean toward you? Chapter 30:14. On a certain day a month later, the Blood Flame Sword Sect attacked once more, and a red wave swept across the land, causing countless cultivators to exclaim. The Blood Flame Sword Sect was unstoppable, and the Piercing Cloud Sect's defenses were useless. Not long after, the Blood Flame Sword Sect arrived. In front of the Piercing Cloud City, all the experts of the Blood Flame Sword Sect were gathered here. The Blood Flame Sword Master was the leader, and his eyes were dark and his face was filled with mockery. From today onwards, there will be no more Piercing Cloud Sect. The Blood Flame Sword Master said coldly. Due to some accidents last time, the Blood Flame Sword Sect had returned empty-handed. This time, the Blood Flame Sword Sect was fully prepared, and the Piercing Cloud Sect couldn't resist at all. Sword Master, are we going to attack directly? The first elder walked over and asked in a low voice. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The Blood Flame Sword Master waved his hand. The Piercing Cloud City is the base of the Piercing Cloud Sect. Although the Blood Flame Sword Sect doesn't fear the Piercing Cloud Sect, the Piercing Cloud Sect still has a foundation. If we charge in rashly, there will be unexpected dangers. I think that the Piercing Cloud Sect Master already knows that we are here, and he will come out. At this moment, within the Piercing Cloud Sect, the Piercing Cloud Sect Master was shocked when he heard the news. His expression was very ugly. What was supposed to come had finally come. Sect Master, we request to fight. Our Piercing Cloud Sect is an ancient sect. How can we be humiliated by a junior? That's right. We swear to protect the Piercing Cloud Sect. Many elders said with righteous indignation. Everyone, follow me to fight. The Piercing Cloud Sect Master nodded. He knew that the Blood Flame Sword Sect had come with great momentum, and there was no way to avoid it. He also knew that he might not be able to return, but he had no choice. He had to take responsibility, not to mention that he was the Piercing Cloud Sect Master. Whoosh, whoosh. Their faces were filled with rage. Damn Blood Flame Sword Sect. The elders' hearts burned with rage. They clenched their fists, and their eyes turned scarlet. They couldn't wait to wipe out the Blood Flame Sword sect. Piercing Cloud Sect Master, there's no way out. The Piercing Cloud Sect Master, must we fight to the death? Cloud Piercing Sect Master asked. What do you think? The Blood Fire Sword Master sneered. Disciples of the Piercing Cloud Sect, heed my command. We pledge our lives to protect the honor of the Piercing Cloud Sect. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening sound rang out between heaven and earth. The flames of war lingered between heaven and earth, and the sounds of killing shook the heavens. The battle had begun. The Blood Flame Sword Sect and the Cloud Piercing Sect had started an all-out war. Within the Piercing Cloud Sect, many weak disciples were trembling. Their faces were pale and their hearts were filled with fear. Wu Pan panted as he found Fang Chen. He informed him that the Blood Flame Sword Sect had launched a large-scale attack, and that the Piercing Cloud Sect was very likely to be destroyed. Fang Chen, leave quickly. Seeing Wu Pan's expression, Fang Chen smiled slightly. Brother Wu Pan, we've only met by chance, yet you treat me like this. I'm truly grateful. Fang Chen said solemnly, don't worry. Nothing will happen to Chuan Yun's sect, and nothing will happen to you. Fang Chen patted Wu Pan's shoulder, then turned and left the courtyard. As soon as he walked out of the courtyard, he met the goddess of the Piercing Cloud Sect, Yu Shu. Fang Chen. Yu Shu's red lips parted slightly as she called out. Outside the Piercing Cloud City, the flames of war are raging. As disciples of the Piercing Cloud Sect, we're prepared to fight to the death. You're not a disciple of the Piercing Cloud Sect, so you can leave now. With that, Yu Shu glanced at Fang Chen and left leisurely. Fang Chen shook his head and didn't say anything. In a moment, blood flowed like a river outside the Piercing Cloud City. Bastard of the Piercing Cloud Sect, go to hell. A disciple of the Blood Flame Sword Sect held a long sword in his hand. His body erupted with boundless power as he ruthlessly pierced the head of the Piercing Cloud Sect disciple. Crack! The Piercing Cloud Sect disciple's body directly exploded, turning into a pool of blood. There were countless such occurrences. The battle gradually leaned towards the Blood Flame Sword Sect. The latter had come prepared, and their overall strength completely crushed the Piercing Cloud Sect. The Piercing Cloud Sect disciples fought with all their strength, but only death awaited them. In a short 15 minutes, more than half of the Piercing Cloud Sect disciples had been killed or injured. In the sky, the elders of the two sects were engaged in an intense battle. Die, old bastard! The blood-robed elder of the Blood Flame Sword Sect stabbed his snake-shaped sword at the Piercing Cloud Sect elder. Scram! The Piercing Cloud Sect elder roared as he spread out his palms, forming the strongest defense to block the snake-shaped sword. Poochie! The snake-shaped sword released powerful sword chi that directly pierced through the Piercing Cloud Sect elder's hands. While the latter was in a daze, he was killed in one fell swoop. An elder had fallen. After such a long battle, an elder had finally fallen. The fall of an ordinary disciple wouldn't harm the foundation of the Piercing Cloud Sect. However, an elder was different. They were the foundation of the Piercing Cloud Sect. Even the death of an elder was a heavy blow to the Piercing Cloud Sect. Poochie! One after another, the elders fell into a pool of blood. The battle was one-sided. The Piercing Cloud Sect people were forced to retreat as they suffered heavy casualties. Only the Piercing Cloud Sect Master was barely able to block the attacks of the Blood Flame Sword Master. Sword Master! The Blood Flame Sword Sect's first elder transmitted his voice, indicating for the Sword Master to end the battle quickly. If the Piercing Cloud Sect Master was killed, the Piercing Cloud Sect would definitely collapse. At that time, the Blood Flame Sword Sect would be able to easily occupy Piercing Cloud City. Hearing this, the Blood Flame Sword Master nodded as a complicated light flashed in his eyes. Then, he spread out his hands and spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! A blood-red sword suddenly appeared and the Blood Flame Sword Master grasped it with both hands. Hiss! The blood-red sword emitted an extremely powerful aura that rapidly corroded the void. This is a blood-red sword? Seeing this, the piercing cloud sect master's expression changed drastically as he retreated continuously. His face was filled with despair. He originally thought that he could use his trump card to barely block the Bloodflame Sword Master. But now it seemed that he was wrong. Legend had it that the Bloodflame Sword sect had the strongest trump card, the Blood-Red Sword. But for countless years, they had not been able to form a blood-red sword. Unexpectedly, the Bloodflame Sword Master had really done it. When the blood-red sword appeared, heaven and earth were annihilated. Piercing Cloud Sect Master, you're dead meat. The Bloodflame Sword Master held the blood-red sword tightly with both hands as he activated all his strength and slashed at the void. Crack! The void shattered as 100-meter-thick blood-red light descended from the sky and slashed at the Piercing Cloud Sect Master. No! The Piercing Cloud Sect Master roared as dense runes appeared around his body. Blue veins popped out on his forehead as he tried to block the attack of the blood-red sword. Dong! But it was to no avail. When the blood-red sword hit his body, it directly shattered his defense. His body was smashed into the ground as if he had been struck by lightning. In an instant, the entire Piercing Cloud City fell into dead silence. The battle came to an abrupt end. Everyone from the Piercing Cloud sect stared at this scene with their mouths agape. A thought of despair rose in their hearts. Even their sect master could not block the blood-red sword. How could they block it? Does the heavens want to destroy our Piercing Cloud sect? Many elders closed their eyes in pain as they gave up resisting. How could they block it? The blood-red sword's attack was too strong. There was no way to block it. Cough, cough. The Piercing Cloud sect master broke out of the ground in a sorry state. His entire body was covered in blood. His aura was weak as he staggered. Not dead yet. The Bloodflame Sword Master sneered. The Piercing Cloud sect master's defense was much stronger than he had imagined. But I'd like to see how you block my second sword. As he spoke, the Bloodflame Sword Master quickly slashed out a second sword. The Piercing Cloud sect master would die without a doubt. Seemingly knowing that he could not block it, the Piercing Cloud sect master gritted his teeth as the power in his body surged. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. As his voice fell, the Piercing Cloud sect master's robe was torn apart. He was self-destructing. Self-destructing? The Bloodflame Sword Master sneered. He increased the power of the blood-red sword and struck the Piercing Cloud sect master's body first. Bang! The power in the latter's body was directly scattered. The Piercing Cloud sect master also fell to the ground, unable to stand. On the city gate, when Fang Chen saw this scene, he shook his head slightly and walked over. At the same time, the Bloodflame Sword Master was about to slash out a third sword to kill the Piercing Cloud sect master. After today, the Piercing Cloud sect will be completely destroyed. However, at this critical moment, Fang Chen flew over and stood in front of the Piercing Cloud sect master. Enough. A stern voice quickly spread out. Chapter 30:15. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. When they saw a skinny figure suddenly appear on the cracked ground, their hearts trembled. Fang Chen. Many elders of the Transcendence Cloud sect exclaimed. The disciples who had already retreated to Chuan Yun City felt their hearts set off stormy wave. Is he courting death? Fan Hai and the other disciples who had grudges with Fang Chen said coldly. Their eyes flashed fiercely. Seeing this, the master of the Crimson Flame sword pressed his palm down. A violent sword principle aura descended from the sky. The crimson sword struck down like a thunderbolt. Dong! The space collapsed and the entire ground trembled. A wild wind swept across the entire plain. Fang Chen was in the center of the spatial storm. He stood proudly. Vast sword chi runes appeared around him. The chaotic sword body automatically activated and raised his defense to the highest level. Die! When the crimson sword struck Fang Chen, the master of the Crimson Flame sword said coldly. Crack! The crimson sword and Fang Chen's body collided, and a deafening sound erupted. Sparks flew. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin quickly turned and formed a huge black hole. It instantly devoured the sword principal power that escaped from the crimson sword. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Under everyone's gaze, the crimson sword bounced off Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen still stood proudly with a look of disdain on his face. How is this possible? The entire Transcendence Cloud sect was in an uproar. They could not imagine that Fang Chen was able to block the attack of the blood-red longsword with his own strength. For a moment, many elders recalled what Fang Chen had said in the Transcendence Cloud Hall. At that time, they thought that Fang Chen was too arrogant and disdained him. Now it seemed that they were too stupid. This, the cloud-piercing sect master, who was not far from Fang Chen, was the most shocked. As the blood-red longsword bombarded him, he clearly saw sword-shaped runes flicker on Fang Chen's body. In an instant, his defense was raised to the highest level. He blocked the attack of the blood-red longsword with pure physical strength? The cloud-piercing sect master's expression changed, and his heart trembled. Voila! The blood-red sword bounced back into the sky and returned to the blood-fire sword owner's hand. The blood-fire sword master glared at Fang Chen with his pitch-black eyes. A blood-red sword? Fang Chen shook his head. It's just SOSO. In the sky above Piercing Cloud City, the people of the Piercing Cloud sect watched Fang Chen anxiously. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. Humph, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be a star Venerable trash. The Blood Flame Sword Master sneered. Is there no one else in the Piercing Cloud sect? How could they let a star Venerable trash come out and embarrass themselves? The trash you called blocked the attack of the blood-red longsword. Then what is this blood-red longsword? Is it worse than trash? Fang Chen retorted. He was not afraid of the blood-fire sword master at all. The blood-fire sword master was furious. Humph, you have a glib tongue. You blocked the attack of the blood-red longsword with your physical strength. Do you think you can fight against the blood-fire sword sect? Lad, you are too naive. The blood-fire sword sect had a rich foundation. It was not something a star Venerable could shake. Fang Chen, the Piercing Cloud sect master called out in a low voice. Fang Chen turned to look at him and said, Piercing Cloud sect master, you go back to Piercing Cloud City first. Leave the matters here to me. After speaking, Fang Chen did not forget to add, I owe Wu Pan a favor. I promised him that I would help the Piercing Cloud sect solve its crisis. The Piercing Cloud sect master wanted to say something, but he did not in the end. His figure flashed, and he retreated into Piercing Cloud City. After being attacked repeatedly by the blood-red longsword, he was severely injured and could not fight any more. If he stayed here, he would only be a burden to Fang Chen. He might as well retreat and let Fang Chen have nothing to worry about. Outside Piercing Cloud City, Fang Chen faced the entire Bloodfire Sword sect alone. The Bloodfire Sword sect is well prepared. If we can't even deal with you, a star Venerable, how can we destroy the Piercing Cloud sect? The Bloodfire Sword Master sneered. Your physical strength is strong, but your cultivation is too weak. You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You are seeking your own death. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the Bloodfire Sword Master. With me here, the Piercing Cloud sect will not be destroyed. Since that is the case, I will show you the power of the Bloodfire Sword sect. As soon as the Bloodfire Sword Master finished speaking, a Peak Star Venerable disciple suddenly jumped out. Sword Master, let me deal with this kind of trash. The Bloodfire Sword sect disciple's figure flashed, and he turned into a long sword that pierced through the sky. Fine. Fang Chen smiled faintly. He raised his hand, and a powerful sword Wei aura gathered in his palm. He waved his hand, and the extremely violent sword Wei power quickly condensed into an illusory sword light. Poochie! Under his control, the illusory sword light pierced through the chest of the Bloodfire Sword sect disciple without any resistance. Boom! The illusory sword light exploded, and the Bloodfire Sword sect disciple died instantly. Seeing this, the Bloodfire Sword sect people glared at Fang Chen. The eyes of the Piercing Cloud sect people lit up. Fang Chen had killed an extreme star venerate cultivator with one hand. It was not hard to imagine that his true combat prowess had already reached the level of a holy venerate. Perhaps the Piercing Cloud sect can be saved. Some elders prayed in their hearts. The Piercing Cloud sect master stared at Fang Chen with his deep eyes, not saying a word. I said that with me here, the Piercing Cloud sect will be fine. Fang Chen continued, however, your Blood Flame Sword sect treated my words as air and forcefully attacked. Since that's the case, I'll kill them right here. If one of your Blood Flame Sword sect comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill two. At this moment, Fang Chen gave off a powerful aura, as if he could hold back 10,000 people by himself. The Bloodfire Sword sect people were all furious, and they fought to be the first to attack. However, they were stopped by the Bloodfire Sword Master. Do you want to die so badly? The Bloodfire Sword Master looked down at Fang Chen from above. Fang Chen remained silent and closed his eyes. Seeing this, the Bloodfire Sword Master was completely enraged. Condense. He raised one hand and shouted. A blood-red longsword quickly condensed. This time, the blood-red longsword was very different from before. Within the blood-red sword chi, there was a purplish-black aura that gave people a feeling of terror. You should be proud to die under my blood-red longsword. The Bloodfire Sword Master took a step forward and arrived in front of Fang Chen. Buzz. The Chaos Sword body was activated, and sword-shaped runes covered Fang Chen. Crack. The master of the Bloodfire Sword held the blood-red longsword in his hand and stabbed it at Fang Chen. Dong. Dong. However, something unexpected happened. The blood-red longsword was so powerful, but it couldn't break through Fang Chen's physical defense. Everyone was shocked. How strong was this guy's physical defense? I don't believe that you can block a few of my attacks. The Bloodfire Sword Master went crazy, and he crazily activated the sword to attack Fang Chen. However, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't hurt Fang Chen at all. He couldn't even make the Chaos Sword body shake. This scene was extremely visually stunning. Not only the Piercing Cloud sect people, but even the Bloodfire Sword sect disciples were shocked. Die. The Bloodfire Sword Master shouted hysterically, and the blood-red longsword attacked with its strongest attack. Crack. The sword stabbed at Fang Chen's head. The sword-shaped runes shone, and it blocked the attack of the blood-red longsword. Have I failed? The heart of the Bloodfire Sword Master was filled with rage. Dong. A vast power came from Fang Chen's body, and it sent the Bloodfire Sword Master flying. Have you attacked enough? The Bloodfire Sword Master flew out, and he finally stabilized himself. He quickly formed a blood-red longsword and prepared to continue attacking. Right at that moment, Fang Chen finally opened his mouth to speak. He walked towards the Bloodfire Sword Master step by step. Everywhere he passed, the air froze. You have been attacking for so long. Now, it's my turn to attack. Fang Chen grinned and reached out his hand. Damn it. In a hurry, the Bloodfire Sword Master stabbed out with his blood-red longsword. Crash. A huge hand that covered the sky rushed down and attacked the blood-red longsword. Crack. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the large hand uncontrollably gripped the blood-red sword. The entire Chuanyun city was boiling. Holding a blood-red sword with one hand, wasn't that a little too exaggerated? Break. Fang Chen exerted a little force, and the blood-red sword instantly shattered. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 3016. The Bloodfire Sword Sect's Master's Trump Card, which was also the Bloodfire Sword Sect's pride, had been crushed by Fang Chen single-handedly. This scene was extremely exaggerated. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. The blood-red sword is broken. Excited shouts came from piercing Cloud City. On the other hand, the blood-fire sword sex people were dead silent. Their eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. They couldn't accept this fact. They knew better than anyone what the shattering of the blood-red sword meant. No, after a short silence, the blood-fire sword sex master's miserable cry sounded. He shook his head crazily, filled with unwillingness. "I will kill you!" The blood-fire sword sex master was in a frenzy. He charged at Fang Chen recklessly, wanting to use his advantage in cultivation to kill Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head. He reached out his hand again, and a violent power swept through the land. When the blood-fire sword sex master charged at him, he suppressed him with a palm. Rumble! The blood-fire sword sex master struggled crazily. He even wanted to self-destruct, but he couldn't. The strength that Fang Chen displayed was too strong. Even a holy venerate like the blood-fire sword sex master couldn't reverse the situation. "I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it." Fang Chen didn't give the blood-fire sword sex master a chance. He stomped his foot and the ground trembled. He slapped at the blood-fire sword sex master with both hands. Sword chi swept out and the sky and earth intersected. Miserable cries rang out incessantly. The blood-fire sword sex master's body exploded. Tens of thousands of sword lights pierced through his primordial spirit. Traces of blood danced in the air. The air was filled with a silent aura, as if it had just experienced an apocalyptic war. It was very frightening. Everyone was dumbfounded. The blood-fire sword sex master had died. Moreover, the person who killed him was only a star venerate. The piercing cloud sex master's heart was filled with emotions. He smiled brightly. The piercing cloud sex crisis had been resolved. Moreover, their greatest enemy, the blood-fire sword sect, would also be disbanded. The master of the blood-fire sword is dead, and the blood-fire sword sect no longer exists. If you withdraw from the blood-fire sword sect right now and never become enemies with the cloud-piercing sect again, I will let you go. Fang Chen's voice spread outside Chuanyun City. Everyone from the blood-flame sword sect looked at each other. Hesitation, fear, anger, they all had different expressions. After hearing Fang Chen's words, the elders of the blood-fire sword sect took the lead to berate him. "Brat, you killed our sect master. Our blood-fire sword sect is absolutely irreconcilable with you. Even if we are destroyed, we will kill you." "That's right. My blood-flame sword sect is full of steel. We will not lower our heads to you. A warrior prefers death to humiliation." Numerous roars of rage rang out. The various elders all took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder, exuding a terrifying aura. They were already prepared to fight to the death. However, there were still some people who were shaken. "Even the blood-fire sword master is dead. If we continue to stay here, we will simply be courting death." "That's right. Back then, I joined the blood-flame sword sect only for the sake of cultivation. Why did you stay when you knew you were going to die?" "We thank Senior for not killing us." After someone took the lead, many disciples began to move and quickly fled. Trash. Seeing this, many elders raised their hands and punched out. Immediately, a few disciples who couldn't escape in time were turned into meat paste. In the blink of an eye, most of the disciples had fled. Only a few remained. "It seems that you have made your choice," Fang Chen said with a smile. "Attack together. Kill him and take revenge for the sword master." Under the lead of many elders, the remaining people of the blood-fire sword sect launched a final attack on Fang Chen. Die! The hidden star sword suddenly appeared in Fang Chen's hand and the invincible sword Dao was instantly displayed. "You are all very lucky to see the true sword Dao before you die." As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling sword light descended from the sky. Miserable cries rang out incessantly. With just one sword, all the remaining cultivators of the blood-fire sword sect were killed. Not a single one was left. The hearts of everyone from the Chuan Yun sect trembled once more. Too strong. His sword Dao is countless times stronger than the blood fire sword sect. Yet, no wonder he's so confident. It turns out that he didn't use his full strength when he killed the sword master. How strong is his true battle strength? Is he strong enough to challenge the Blood Lord's position? For a moment, everyone whispered to each other. Sword chi rampaged and blood flowed like a river. This battle shocked the world. Fang Chun had destroyed the blood fire sword sect by himself and resolved the crisis of the Chuan Yun sect. The news of the blood fire sword sect's destruction quickly spread. The 72 cities under the bloody battle territory and the various major forces were all curious as to who this guy was. He could actually destroy the blood fire sword sect by himself. Some forces even secretly sent disciples to investigate. Chuan Yun sect, Chuan Yun Hall. The Chuan Yun sect master personally welcomed Fang Chun. When he saw the latter, his face was filled with excitement. Fang Chun had become a legend in the hearts of the Chuan Yun sect's people. They admired him greatly. I didn't expect Lord Fang to be so strong. The Chuan Yun sect master said, on behalf of everyone in the Chuan Yun sect, I thank Lord Fang for helping us. The strong were respected. Fang Chen's strength was completely above the Chuan Yun sect master's, so the latter addressed him as Lord. Fang Chen nodded. I owe Wu Pan a favor. Sect master, you don't have to be so polite. That's always the case. But without Lord Fang, the Chuan Yun sect would no longer exist, the Chuan Yun sect master said with a smile. After this battle, Lord Fang's reputation has spread throughout the 72 cities of the bloody battle territory. I believe that it won't be long before there will be forces coming to visit Lord Fang. Bloody battle territory. Fang Chun had never thought of staying in a mere Chuan Yun sect. He wanted to use Chuan Yun City as a springboard to come into contact with the wider world. Lord Fang, you are the savior of Chuan Yun City. Everyone is very grateful to you. We hope that you can become the Chuan Yun City Lord, the Chuan Yun sect master said slowly. Chuan Yun City Lord? Fang Chun looked at the Chuan Yun sect master in surprise. The position of Chuan Yun City Lord has always been empty. Originally, I planned to wait until the crisis was over before hanging it up. However, Lord Fang's contribution to our Chuan Yun City is too great. We all hope that Lord Fang can become the Chuan Yun City Lord. The Chuan Yun sect master said, of course, Lord Fang doesn't have to worry. After becoming the City Lord, you don't have to do anything. Moreover, with Lord Fang's strength, you can definitely enter the core of the bloody battle territory. If you have the identity of the Chuan Yun City Lord, your chances will be even greater. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyelids twitched. This was exactly what he wanted. Okay, I agree. Greetings, City Lord. The Chuan Yun sect master was overjoyed. With the latter's strength, he would definitely not stay here. Therefore, he gave the position of Chuan Yun City Lord to Fang Chen. This way, no matter what, Fang Chen would take care of Chuan Yun City in the future. The Chuan Yun sect did not give the Blood Flame Sword sect any chance to breathe. The Chuan Yun sect master personally led the team and charged toward Blood Flame City. They killed all the remaining members of the Blood Flame Sword sect. In just 3 days, Blood Flame City submitted to the Chuan Yun sect. As for Fang Chen, he was naturally supported by everyone as the City Lord. Fang Chen, who held the positions of 2 City Lords, suddenly became a legendary figure in the entire bloody battle territory. Many forces were inquiring about him, and Fang Chen directly became a hands-off boss, handing Blood Flame City over to the Chuan Yun sect to manage. In this way, the strength of the Chuan Yun sect did not weaken because of the war with the Blood Flame Sword sect. Instead, it increased greatly. These days, the Chuan Yun sect master could wake up laughing in his sleep. With the support of the resources of the 2 cities, one could imagine that in the near future, the Chuan Yun sect would definitely be able to surpass the other forces and become the #1 force in the bloody battle territory. While this news swept through the bloody battle territory, another piece of news also reached the ears of the Chuan Yun sect master. Cloud-piercing sect master immediately found Fang Qin and informed him of the news. The meeting of the 72 cities? Fang Qin sat calmly on the stone bench and asked. In 3 months, the meeting of the 72 cities will take place. The Chuan Yun sect master said, according to the time, there should be another year before it happens. But this time, it has been brought forward. I guess it has something to do with Lord Fang. Lord Fang is the city lord of 2 cities. The news of him killing the Blood Flame Sword sect master with a lift of his hand has probably reached the ears of the upper echelons of the bloody battle territory, the Chuan Yun sect master said. Interesting. Chapter 30:17. There were a total of 72 cities in the bloody battle territory. Basically, the city masters of each city were as strong as the Cloud-piercing sect master and the Bloodfire sword master. The 72 city masters had always been the same. However, the appearance of Fang Qin had disrupted the situation in the bloody battle territory. When the news of him holding 2 city lord positions spread out, it caused a great commotion. Countless cities were investigating what kind of ability this guy had. Or rather, what kind of background did he have that he dared to destroy the Bloodfire sword sect? Humph, this guy is playing with fire. After all, the Bloodfire sword sect is a subsidiary force of the bloody battle territory. How can he destroy it so casually? It is said that this guy defeated the Bloodfire sword master in seconds. He is extremely strong and has surpassed many city masters. I would like to see what kind of ability he has. For a time, the 72 cities were in turmoil. Many cities secretly sent martial artists to investigate. Black Corpse City, one of the 72 cities. Countless people's faces changed when they talked about Black Corpse City. It was said that the city master of Black Corpse City had slaughtered millions of human martial artists and absorbed their power to reach his current level. His body was covered with corpse chi, which was very corrosive. Among the 72 city masters, the city master of Black Corpse City was ranked in the top 3. In the bloody battle territory, there had always been legends about the city master of Black Corpse City. However, no one had seen him in person. Looking from afar, the city master of Black Corpse City was shrouded in a thick black aura. The city master's mansion. A man with a ferocious face and shrouded in black mist sat in the garden. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a ripple in the darkness. Then, a figure appeared. Have you investigated thoroughly? The city master of Black Corpse City asked in a hoarse voice. It's been investigated. That person is called Fang Qin, and he came from the western region, the figure said in a low voice. It's very likely that he's the one who ruined our Corpse Devil Clan's plan. Bang! The city master of Black Corpse City slammed his palm on the stone table. Immediately, the stone table shattered and debris flew everywhere. A trace of anger appeared on his ferocious face. I'd rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one person go. The Black Corpse City master said coldly. That guy ruined my corpse demon's plan, causing our years of preparation to go to waste. The higher-ups of the clan are furious and have threatened to kill him. This is our best chance. Sir, are we going to make a move now? The Black Corpse City master waved his hand. His eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, according to the news from Chuan Yun City, although this fellow is only a star venerate, his combat prowess is not weaker than a peak holy venerate. If you go, not only will you not be able to kill him, you will also alert him. Are we just going to let him go like this? The Black Corpse City Lord smiled sinisterly. There are still 3 months before the meeting of the 72 cities will be held. At that time, I will challenge him in person and take the opportunity to kill him. During this period of time, send people to keep an eye on him. Someone will help us probe his background. The night was as still as water and the sky was filled with stars. Fang Chen raised his head and enjoyed the beautiful scenery in the dark while drinking the soul-tempering wine. As expected of the wine made by the god of wine, Lu Xingxing. It's really amazing. Fang Chen admired Lu Xingxing more and more. After drinking the soul-tempering wine made by the latter for a long time, he could feel that his whole body had improved significantly. Most importantly, he felt that every time he drank the soul-tempering wine, he would have a flash of inspiration in his mind and comprehend something. For example, this time, I have reached a bottleneck in my invincible sword principle cultivation. It will be difficult for me to make a breakthrough in a short time. Fang Chen murmured, unless my cultivation can reach the Holy Venerate realm or the Retribution realm. In fact, for Fang Chen, reaching the Holy Venerate realm was not too difficult. What was really difficult was reaching the Retribution realm. The soul-tempering wine also had a nourishing effect on the primordial spirit. After a long time, Fang Chen's primordial spirit had quietly reached the peak of the Emperor realm. He was only one step away from reaching the Emperor realm. Since ancient times, all the geniuses have reached the Emperor realm in their primordial spirits before becoming world gods. Fang Chen said, as for me, although I have reached the peak of the Emperor realm, I can't guarantee that I will reach the Emperor realm. The gap between the Emperor realm primordial spirit and the Emperor realm primordial spirit was too big. When the primordial spirit reached the Emperor realm, one could be called the ancestor of the Soul Tao. There were even some realm lords whose primordial spirits might not reach the Emperor realm. One could imagine how difficult it was to improve the Soul Tao. Fortunately, Fang Chen was not in a hurry. He was still young and had plenty of time. After drinking a mouthful of soul-tempering wine, Fang Chen suddenly felt a shock in his mind. Then, he found that the special bloodline in his body was surging. The surging blood made the atmosphere in the entire courtyard extremely oppressive. This is the black hole bloodline evolving? Fang Chen did not expect that the black hole bloodline could evolve. After careful observation, he found that the black hole bloodline contained a strong aura of the soul-tempering wine. So it's because of the soul-tempering wine. Seeing this, Fang Chen grinned. Not long after, the black hole bloodline stopped surging, and his aura returned to normal. So strong. With a little strength, he could feel that the black hole bloodline in his body had improved a lot. If I were to go all out now, there should be no one among the 72 city lords who would be my match. Fang Chen said with a smile. The Emperor Realm Primordial Spirit, the Super Defensive Chaos Sword Body, the Invincible Sword Tao, 2 half-step Emperor Weapons, the Black Hole Bloodline, and the Sealing Technique. With all these factors combined, his strength had already reached an unimaginable level. Even among the 72 city lords, no one could make him go all out. The meeting of the 72 cities is an opportunity for me to enter the bloody battle territory. Fang Chen did not hide his ambition. In his heart, the bloody battle territory was just a springboard. His real stage was the Desolation Palace, the Boundless World, and even the entire Eastern region. Of course, the Eastern region was full of experts, and there were countless tribulation supremacies. With his current strength, even if he entered the Desolation Palace, he could not protect himself. The best way was to transition in the bloody battle territory, and then secretly improve his cultivation. Just as Fang Chen was deep in thought, he sensed a faintly discernible aura in the void. Trying to hide in front of me? Fang Chen sneered in his heart and said disdainfully. Then, he turned his hand and slapped out, and a vast palm print directly hit the void. Crack! A crack appeared in the void, and then a violent force spread out, and a figure walked out. Clap, clap, clap. The person who came was tall and burly, and he clapped his hands at Fang Chen. As expected of the 2 city lords, you do have some strength. Fang Chen glanced at the person and asked coldly, Who are you? I'm the Deputy City Lord of Strange Dragon City. I'm here to invite City Lord Fang under the orders of the City Lord. The deputy city lord of Strange Dragon City smiled and said, Piercing Cloud City and Bloody Flame City are just small places, and they are ranked at the bottom of the 72 cities. With City Lord Fang's strength and potential, there's no need to waste time here. So? Fang Chen asked jokingly. My Strange Dragon City is ranked 15th among the 72 cities, and there are many experts in the city. If City Lord Fang joins us, you'll definitely be focused on training, and even be able to join the bloody battle territory. The deputy city lord of Strange Dragon City threw out an olive branch. Only ranked 15th? I thought it was ranked first. Fang Chen's casual attitude infuriated the mysterious Dragon City's vice city lord. City Lord Fang, you should know that the strength of Strange Dragon City is more than 10 times stronger than Piercing Cloud City. Sorry, I'm not interested. Fang Chen directly refused, and could not be bothered to talk to him. After being rejected by Fang Chen directly, the deputy city lord of Strange Dragon City finally turned hostile. Do you really think that you don't fear anyone after killing the Bloody Flame Sword owner? The deputy city lord of Strange Dragon City sneered. If I were you, I'd accept the invitation obediently. Unfortunately, I'm not you. Fang Chen's attitude was very obvious, and there was no room for negotiation. This also made the deputy city lord of Strange Dragon City emit a valiant aura, and he was ready to attack. I wanted to invite you with kind words, but you refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The deputy city lord of Strange Dragon City said, Bloody Flame City and Strange Dragon City are allies. By occupying Bloody Flame City without permission, you're provoking Strange Dragon City. Are you done? If you're done, get lost. Fang Chen said coldly. You've gone too far. Chapter 30:18. As the deputy city master of Strange Dragon City, his position was much higher than that of the other city masters. However, he was humiliated by Fang Chen, the city master of Piercing Cloud City. This was a great humiliation. At this moment, the deputy city master of Strange Dragon City was full of fighting spirit. He took a step forward and approached Fang Chen. I'll give you one last chance. Since the negotiation failed, he shed all pretense of cordiality and threatened Fang Chen with the powerful force of Strange Dragon City. Join my Strange Dragon City. The conditions are still the same. Otherwise, however, before he could finish his words, he felt a blur in front of his eyes. Then, a powerful force hit his body. Poochie! His throat moved, and his body flew out with a bang, falling to the ground. The deputy city master of Strange Dragon City quickly got up from the ground and glared at Fang Chen, using his strongest attack. I've given you a chance. Crash! The sword light flashed, and the deputy city master's head rolled to the ground. Then, Fang Chen looked at the rolling head. With a crack, the head exploded, and the primordial spirit dissipated. Whoosh! The air was filled with the power of the battle. The warriors of the major cities who were hiding in the dark were filled with shock. The deputy city master of Strange Dragon City has been killed. This guy is too strong. He killed the deputy city master of Strange Dragon City in one hit? He's in big trouble. Strange Dragon City is incomparable to Bloody Flame City. The meeting of the 72 cities in 3 months will be his death date. For a moment, the martial artists who came to check on Fang Chen retreated. What a joke! They did not want to provoke Fang Chen. Soon, the news spread like wildfire. When the Strange Dragon Mansion heard the news, they were furious. What? The deputy city master is dead? The city master of Strange Dragon City said coldly with a gloomy face. A mere city master of Piercing Cloud City dares to provoke my Strange Dragon City? City Lord, should we send someone to kill him? One of the elders asked. No need. I'll kill him myself in the meeting of the 72 cities in 3 months. Fang Chen once again used his valiant actions to tell the world that he was not a pushover. Sure enough, in the following period of time, it became much quieter. No one was spying on him in secret anymore. As for him, he used these 3 months to cultivate without holding back. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The meeting of the 72 cities was the biggest event in the bloody battle territory. It was said that the Blood Lord would personally appear to see if there were any outstanding city lords who were worth nurturing. "Lord Fong, it's time for us to move," Cloud-piercing sect master said with a smile. For the past 3 months, he would wake up with joy every day. They were originally the weakest force in the bloody battle territory, but after 3 months of change, they seemed to have been reborn. This made him even more convinced of Fangchen. Tomorrow is the meeting of the 72 cities. The location is in the blood battle territory. "Let's go there today," Cloud-piercing sect master said. Fangchen nodded. The two of them took the transportation formation and soon arrived at the blood battle territory. As far as the eye could see, the entire land was blood-red. "Is this the blood battle territory?" Fangchen murmured. He was quite shocked. It is said that countless years ago, the blood battle territory went through a great war. Blood flowed like a river and dyed the entire land red. Since then, the blood battle territory has become like this, Cloud-piercing sect master said. "I see." Just as Fangchen and Cloud-piercing sect master were talking, the transportation formation flashed again and a few figures walked out of it. "Isn't this Cloud-piercing sect master? Since when did you become someone's lackey?" The leader sneered. "Strange Dragon City Lord." Cloud-piercing sect master's face changed drastically as he said in a low voice, "Are you the city lords of Cloud-piercing sect and Blood Flame City?" Strange Dragon City Lord ignored Cloud-piercing sect master and looked straight at Fangchen. The latter did not show any fear and nodded gently. "Very good. I hope you can remain calm in the meeting." After saying that, the people of Strange Dragon City bypassed Fangchen and entered the blood battle territory. "The Lord of Strange Dragon City is very hostile. Lord Fong, please be careful," Cloud-piercing sect master reminded. "No worries." The butler of the blood battle territory personally welcomed the city lords. In just half a day, the people of the 72 cities had all arrived. They were arranged to stay in the reception court. "Where is Fangchen?" In a separate courtyard, the Black Corpse City Lord asked. "Fangchen is in courtyard number 70. Let's go and take a look." As soon as the Black Corpse City Lord got up, he heard a commotion. He spread out his divine consciousness and instantly found that the noise came from the entrance of courtyard number 70. Someone actually went to find trouble with him first, the Black Corpse City Lord said with a sinister smile. At this time, a few people had gathered in front of courtyard number 70 and were cursing Fangchen. "You with the surname Fong, get the hell out here! You coward, are you going to be a coward for the rest of your life? Trash like you dares to call yourself the city lord of 2 cities? What a joke!" In the midst of countless curses, the door of courtyard number 70 opened and Fangchen walked out. "What's the matter?" Fangchen asked calmly. "You are Fangchen?" the burly man in the lead asked. "Yes." "Very well, the Bloodfire Sword Master is my brother. You know why I'm here." The burly man sneered. "Break your arms and destroy your cultivation, then we can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." "With just you?" Fangchen's killing intent was aroused. He turned his head and asked, "Is it allowed to kill in the blood battle territory?" "Lord Fong, don't be impulsive. They are deliberately provoking you to make you attack." The Cloud-crossing sect master hurriedly ran over. The blood battle territory has strict rules. Without permission, no one is allowed to attack. Once you attack, you will be impeached and punished. Fangchen nodded and understood the purpose of their visit. "Your lives will be left for tomorrow's competition. If there is nothing else, get out. I don't want to see trash like you." Fangchen's words were very arrogant. Moreover, there was an extremely confident smile on his face. It was as if the people in front of him were just ants and not worthy of his anger. You are courting death. The burly man was infuriated by Fang Chen. He lost his mind and was about to attack. However, he was stopped by his companions. Don't be impulsive. After the burly man calmed down, his forehead was full of sweat. He stared at Fang Chen angrily. Fang, just you wait. I will definitely kill you in tomorrow's competition. After the burly men left, the 70th courtyard quieted down temporarily. Lord Fang, these people are jealous that you are the lord of 2 cities. They are not willing to accept it. They are even jealous. That's why they came to make trouble. The Cloud Crossing sect master said. Of course, there are also some cities who are behind this. They want to test your background. There were 72 cities and 72 forces. The structure had not changed for hundreds of years. However, Fang Chen had just arrived, and he had broken the unchanging structure. He was even the lord of 2 cities. This caused many cities to feel dissatisfied, and they did not approve of Fang Chen. A star venerable warrior was the lord of 2 cities. Wasn't this a joke? That was why there were so many people provoking him. Insignificant skill. Fang Chen smiled disdainfully. Tell me about the meeting in detail. The Cloud Crossing sect master nodded. He sat on the stone bench and started to explain. The meeting of 72 cities is the biggest event in the Blood Battle territory. The Blood Lord hosted it personally to select some outstanding city lords and nurture them. A long time ago, there was a genius city lord in the Odd Dragon Mansion who was valued by the then Blood Lord. He became a core member of the Blood Battle territory and used it as a springboard to join the Desolation Palace. The Cloud Crossing sect master said slowly, "It is said that this person has become one of the important higher-ups in the boundless world. No wonder Strange Dragon City's master has the biggest face in the world." The meeting is divided into 2 parts. The first part is the martial arts exchange between the city lords. Everyone can share their understanding of martial arts and improve each other. The second part is the exchange of pointers. Every city lord can challenge other city lords, and the challenged city lord cannot refuse. Is killing allowed in the exchange of pointers? Fang Chen asked. This was what he was most concerned about. Strictly speaking, it is not allowed. However, it is not unheard of in the past. The Cloud Crossing sect master muttered, as long as your performance is monstrous enough to attract the attention of the Blood Lord, even if you kill someone, no one will pursue it. Fang Chen understood. In the end, it was still strength that spoke. Only the strong could get good treatment. The weak would be suppressed by everyone.